Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The umpire holds the footy up. These are the games that you wait all year for.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
The curtain comes up. Boy, we're going to have some fun.
Louder and louder. Soon the world is going to shout my name.
Bailey Smith is a superstar. Phil Thorpe, goals. Anderson kicks a brilliant running goal. Nick Dacos. No one can stop him.
Faster and stronger. Feel the blood pumping through my veins.
What a stage. What a finish. How good is that?
Finals football on its best. It's brilliant, isn't it?
The pressure's certainly gone up. Tailor-made for September. He took the through, and the Hawks are landing early punches. From 45, Cuba Plungage. He's ready for finals football. This is why you watch footy. Games like this. Every game you win from here, the bigger the next.
I'm born to win.
Drop pass, he's there.
Goes back with everything he's got.
And snap. And goal.
Beautiful combination of courage and skill, wasn't it?
Chesa slips his man. Goal. It's bouncing. It's through. That is simply sensational. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'm born to win.
Listen to the roar.
Welcome to the show.
The kick from Walker. Back on the September stage.
That's a big goal. You want to win it all?
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through.
Welcome to the show.
Spins around and buries it. It's online. It's through. Oh, yeah. That is out of this world. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment.
This is my name. This is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
All just free. Sugar Shake Bolton. Oh, that's so sweet. Drop punt. He's caught. And this man's fan club is growing.
45 metres out. Of course he delivers.
This is my town, my territory.
Kicks on goal. Massive moment for the young man.
You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
You've got to be excited. You've got to enjoy this moment.
Mason goes for it. Goes for glory.
This is what you sign up to day one of pre-season. You want to be there in September.
Can give it off to the goeies. This will bring the house down. Yes, Geordie.
This is my name. This is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
From the centre square. Cam Rayner. Unbelievable. Soak it in.
The left foot is a goal. What a way to send the Suns to September.
Welcome to the show.
Runs the 50 out.
You want to win it all?
What a way to finish.
Better be ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road.
The first qualifying final, Adelaide versus Collingwood. Live from the Adelaide Oval.
Arcs around from 45 to get the party started.
Better be ready to go.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listen app.
It is showtime. The on-ramp to the 2025 final series is a gift from the football gods. The two teams and the only two teams that have been top of the tree since round 9. The number one sides on the table. Collingwood, who spent 13 weeks there. Adelaide, who spent the last 4 weeks there and clinched the minor premiership. Number one most of the year versus number one at the end of it. It also doubles as a heated rematch of their late season encounter in the penultimate round. Storylines a mile long. The Adelaide Crows at home, and in the inverted commas, they welcome Collingwood to town for the first qualifying final. It's all here. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The first of our 9-game odyssey throughout the spring. It is the best time of year. My name is Corbin Middlemass. Aaron Bryans is here to call the footy with me. Good evening, Az.
Corby, there is an electricity in the air. Crows fans have waited 2,896 days for this moment, a return to September, and they couldn't have a better matchup. An emotion-charged grudge match, Adelaide and Collingwood. You throw that into to the finals pressure cooker, an abundance of storylines as well. Taylor Walker's 300th, the Texas wildcard, 211 centimetres. Mason Cox coming back in as well, the Hail Mary from Craig McRae. There is so much to unpack here, but I cannot wait for what will be a record-breaking crowd tonight to really rock South Australia.
As you said, the Texan and the guy from Texas. It's amazing which one you want to look at. We've got obviously the Adelaide Crows, who are untested in September, up against the Collingwood Magpies, who are battle hardened. It feels like whatever form line you want to lead into, and if it is form, certainly in recent months, it's hard to go past the Adelaide Crows. They've won 9 on the bounce. They've won 12 of their last 13 games. Meanwhile, for the Magpies, it's hard to make the same case. They tripped into September, having won only 2 of their last 7. What a gang we've assembled. So myself and Aaron Bryans to call the footy. Tom Wilson's going to join us on the boundary throughout. It is a cool night. It's currently 13 degrees. It will get down to single figures during game time. There's only a slight chance of rain. First of all, a man who's been here for 25 years on the ABC in South Australia. He is a premiership player with the Adelaide Crows, recently off their board. He's one of our favourites on ABC Sport, and Rod Jamieson. G'day, Jamo.
Corby, welcome. Aaron, thank you. I don't like it. I love it.
What a night.
It's the build-up this week particularly has been amazing. And for all the reasons you've already highlighted too, and we'll go into a bit more depth around, I guess, the individual players and matchups, but Taylor Walker, 300, incredible. A couple of years ago, everyone thought he was probably done. Alex Neil-Bullen coming to the club and what he's brought, I think he's blown away everyone, not because of the way he plays, but his leadership and how he leads on-field and off-field. And, yeah, I guess the events of what took place a couple of weeks ago here too, so a hugely exciting night.
Can't wait for it. One of the sharpest minds in footy. He's recently out of the coaching game with the Gold Coast Suns, obviously, in the time that he spent there. He's part of an AFL system. He's an All-Australian. He's twice a place-getter in the Brownlow medal, but he also returns to the coaching game as the new senior coach of the North Adelaide Football Club, the Mighty Roosters. His name is Josh Franco, and he joins us again on ABC Sport. Josh, first of all, congratulations on the gig.
Thanks, Corbin. Evening, Aaron and Rod. Yeah, look, it's one of those things. I must have been halfway through the season. I wasn't really anticipating this, but sort of got the bug back and looking forward to getting back in the hot seat obviously in the Sanford with North Adelaide.
It's a slightly cooler seat than the one you sit in here on ABC Sport as well,
right,
when you pass judgment for the games, but congratulations on the gig. What a night. A great matchup. As I said off the top, the best team at the end of the year versus the side that spent the most weeks at number 1.
Interesting as well, just in the lead into the call, some of the commentary around this is what you start pre-season for way back in November. This is the night. These are the opportunities that players have got ahead of them, and the 8 sides that are lucky enough to be playing finals footy. This is what it's all about. So enjoy the experience, soak it up. The other thing I can't help but thinking, Jamo, you know the rivalry between Port Adelaide and Adelaide over the journey since Port Adelaide came in the competition way back in 1997. I actually woke up feeling excited for Adelaide today. So I'll have to slap myself and give myself an uppercut and get that out of my system, but genuinely excited for this contest.
What about game? Your experience as a coach, Adelaide, Gold Coast, Sydney, at this time of a game, pre-game, leading into such a game or a big game, how are you feeling as a coach, and how is the coaching group feeling?
Well, look, interesting you say that. Gold Coast, we didn't experience finals. When I was at Adelaide, we didn't. But when I was at Sydney, we were lucky enough to play in a couple of grand finals, 14 and 16, and perennial finals contenders. I guess the emotion, the energy, the nervousness goes up a level come finals time, but all the work's done throughout the course of the year, throughout the course of the week leading into the game. So it's really handballing it over to the players to get the job done.
That's one of the big talking points tonight, is Collingwood's experience at this stage. So you touched on Sydney being perennial contenders.
Yep.
What was it like knowing that your senior players heading into that matchup could handle the moment, whilst the Adelaide Crows tonight, this is a little bit foreign for them?
Absolutely, yeah. And I guess reflecting on my time at Sydney, I came in and they'd already won a flag, I think, in 2012 under John Longmire. They had played finals. They were experienced. Buddy Franklin came in 2014. They had a midfield, Kennedy, Parker, Jack. The list goes on and on. So they were seasoned. How it's going to play out tonight with Adelaide, not a lot of finals experience in terms of personnel. Having said that, I think the messaging from the coaching staff, Matthew Nix, would have been pretty consistent throughout the week. It wouldn't have been anything over the top. Get the process right, let the outcome take care of itself.
They're going to have 16 guys out there tonight that are playing in their first final. Collingwood have only 3. And by way of comparison, so 16 guys in their first final for Adelaide, Collingwood have 16 premiership players. So they've got 16 guys that have climbed the mountain, and Adelaide have the same number that are experiencing this month for the first time as a September footballer. The breaking news is the teams that have just dropped for the remainder of the weekend, so we should start there. First of all, Shannon Neal, Mark O'Connor and Jai Clark are the three inclusions for Geelong, so no real surprises there. Perhaps Jai Clark is the name that stands out. Reece Stanley's the big omission, so Stanley goes out of the team. Mitch Nevitt and Jed Buse have both been omitted. Stanley was reported during the week by Mitch Cleary that he had a hamstring injury, so as a result he misses for the Cats, so that certainly changes their outlook. And given the ins are Neal, O'Connor and Clark, they've tried to use blitz-ups as a forward to try and stretch opposition defences, and now it sort of feels like he's probably going to have to ruck a little bit more, given the fact they haven't named a like-for-like replacement. For Brisbane, Neal and Berry come back from injury, and Reville and Tunstall are the two that miss out there, omitted. So they're the changes at Geelong. The elimination finals, both up on Saturday. Josh Kelly, Jesse Hogan and Jake Stringer are all playing. So out of the big six that were a watch, there's no Daniels, there's no Buckley, and Cornelio technically holds his place. He was concussed in the last round. He was a watch during the week, but given the fact he's not listed among the outs, he will play. So 4 of the 6 have made it up for the Giants, where Ralston and Grishevsky are the 3 that miss out there, all omitted. Big news at the Hawks, Jamo. So Mitch Lewis lost his place. So the Hawks were pushing this 4 talls theory late in the year. Weddle and Butler are the 2 that come in. Lewis and Bruce are the ones that go out. Are you surprised that the Hawks have decided to drop the 4 talls theory right on the eve of September?
Yeah, totally agree. I think Weddle is a bit of a gamble, but clearly they know he's played 1 game back in the VFL, and then Luke Bruce is just an out-and-out goal-scoring champion too, and albeit being substitute, but to come in and knows where the goals are. Gunston has had a monumental year. A couple of selection surprises.
And then out at West, Fremantle up against the Suns. 15 years in the making, they make their first finals appearance. As we learned during the week, David Swallow is going to play. Jake Rogers, the young small forward, misses out. O'Driscoll and Dudley, the 2 ins, both forced changes at Fremantle, with Corey Wagner hurt and Sam Switkowski didn't make it up either. So there's all the teams. We'll recap them as we work our way through the night here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson on the boundary, Josh Franco and Rod Jamison, your call team. And your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774.
Final teams have dropped here at the Adelaide Oval as well. No changes for Adelaide and Collingwood. The subs, Brodie Smith, who's donned the vest a few times this season. This will be his 4th in 10 games. And for Collingwood, Rowan Steele, who's had it the last couple of weeks. In his 4th game, the West Perth product out of the mid-season draft, will don the vest once again for Collingwood.
Just while we're on the news, I've got a little to bring you as well. The Adelaide Crows are anticipating that their next final will be on a Friday night. So that's regardless whether it'll be week 2 or week 3. So the Adelaide Crows will be playing the Friday night final. If they lose tonight, it'll be a Friday semi next week. If they win, it will be the preliminary final. So that is interesting for a number of reasons, because it's all designed to give teams a 7-day break leading into a prelim. So what often happens is that you're not reseeded. So for example, Collingwood won tonight, they would become the number 1 seed. They would get the Friday night prelim. That's not happening this year. We will reseed, given the fact that both elimination finals are played on the Saturday. So this might be hard to follow for a number of people, but I'll try and explain it as simply as I can. So if Adelaide win tonight, they get the Friday prelim and the longer break into a potential grand final. If they lose, that Friday prelim will go to the winner of Geelong and the Brisbane Lions. So that will be the Friday night prelim in week 3. That'll mean that Adelaide will play a semi at home next Friday night, and then we'll have 5 days into what would be a road preliminary final if they win through. So expect the Crows to be on Friday night footy in the coming weeks, either in a week 2 semi or a week 3 preliminary final. You can take that to the bank. Just repeating, as Aaron said, no late changes here. Brodie Smith and Rowan Steele are the respective subs. Big shout out to our man, Michael Moldhouse, the games record holder, of course, coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. He is the coaching icon and involved in a scary incident in the early hours of the morning where he fought off 2 armed men trying to break into his East Melbourne home. He sustained minor injuries as a result. He was able to wrestle free of the intruders, and he fronted up on ABC Melbourne earlier today to try and explain exactly what went on.
I wasn't sleeping. And I knew then it was, but I just heard this really metallic sound. And I thought, that's odd. I've always known I've had this thing near my bed. So it's just to help strengthen your arms for tackling. It's not really that dangerous, but it's solid. Somehow my instincts just said, take it. So I grabbed that and I went to the stairwell, the door, and I thought, who would be there? As I pushed the door, it was total resistance. There was 3 blokes behind there, and I banged into them, and one had a sort of like a crowbar type thing to leverage the door open, and the other one had a screwdriver, and it became a bit of a push and shove. At the time, I knew that I couldn't let him in under any circumstances. It's only me and my wife, and if I got knocked down, she's totally defenceless. So I was able to get them down the stairs by swinging this thing, and got them down 4 flights of stairs to the basement. That's when the confrontation took place, and the only way out really was me getting the door open because they couldn't get the door open, and I knew how to get the door open. So it's like herding cats, quite frankly. Get them away from the door in a suggestive manner, and I was able to, get the door open. And as we passed by, one sort of lunged at me a bit and sort of hit me in the chest with the screwdriver. And I was able to wrestle the crowbar out of the hands of this other bloke. And once I had that, then I had 2 weapons, and they didn't hang around. They ran down the street.
Incredibly scary incident, and thankfully Mick and the net, while shaken, are okay, and he's planning to work with us tomorrow night for the MCG final. So a lot of love to the Malthouse family tonight.
Did they ascertain whether they were Collingwood supporters?
I have no idea. They would have got a hell of a fright, I'm sure, running into to Mick Malthouse. I tell you what, for the fittest 72-year-old you could ever possibly run into. And as you heard in terms of that chat, most people would think, right, I've got him away from the door, I'll go back inside and they're on the outer and we'll call the cops. Mick had flipped the momentum. He thought, you know what, I'm going to try and hold these guys in until the police get there. Outnumbered 3-1, and gee, I'm not sure that too many people would be recommending that's the way to go about it, but Mick felt like he was on top, I think, by the end of it, despite being outnumbered.
I think we don't know a lot of the times what you'll do when you're in a moment. We sort of talk about it or think about it. I recall, I'd have to go back 30 years ago. It was just doing some renos at home, and the car was parked further up the driveway when it wasn't. Front light came on, dog barked, went off, came on, dog barked again. So I looked out the window and there was someone in my car.
Oh, wow.
So you go out, snuck out the front door, light came on, and I just chased this bloke and yelled out to the end of the street. A car went past, and like all the neighbours' lights came on. And this was outside, let alone someone inside. So I just think your instinct would take over, and I genuinely don't know what you'd probably do, and I guess Mick just found that, and he was protecting himself and his wife, and he did what he thought was the right thing to do.
Thank goodness they're okay. If you know anything about the particular episode, and you can imagine, given the high-profile person involved, it'll get a lot of coverage across the news services, but Crime Stoppers is who to get in touch with there if you know any more about that incident in the early hours of the morning in East Melbourne.
Got to give a huge shout-out to Mick as well. He's 72 years of age, and he's 1v3 and won that battle. Like it's just classic Mick Malthouse in terms of the story, in terms of his pedigree and his accolades, and then he goes into normal life and he's still winning every battle he gets involved in.
He's strong as an ox too, Mick. So he's the last person you'd want to run into in that kind of an altercation. I know who my money would be on.
Ron Barassi's done it in the past. Michael Voss has done it in the past.
That's right. Michael Voss chased some intruders or chased some
down the street.
Wannabe vandals down the street, and that's. There must be something about it. Footballers' competitive instincts.
You're right.
Kicked in such a manner. But thankfully, Mick and Nanette are okay after that scary incident this morning. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport, and we are at Adelaide Oval. We're about 50 minutes away from the bounce, as we love to say here on ABC Sport. The first at the footy and the last to leave. And I'm pleased to say the Honourable John Olsen AO, the chairman of the Adelaide Crows, joins us in the box on ABC Sport. John, appreciate your time.
Good to be with you guys.
How does it feel? A return to September football?
At last, after some 8 seasons, and the journey over the last 12 months from 15th on the ladder to minor premiers has been a great leap. And I think the faith that we've shown in Nixie as a coach and stuck with him, backed him in during the course of last year when there was a lot of pressure on us to look at, and it got personal in some sections of the media, but the board stuck behind him, and that faith in Nixie's been played back in spades this year.
Was there ever a moment where you thought maybe we're headed down the wrong path?
No. and I'm pretty confident the whole board thought that, and certainly Tim Silver's the CEO. We had faith in Nixie, and I referred to him several years ago as a new age coach. He had a style about him that resonated with the younger players, had a game plan that they worked on consistently and focused on that. That is now delivered. We were showing up last year for lack of depth in our squad with some injuries, and therefore bringing in Alex Neil-Bullen, Peatling, Cummins as finals players and a premiership player, and Alex Neil-Bullen has put some depth into the squad, and now this year people have been fighting for their position on the deck. Good fault to have.
It's a fascinating matchup. It also doubles as a heated rematch after the events, obviously, of 3 weeks ago. Is there much anxiety as a football club as to how your fans are going to approach this tonight?
I think they're very passionate fans. They'll turn up in force to support the club. But I also hope they also respect everybody in the ground. We're here to watch a great game of footy, an intense game of footy, but at the same time, just respect every other person in the ground at the same time.
Did you feel the need at any stage to try and add a little bit extra education, perhaps, to try and push that message harder?
No, I don't think so. By and large, behaviour at this ground over the years has been pretty good. Number of incidents is quite low, and I would expect that to be the case again tonight.
Did you handle the Rankin episode as well as you could have as a club holistically?
Yes, I think so. And Isaac has owned the issue. He's apologised. He's spoken to both the men and the women's squad. He spoke to the women players earlier today. So he's fronted up. He's not the victim, and he acknowledges that. And when you needle through a game, the discipline's got to be there, just not to break loose with it. So we've always got to do better, and we pride ourselves as being an inclusive club, a welcoming club, and put our arms around people in the club who are doing it tough at any particular time. And that's part of the culture that Adam Kelly, Matthew Nix have built right across the club. And everybody's bought into that. And I think that's really important. And that's played in to the success of the club and Matthew Nix as a coach over the last 5 or 6 years.
Just last one from me on that. I mean, my criticism of the club was, could the football department have done more in the lead-up? Were you guys as a board asking that same question? And what I mean by that, if a player was getting suspended for 5-6 weeks for a sling tackle or a slam tackle, well, you'd go out on the track and you'd train it. So, zero hindsight, there were 5 players that were suspended for significant periods before Isaac Rankin's incident. Should you have done more as a club to prevent that happening at such a key moment of your season?
Well, you can always look back when an incident happens and should we do more? And yes, perhaps we should be doing more. And there's an education program. It's been in place. It's consistent with what other clubs are doing. But that, as I mentioned a moment ago, we can always do better. And we strive and pride ourselves on exactly that. Recognise an issue, do something about it. And actions are more important than words. And that's where we'll get to.
Crows Chair John Olsen with us on ABC Sport in the lead up to the first qualifying final.
Spoken a lot about the crowd, John, and hopefully another record number tonight. 80,000 members, so the 3rd year in a row that you've broken your membership tally.
Yeah.
The concern in the build-up, and this happens with finals around the country, is you've got 50,000 seat stadium and there's 80,000 members that want to get in. Out west, they have a tiered system when it comes to finals ticketing. Adelaide didn't have that, so Collingwood and both the Crows were thrown into the same pool last Thursday, and it was a bit of a chaotic mess for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Do you feel like now that you feel like you're a contender and you're in a nice period in terms of your window, that maybe next year you'll look at doing it differently?
Absolutely. That conversation has actually been had. And following the ticket sales period, the issues that we dealt with, and I can tell you, trying to fit 80,000 people into a 53,000 seat stadium presents its problems, and particularly where people get timed out. There's a whole raft of issues with it. But in terms of gold membership versus silver membership through 3 game membership, etc. We've had discussions with the AFL. It can't be changed this year, unfortunately. But we will look to work with the AFL that next year, presumably be playing the finals again next year, that we'll have a system that will better respond to the need of our membership base.
You touched on the depth as well of the squad and bringing in some recruits to bolster your list, but you did so off-field as well. I think some of the criticisms coming the football department's way was that Matthew Nicks didn't have enough support in the early years.
Yep.
You add in Murray Davis, who's been tremendous. Yourself and Tim join alongside Matty Nicks, and suddenly there's that three-headed dragon. You talk about Phil Thorpe and Fogarty and Walker, but off-field you've got a pretty strong football department.
Yeah, well, last year, not only did we address the depth problem last year, as you've indicated, we brought Murray Davis in to back up Matthew Nicks. It was clear Nixie was working from it early. His first one almost in the club in the morning, the last one to leave, and we needed to provide him with better support. And that has enabled him during the course of this year to have greater one-on-one connection with individual players and talking them through. And Murray Davis has just been this calming influence and a contributor to our whole coaching panel. And I want to pay credit to the whole coaching panel because they work together as a team. So we addressed the issue of the coaching panel. Then we looked at the board and football experience on the board. Roo, who's been doing heavy lifting, and Rod Jamison. Roo doing heavy lifting for quite an extended period of time, is due to retire off the board through term limits. And so we brought in Neil Baum. Need no explanation about his background and experience, supplemented by James Gallagher, who's been a list manager at St Kilda Footy Club prior to coming back to South Australia to live. So we built in list management experience, football experience at the board, Murray Davis and the coaching panel, and then on the deck with the playing squad. So across the board, we addressed a range of issues. And I think it's played out pretty well for us this year.
John's got a run. Have you got anything for him, Jamo, before we let him go after your old duels across the board table?
No, they were quite cordial, actually. We challenged each other. How are you feeling? I mean, it's one to sit outside and watch a club you like, but when you're in the four walls of a club and you're involved and you've seen where we've come from to where we are.
It's exhilarating. It's exciting. The hard yards the club did in the rebuild, and rebuilds are never easy. They take too long. Everybody's impatient, but to now gone through that phase and seeing light at the end of the tunnel and playing our first finals here, nervous energy is built up to well, it's gone over the roof.
As you get to the first bounce.
Yeah. The last time you held a pretty important office in this town, the team obviously was able to lift the trophy on 2 occasions as the Premier. You're now the Chairman of the footy club. Which one's more prestigious, the Chairman of the Crows or the Premier of the state?
I like Chairman of the Crows.
I remember you saying when you first came in to that extent, Corby, too, like you were the Premier and you sort of watched, but when you became Chair of the club, like you had a lot of people that wanted to give you some advice. Premier,
you'd walk down Rundle Mall and people sometimes would say something to you, helpful and unhelpful, but sometimes, or just avoid, politics and religion. Footy, everybody has an opinion. No one is inhibited in giving you their opinion and then don't understand why you don't act on that opinion. But that goes back to when you're in the inner sanctum, such as the board or the footy department, interacting with the squad, etc., you understand things that externally you just can't explain. And so you've got to keep your nerve, as we did last year with Matthew Nicks and others in list management and the coaching panel. And that, to repeat my earlier comments, holding your nerve has paid us dividends this year.
John, I hope it's the night of the month that you want it to be. Appreciate your time.
Good on you. Glad to be with you. Thank you.
John Olsen, the chairman of the Adelaide Crows. Of course, you sat with him on the board for many years, Jamo. What a job to be able to back in their guy, Matthew Nicks. And it's amazing what happens in this game if you just let things bake, let it sit in the oven for a little bit in this incredibly impulsive world. This is what you get on the back of it from 15th to top of the tree.
Well, I think what John highlighted, the fact is you actually have a thought or an opinion, and my view and what I've learnt over my 20-plus years on the board is you can't make a decision unless you know the details. And to his point, like when we had a lot of new members or member elected or other boards come in, this is what I'll say, this is what I'll do. But then when you come into the comp or come into the role, you just go, oh, well, you are doing it that well. And I can't say that, and I see what you're doing. So, look, John's the right man for the role. Rob Chapman was his predecessor. Outstanding job. Love my time on the board. But he's the man now to get this new venue up and the new facility with his knowledge and standing in South Australia.
Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco with the full preview coming up next. Just repeating, no late change here at Adelaide Oval. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix live and ad-free with the ABC Listen app. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. ABC Sports coverage of the footy on the ABC Listen app. September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal!
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Mr. Smith thumps that through cover point and away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. He's bowled it. First bowl.
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Finals.
Kicks the full forward. Phil Thorpe. Unbelievable. And the pride of South Australia are ready to make some noise.
Nick Dacos runs onto it. He couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
The whole build-up to this game is huge, and so it should be. It's a final. It's spring. This is when you want to be involved.
This is my name. This is my story. This is my town, my territory. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the end of the road. You want to win it all? Better be ready to go.
The kick from Walker. Never looks like missing. He's a marksman.
I played my first game against Collingwood. Now I play my 300 against some. It's funny how footy works.
Welcome to the show.
It'll be a fierce contest. We're now at the start line of the real stuff.
Ready to go. Welcome to the end of the road.
The first qualifying final, Adelaide versus Collingwood, live from the Adelaide Oval.
Arcs around for 45 to get the party started.
The 2025 AFL Final Series.
To finish it off, it's good.
On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It is showtime. The Crows return to finals footy for the first time in 8 years, up against September's most recurring character, the Collingwood Football Club. Back here again on the September stage. The two teams that have shared top spot on the table since round 9. The Magpies with the longest stay there for 13 weeks. And of course the Crows ending the year as the minor premiers. It's all in front of us tonight. Adelaide and Collingwood on your air. Finals footy here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans on the call. The All-Australian Josh Franco. The Crows premiership player Rod Jamieson and Tom Wilson with us on the boundary tonight. It is a cool night. It's going to get down to single digits, but there is only a 10% chance of rain, so that is good news. Both teams are out on the park conducting their preliminary warm-ups. As any late changes?
There are none. So Craig McRae's Hail Mary, Mason Cox will be starting for the Magpies. Rowan Steeled it on the vest once again after he did so against the D's a couple of weeks ago. Brodie Smith will be the sub for Adelaide tonight, so no late changes for them either. The fourth time he'll be the substitute in 10 games. Big story for Brodie, so there's only a couple of players left who featured in the 2017 Grand Final. Unfortunately, he wasn't one of those. He did his ACL in the qualifying final all those years ago. So this is his chance now to really entrench himself into the lineup and maybe be there come the big dance in 3 weeks' time.
He's Taylor Walker's most common teammate across his 300-game journey, so they played 220 of those games together as he notches that one up tonight, Brodie Smith, but will start as the sub. Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco will go inside the Pies camp shortly. Tom Wilson will catch up with Josh Fraser, one of their assistant coaches. So many ways to attack it tonight. I mean, do you look at recent form? And if you do, how do you go past Adelaide? They've won their last 9. In the same period, Collingwood have won 2 of their last 7 leading into the final series. Or do you look at finals experience? And if you're leaning into that, you can't go past Collingwood. They've got 16 premiership players out there tonight, and the Crows have 16 guys that are playing in their first final. What do you lean into more, Jamo?
I'm leaning towards form in terms of most recent and current, I think, and you can't detract from the finals experience. But again, I think the last 7 Collingwood have only won 2, and they haven't been able to get across the line. I just feel they're a little more disjointed, a little bit disconnected, particularly in the back half when they were so dour and so good in the first half. And then the firepower up forward. I'm just watching down here in the warm-up. Jordan De Goey, Bo McQuarrie and Jamie Elliott were having a shot, and they had 6 shots and they missed all 6. Then Jamie Elliott's just snapped one in a pocket. So they're just feeling their way, and I think that's been their real struggle or Achilles heel in more recent time. From an Adelaide perspective, there's areas of the game they obviously need to improve, and that's their clearance when they last played them. But I feel that the maturity of the group, which backs up their form, I think the occasion of such enormity here, Taylor Walker's 300th, Alex Neil-Bullen's 200th, I think they're right in their sweet spot. I really do. So I think it's set up for them.
What do you reckon, Josh?
I tend to agree with you, Jam. I guess when I look over the course of the season, and I have personally been really bullish about Adelaide, they look really balanced and strong behind the ball. Their midfield, and we'll talk about Rankin in just a minute and the impact that potentially has, but their midfield's been rock solid. The emergence of Berry, he's taken his game to another level, and ahead of the ball I think is where they're most dangerous. They've got the 3 tools, Fogarty, Phil Thorpe and the Tex, and they've got a really nice mix of smalls. Neil Bullen, he's a star, underrated, but he's a star of the competition. Keys is electric as well, can do anything. So I've been really, as I said, bullish and really positive around where Adelaide can take their season. Their form coming in has been good. My concern for Collingwood at the moment too is you talk about recent form and how they're going to find the winning formula to kick a score. So I guess it's sort of the battle of the different forms coming into this competition. But again, going back to Adelaide, the loss of Rankin I think is significant. You touched on the clearance game. There's been a lot of narrative around clearances and the game's become a transition game. It's still field position, forward half territory game is critical in this modern game of football. Adelaide's clearance work in recent weeks has been really poor. Against North Melbourne, they were minus 13.
So last 4 weeks, they're 18th.
Yeah, absolutely. And against Collingwood a couple of weeks ago, they were minus 13 as well. Dominated the hit-outs, but didn't have the connection with their mids. That's a real concern. And with no Rankin, if I'm Craig McRae sitting there, the one bloke I'm shutting down is Jordan Dawson. He's their big clearance guy. They've got the blue-collar workers, as I said, in Berry and Saligo and those types. But the concern for me for Adelaide, I was really bullish coming here tonight on Adelaide, but that's the real concern for me and how they counteract that stoppage game, which is going to be absolutely critical for tonight.
The 4 big goal scorers for Adelaide, Walker, Fogarty, Phil Thorpe and Keys, without Rankin, would be in the top 5. It's 167 goals. Versus Elliott, Myercheck and Membry tonight, 118. And Adelaide this year, 8 wins greater than 10 goals. Like, they've absolutely slammed teams. And they've had 8 wins less than 14 points, and their losses, the biggest margin is 19. So the cumulative number is 51. So to your point, in terms of, I think, behind the ball, outstanding. In front of the ball, tremendous. Their midfield is the one that they do break even, or that's where you can see the improvement come from. And I think if they can break even or even win that, I think they win right across the board.
And I know it's a different game tonight, but my concern for Adelaide is can they absorb another 60 plus inside 50s, 65 plus inside 50s if they're not winning the clearance battle.
The 4 forwards you touched on, Jamo, as well, so Fogarty, Phil Thorpe, Walker and Keys, combined for 5 goals 3 weeks ago in the round 23 matchup, and Adelaide still got the job done. That was a wet night, so tonight it's perfect conditions here for this Thursday fixture. And Adelaide consistently score above 100. You feel like they might be raising the bat again. Collingwood haven't gone over 90 points in the last 7 weeks. So you look at the team list and you kind of understand why Mason Cox has been brought in, because the forward line has not been functioning for the Magpies. And unfortunately, Dan McStay is the heartbreaking story out of that. But they need to find some consistency quickly in the front half.
Well, I think he'll offer that, but he's only played 8 games and he's only kicked 2 goals. So, to then bring him in, I think Adelaide's defence can combat him too. And I go back to the defence, and I had a look at this, and this is what was glaring for me last time. This is Adelaide's defence versus Collingwood's forward line. Uncontested, 46 possessions to 30. Marks 22 to 10. Disposals 93 to 59. So even though Collingwood had so much football, Adelaide's defence was just outstanding and incredible. And then once they win the footy, they're the number one team to go to the other end and score.
I think it's fair to say Adelaide played pretty tight that night too, didn't they?
Yeah.
They almost played a little timid where, I mean, this is where it feels like if you're making the case against the Crows, you're leaning on the occasion's going to be too big for them, basically. So what makes you think they can play free tonight, knowing that there's even more at stake? They've broken the hoodoo now against Collingwood, and there's a huge prize on the line, which is a home prelim in a fortnight.
Well, I just think, why wouldn't you? Like, you've got nothing to lose. You win, you have a week off. You lose, you still play here, and you're still in the game. And I know it's greater than a home and away, but here you are at your home venue. You've just beaten this mob only a couple of weeks ago. You've got everyone is in incredible form in terms of its ability to be able to assist, and it's an all-in. They are so singularly focused around it. Now, I'm not detracting from what Collingwood could put up. Like, they have defeated the Hawks, Adelaide, Freo and Brisbane in the early part of the year. So they can take it to you. But in the last 7 to 8 weeks, I just haven't seen them being able to do that. And then just to flick it, to bring in a tall, and then the other player that they brought in as well, in Will Parker, he's in his 9th game, and he's probably going to defend I don't know who, and that's the role he might play. I just think they're hoping that something will change and flick, and they can find the form that they had in the first part of the year.
So he had Ben Keys 3 weeks ago, kept him goalless. Ben Keys hasn't actually kicked a goal in 11 games on the Magpies, so maybe that's a similar matchup to try and lock down someone dangerous in the front half. The midfield issue, you touched on it, Josh, regarding the clearance problem that the Crows have. What's the smoking gun? Because it feels like Isaac Rankin is almost unable to match that output. And last week they tried Sid Draper, who was there for a third of their centre stoppages, and now he's admitted he just didn't fire a shot. So what is the solution tonight when you don't really have a run of form to blood somebody?
Well, I think that there's probably a couple of ways you can battle this. Like initially with Rankin going out of the side, he's not a huge clearance winner. But what he does do when he's on ball, you've got to give him respect and you've got to give him attention. So it does potentially divert attention off a Dawson. Now with him not there, the focus, in my opinion, will be pretty heavily on a Jordan Dawson because he is their clearance king. You stop his influence on the game and you stop his influence around the stoppage scenario. Again, you get field position off the back of clearance wins. So that's one thing, I guess, from Adelaide's point of view. They've got to combat how that looks. The other thing from Adelaide's perspective, when they last played Collingwood, they dominated hit-outs. So I think it was 60 to 36. So Riley O'Brien...
60 to 36, yep.
There you go. So O'Brien was dominant in the air. So again, one tactics they can use is just try to get field position, knock the thing forward. So you're not trying to get perfect connection, which Collingwood mids can pick off and capitalise and cash in on that. So knock the ball forward and get momentum going forward. The other thing is, which they'll no doubt look at throughout the course of the game if they don't start with it, is bring a forward up to stoppage to try to get more density around there. But no doubt the coaching staff at Adelaide will have some, I guess, tactics up their sleeve. But if you're dominating the hit-outs, in my opinion, I reckon just get momentum going forward and put them under the pump.
We got plenty more time to flesh this out. Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco on ABC Sport as we count down to the bounce. We're inside the last half an hour. Just repeating, there's no late change here. So Brodie Smith is the sub for Adelaide, and it is Roan Steele who's going to be the sub tonight for Collingwood. Speaking of the Pies, let's duck inside the Magpies camp, and Tom Wilson is down there. Tom.
Yes, thanks very much, Corbin. Down here, boundary side, with Collingwood assistant coach Josh Fraser, who's been good enough to join us. Josh, you've qualified for September. You're here. How are you feeling about the team's chances tonight?
We feel good. We're excited to be here. Obviously, here a couple of weeks ago, and we tend to play okay in Adelaide, so we enjoy coming across. But, obviously, September's arrived, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
Did you use the break as a bit of a reset? You've only won 2 of your last 7 after being so far ahead in the competition. Is that what you got out of the break?
I think it was a chance for us to get some extra work into individuals, to look after some individuals, and I guess to continue our process around getting our game in better order. But again, I thought our best performance over the last 5 or 6 weeks was on this ground against a really good opposition in Adelaide. So we think that our game's continuing to evolve. We think we've gone to work on some parts of it over the last fortnight that we hope will hold up tonight.
What did you learn from that night?
Well, I think clearly our connection inside 50 wasn't the level we wanted it to be. So we've gone to work on that a little bit. But, again, finals games are going to be won around the footy, the contest, and the pressure's going to be high. And our ability to be composed going inside 50 is going to be important for us.
So Mason Cox plays his 9th game for the year, comes in. What is he going to bring to the team?
Well, he gives us a great target, and that's what we need from him. So, the opportunity to get the ball, to him at different times and hopefully in isolated situations if they present. But Adelaide are terrific in terms of getting across and supporting in the air as well. So we think he just gives us a different look inside 50, one that we haven't had a lot of over the last month or so, but he's in really good form as well. His VFL form's been quite strong and he's been training exceptionally well, so he comes in with confidence, and we're looking forward to him at his best tonight.
There's always injury scares in finals weeks. Jordan De Goey and Nick Dacos all good to go?
Oh, they're fine. That was a little bit overplayed. That I think they sort of just got little knocks, and as you do in training and match simulation, so they're completely fine and 100% ready to play.
You talk about playing well in Adelaide. You do play well against the Crows. They've only beaten you once in the last 12, and that was the most recent encounter. What's your strengths against them, and what did you learn about them in that game?
I think they're threats across the ground. I think when they generate speed on the ball, and clearly their forward line's a real weapon as well, but they've got some quality defenders. Their midfield bat's quite deep. They cover the ground exceptionally well, and they play this ground exceptionally well. So, we're expecting an arm wrestle for large parts of the night, which we've been comfortable in as a footy club over the last 3 or 4 years. We've embraced those sorts of scenarios. But to Adelaide's credit, they're a different beast this year to what they've been in the past. They're more complete across the ground, and we're going to have to be at our best to beat them.
Hostile environment tonight. Are the team prepared for that?
Well, in a funny way, we actually enjoy it and we embrace it, and I think it's great theatre for the game, and these are the games you want to be a part of. So, again, we were quite excited to find out we were coming back across here, and the atmosphere in this venue itself's outstanding. So, again, it's another opportunity for us, but we are used to playing in big games, and I think that's an advantage that our playing group does have, but away from home it's a different opportunity, so we're looking forward to it.
Do you have to talk to the players about it being hostile out in the ground? It was obviously very controversial last time, a lot of chatter, and Isaac Rankin's been suspended for a homophobic slur. Do you have to talk to the players about not crossing the line, and was it mentioned this week?
Hasn't been mentioned. I think we've got great confidence and trust in our group. We've got great experience out there. I think this is the other thing. We've got a lot of players that have had finals experience, and we just trust our guys to stay calm and measured and play to our strengths over 4 quarters, and we can't control necessarily what the opposition do, but we think our guys are mature and experienced enough to handle that.
Let's touch on that experience, because that's something the Crows don't have much of. They haven't played a final in 8 years. You'll be leaning on that tonight.
I think organically you lean on it. Again, it's not something we've sort of rammed home during the week, but we know that we've got players out there that have experienced finals footy, and again, that's why we probably don't need to labour that point with them. We know that they've been there and done it, and for us it's been a little bit more the last couple of weeks around, as I said, getting our game back in order a little bit, and we feel like we've made inroads there, but again, you sort of hand the keys over when the game starts, and you let the boys do their thing, and you put a lot of trust into them.
I bet you do. Best of luck tonight, Josh. We appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks to Josh Fraser from the Magpies camp and our own Tom Wilson down there on the Boundaries Edge. The Magpies about 4 minutes away from making their way out. We did speak to John Olsen about it earlier in the broadcast, the chairman of the Adelaide Crows. Should the AFL, and particularly Adelaide, given it's in front of their fans primarily tonight, should they be worried about crowd behaviour tonight, particularly with the most recent encounter so fresh in the memory involving Isaac Rankin?
Well, I think Josh touched on it too. I think you're asking your players to be calm in the environment and on field, so in amongst it. So you'd like to think that as mature people around, whether you're from whatever club, and Collingwood and Adelaide tonight, you'd like to think that it is a game, and a lot of the time it's sometimes more than a game, but you've got to be really smart, and I guess the demographic that's in the crowd too, that's what you've got to be aware of.
You'd hope not, wouldn't you? Yeah. You'd hope there wouldn't be any ripple effects on what happened a couple of weeks ago.
I always think about it as, how do you explain it to a 6 or 7 year old that's coming to the footy with their parents, for example? If all of a sudden, a player tonight that is the subject of the homophobic slur gets roundly booed or jeered by a largely Adelaide crowd, what happens to that 6 or 7 year old that says, hey, mum or dad, why is that player getting booed?
Well, I think
what are they meant to tell them? Hey, they received a homophobic slur on field, and now the crowd's booing them.
Yeah, well, there's been examples in the past, isn't it, too, where you've actually had players point out the crowd on the fence and their age when you find out they're either 12, 13, 14 or 15. So I guess what we need to reflect on too is maybe a 6, 7, 8, 10-year-old 12 hasn't heard or seen what has happened here on round 23 as well, and so they might not know. But if they are calling that out, then you'd hate to think they've actually been exposed to some sort of environment. That's there's no tolerance of it.
It'll be a terrible way to get booted out of the footy too, I guarantee that. So if people are listening along and they're thinking about having some kind of involvement tonight, I think if you if you are using that kind of language, you won't be in your seat for too long.
So the club and the league have combined to arrange for extra security tonight, and it's worth noting it's going to be a heavily viced crowd. So even though Adelaide and Collingwood went all in terms of the tickets that were on offer last Thursday, the AFL has told me that it was 5-1 the way of Adelaide. So 45,000 Crows fans, 5,000 Collingwood fans, and a lot of those would have travelled over today as part of the Collingwood bus. That the club actually paid 50% of the fare to get those from Southern Cross Station at 7 a.m. over here for the game, and then they're returning tonight at 11 p.m. and arrive back in Melbourne at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
It's a great thing the club's done, isn't it? To split the bill, and basically given that the airlines jack up the flights this time of year, and a great way to get as many of their fans across in an affordable way as possible.
I'm going on a golf trip in November, and I booked return flights for $230.
Wow.
And that's to Melbourne.
Yep.
And then it's one way, $1,000. Like, that is insane. There actually has to be something put in place, surely.
Got to be. Andrew Stevens, Hayden Meyer, Simon Meredith and Jacob Mollison are the 4 umpires tonight. They're all in yellow. And the first one's out on the ground as we await the arrival of the Magpies.
3 of the 4 from round 23 as well, with the couple of infamous crow throws. So we'll see if the crowd gets behind them tonight. But I think there were both parties that were a bit aggrieved with those umpires the last time these two sides met.
We're going to get our first look here at the reception that Collingwood will get. They spent 13 weeks as the number 1 side in the competition. And the Magpies, they know all about September. Nobody's featured in more final series, has played in more grand finals. No side's won more premierships than them in the history of the VFL AFL competition. And of course, the season before last, they were the team on the top of the mountain holding up the cup. They've been the oldest team in it the whole way through. And in all 23 games, now 24 games they've played this year, they have been the older of the sides. Their record against the best, so 4-7 against fellow top 8 teams, 4-7. But as you alluded to a short time ago, Jamo, those 4 wins did come earlier in the year. The last top 8 side that they beat was in May. That was before winter had started. It's now come and gone, and we're in the spring. So it's been a minute since they've beaten a top 8 team.
Yeah, so look, again, they haven't, and I think that's the challenge. And we heard then Josh Fraser just talk about, they feel they're in better order, and round 23 was probably the best game they'd played in that 7 or 8 week block too. So if they can find something, emulate that, but I don't know if just bringing in Mason Cox is going to be the answer for him up forward.
Well, the other thing that never ceases to amaze me in this game of AFL footy is how fickle media people are, supporters are. After round 22, when Collingwood played Hawthorn, everyone was writing them off. They're too old, they're too slow. We saw them here in that round 23 game against Adelaide, where they got back to somewhere near their best. So I guess my question probably to you, Jamo, without notice, are they lacking leg speed in the midfield? You got your Pendlebury, side bottom, those sorts of players. Do they lack a little bit of genuine zip in there?
I think their efficiency, which I've loved by them in the first half of the season, with the way that they would play, they would normally go in to a forward 50 and score, and they haven't been able to do that. Last time they played here, they went in 71 times, only scored 8 goals, and with that, Adelaide were able to intercept on 37 occasions. It's just a phenomenal number. Yes, they went in that many times, but they just couldn't find the target they were after.
If you couldn't tell by that reception in the background as Jamo was talking, the Magpies have made their way out onto the ground. They're predominantly in white with the black stripes and the white shorts on.
Don't you love that?
Mixed, to say the least. The Magpies reception. We are told as many as 15,000 Collingwood fans are in the house tonight. There's not too many of them making much noise there. 16-7 is their record, and just to your point, Josh, there's really no surprise that when McCreary and Hill have been missing from this lineup, they have struggled, and they don't quite have that same toe. Fortunately, McCreary has come up despite his foot concern, so he is playing tonight, but Bobby Hill obviously still absent for personal reasons.
Look, Bobby Hill, he's the big out for Collingwood. And you go back to that round 23 game against Adelaide where they had the 71 inside 50. Sometimes that's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse because of the balls living in your front half. There's that much density and it's hard to find avenues to goal. Hence probably the reason why Mason Cox comes back into this side, but they lack a little bit of genuine class at ground level. So obviously the Bobby Hill is a big out, but McCreary, Schultz, a little bit of speed around the footy. And applying that forward 50 pressure will be invaluable to the Pies tonight.
Well, I think, just to add to that forward pressure, they had 32 tackles, Collingwood, on the inside 50 to Adelaide 6 in round 23. So I just think that Collingwood threw absolutely everything. They haven't got much more to punch, you know, like they're almost punch drunk in the end.
Yeah, and this is the thing that concerns me about Adelaide. The game breaker in that last quarter was Isaac Rankin, who turned the game on its head. So that's the concern for me without Isaac Rankin present at the Crows.
The home team are here. They're back in September for the first time in 8 years. And they're about to make their way onto the Plain Arena. We'll have a listen in. And I'm sure they'll be serenaded by this 50,000 strong crowd. We're getting pictures on our monitors of them walking through the race and the tunnel and about to hit Adelaide Oval for a home final. Returning to September for the first time since 2017, as they did then, the minor premiers. Two stragglers at the back. Alex Neil-Bullen with his young child and Texas 3 kids. Louis is in an Adelaide jumper, I might note.
Does he have Collingwood socks on?
The Adelaide Crows back in finals footy for the first time since 2017. Of course, that year they were the minor premiers. They made it all the way to grand final day, and that is where the road ended for them. Incredibly, they've won 12 of their last 13 games. Their only loss in that time was on a 4-degree night in Tasmania. We were there, Jamo. They lost by 3 points that night to the Hawthorn Football Club in a game in which Adelaide was in a winning position. They led for most of the night. They kicked wayward early, and they still had a chance on the back of Rankin's goal late in the piece. Ultimately, they dropped that game, and that's it. In 3 months of footy, that is the only time this team's been beaten.
Well, they won the previous 3, then losing round 10 to Collingwood by 10 points. So their form has been outstanding, and we talk about Adelaide. They haven't just got to the front or kicked to the front. They've actually been challenged on multiple times, and it's just how they've won. They've won ways that in years gone by, a lot of people would just go, Adelaide can't win this one, or they fall that far behind, but they just continually find ways. And yet, recently they talk about their modes and which and how they play within a game. They can change. They don't need to wait to a break. And they've trained it to the point of, I think, the outcome this year that they've been able to win the games that they have.
Both teams are out on the ground. The countdown is on for the national anthems and the welcome to country, which will obviously precede the opening bounce. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. This is Finals Footy.
It's electric at the Adelaide Oval, Corby, and some see this as a 5-year journey from the wooden spoon in 2020. Others see it as an 8-year one back to 2017. I'd argue this is a 16-year culmination. So all the way back to the last time these two sides met in the finals, 2009.
What were you doing 16 years ago? You were in high school.
I was in high school. Semi-final, and that was the infamous moment of the Crows were robbed right in front of me, where Jack Anthony's clipped by Ben Rutten, set shot on goal, Pies get the job done. And since then it has been an absolute roller coaster. So Jack Gunston came and went, Kurt Tippett's salary saga, Phil Walsh passed away, Patrick Dangerfield left, the 2017 grand final, the camp that followed, the first round pick failures, the wooden spoon, the racism saga with Taylor Walker, Ben Keys hits the post and there's the goal umpire controversy, and finally after all of it we get to this point where they are the minor premier, they are the premiership favourite, and it is a packed record breaking crowd. I could not imagine what it would be like to be a Crows fan right now after the last decade that they have suffered through.
I need you to be glass half full, Larry.
12-1 this year at home, the Crows. Their only loss was in Gather Round, which was an AFL game. Scored over 100 points in 8 of those 12 wins for the Adelaide Crows this year. Just a minute on Taylor Walker, so 300 games tonight. He's really the milestone in the game. Only becomes the 110th player in VFL AFL history to get there. But just the 5th Crow, Jamo, so joins a hell of a list. Hart, Rashudo, McLeod, Edwards, Walker. How does his name sit alongside those other 4?
Oh, very comfortably in amongst all of that too. And I think when you go back and when he was trying to get into the team, Neil Craig was the coach at the time, and there was a lot of push that he should be in there, and it was how he was behaving, I think, more so off-field. The standard he was setting in his defensive side of the game wasn't quite where Neil Craig saw it, so he went back and spent a fair bit of time at Nord and managed to get himself into the team. And look, he's a really big, imposing person and personality off the field, on the field as well. the profile that he has here in Adelaide. He's a real country lad and a country boy at heart. He's not as clean, as polished as maybe some captains have been, or some players that spend so much time in the media, but gee, hasn't he just given his all? And the way that he has played and represented the club, 678 goals, and probably 2 years ago we're thinking he's probably struggling to even make this team, let alone get a game. And now here we are right in 2025, and you're probably saying, let's sign him up for another year. And you can manage him, play him. He takes a key defender, and he can contribute both on the field and with the leadership.
Well, Gemma, I was lucky enough to be his line coach as the forwards coach in 2018. And you talk about quality people. I don't reckon there's many better, or anyone better than Taylor Walker. His ability to connect with people. I remember when my three young boys, they were sort of a lot younger than they were now, 7 years ago, but walked into the Adelaide Footy Club. They immediately were attracted to Taylor Walker. So in terms of his impact on me, I guess on my family, but what I've witnessed as a neutral observer from the outside has been huge. And I can't speak highly enough. I even texted him during the week, not even thinking he'd still have my number, but he came straight back and said, well done on the North gig. So he's a star. He's
an absolute ratbag too, and a massive prankster at the club. He's done so many things. He's put someone's house up for sale. What? Mark Keane only a couple of weeks ago apparently jumped in the shower and ready to go to the airport to play a game, and he put a pair of flippers in his bag. So he's got into state, he's opened it and goes, is this my bag? There's some flippers in there. And there was another one that he was sharing he's on radio the other day, though. There's like a whistle that you buy a candy or a lolly, and he stuck it in Josh Worrell's tailpipe. So every time he's driving along, and it's just started whistling. This went for 2.5 weeks. And then he dropped it in, and to get a service on, and he pulled it out. Nothing wrong with your car, Josh. Comes back the next day, puts it back in.
See, that would drive me insane. There's some... You need those people in footy clubs, don't you?
At your age, Tex.
Correct. 300 for him tonight, 200 for Alex Neil-Bullen, 150 for Josh Dacos, and also a little milestone for Mark Keane, by the way, plays his 50th game as a Crow tonight.
32-page spread in the local paper for Taylor Walker today as well. And there's going to be a lot going on this week for him. He's had a lot of lovely messages, and I know the highlight of it all would be winning tonight. But I reckon right behind it was getting a message from Lynn McGranger, who's from Home and Away. He is a huge fan of the soap opera and got an actual personalised message congratulating him on the 300 milestone.
Talk about acting your age, Gemmo. Just doubles up as the same line on that front. All right, what are we leaning into here? So Crows, 8 years since their last finals campaign, untested in September. Can't win it from clearance. Can't move it out of the defensive 50. That has been the Crows story over the last 4 weeks. What do you look at the Collingwood side of things, where the Cox selection, is that bringing back a horses for courses type selection, or does it speak to desperation? This is a guy that hasn't played since round 19. He's still goalless in 6 of his last 8 games, so not as if he's been kicking a heap of goals in the matches that he has played. And it is a team that hasn't beaten the top 8 side now going back till the end of May. So there are a couple of things depending on which way you're trying to lean into this evening. Before we get into the national anthems, which are a couple of minutes away, Josh Franco and Rod Jamieson, what are your final thoughts here?
Well, you talk about Mason Cox. I actually really like his inclusion. You've got Membry, Myercheck, McStay, all very similar heights and types of players. I still have these memories of Mason Cox in that final against Richmond in 2018. He absolutely ripped the game apart and was unbelievable. So I have visions of that from Collingwood's perspective. If they can get enough inside 50s, if they can get anywhere near the number that they did a couple of weeks ago, can he take a few clunks? And I dare say that's the reason that Mason Cox has come into this lineup. The other thing that Mason Cox does, he does give them ascendancy in the ruck when Big Darcy Cameron has to come off the ground. So I really like that inclusion. For me, the game, Adelaide, they have to, as you said earlier, Jamo, they have to break even in the stoppage scenario. The ball up, the boundary throw-ins around the ground. You talk about their inability to move the ball out of their back 50 from Adelaide's perspective, but I'll tell you what, between the arcs, if Collingwood allow them to get speed on the ball, hold on to your hats.
And I think looking back at round 23 again, like the clearance work, Pendlebury, Dacos, Ned Long, Darcy Cameron, and then it's Jordan Dawson. The hit-outs to advantage Riley O'Brien. Hit-outs, again, significant, but first possession, Cameron, Long, Pendlebury, Crisp, and then Dawson. So that's the area where Adelaide need to do well. They will allow Collingwood to come back through the middle and give them a bit of time. And I think we saw in that game that they went through the middle and they were rushed and the pressure came from Adelaide and they weren't able to hit that target. So I think that's the area of improvement from Collingwood if they can work on that. But I just feel that Adelaide are fully aware of what they need to do in the midfield, and then we've spoken, tonight already about their ability in defence to be able to bring it to ground, win possession, take it the other way, and the firepower up forward is elite, plus the pressure. That's why I feel Adelaide will be too good tonight.
Jamo and Josh here on ABC Sport all night long. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryants to call the footy. Josh Franco and Rod Jamison. Tom Wilson on the boundary. Riley off the SMS 0437 774 774. I'm here on the hill. It's absolutely buzzing and jam-packed. Good luck with the call. Thanks, Riley. Nice to hear from you. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Tomorrow night, of course, the second qualifying final. Geelong and Brisbane. Neil and Berry both back for the Lions. Reece Stanley out for the Cats. And then the two elimination finals coming up on Saturday, starting with the Giants and the Hawks, and then it will be the Dockers and the Suns. Does the power stance make a return? The Crows are back in September. Let's take you down to the Welcome to Country and, of course, the national anthem.
Looks like we're just about to do a wedding ceremony down there with that lady in that white dress, isn't it? She looks stunning.
And two teams facing one another. They'll be waiting for the television signal to come through and make sure they're right to go. Fair to say
Australian Football League and Premier Partner Toyota welcomes you to the 2025 Toyota AFL Final Series, and tonight the first qualifying final between the Adelaide Crows and Collingwood. The AFL acknowledges the Kaurna people, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the great game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome proud Kaurna and Narungga man, Jack Buckskin.
Yankana Mena, Namani Purchi. Gana Benjini Kaganya Pundu it Pina Kunowich Bakaning I Tangiwilta Ghana Naranga Werangumil. Yalakangarlu Tanda Nyanga Tikandi Ghana me and a Yaiti Yartamatanya. Maruechangarlu Kubuki and a mini Yalakangarlu Wangandi, Manina Burning Arluku Yartana. Kumari Yaiti Mini Yalaka Manina Burning Arluku Yartana, Narlukubuki and a mina Mukabang Yaita Tekama. I welcome you on the Kaurna country on behalf of Kaurna people, and pay respects to our other countrymen that have come and joined us here on Kaurna country here today, and all the visitors that have travelled this amazing state. On behalf of Kaurna, we stand on a land known as Tarndanya, the dreaming place of the big red kangaroo. And on behalf of all Kaurna people, we're honoured to welcome you in a protocol that is important for us to acknowledge the spiritual ancestors of the land, but the spirit that comes to this space with everybody that's travelled. Inside you is a spirit, and today our spirits get to share this beautiful country together. Ngachalia, welcome.
Thank you, Jack. And if you're able to, could you please stand and remove your hats? Join the coaches, the players and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by JL Weiner.
Gifts, our beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage above Australia fair. In joyful strength and let us sing our dance, Australia fair.
There's nothing quite like it. The roar after the national anthem ahead of the first final and the new season about to begin. It's all in front of us. The first qualifying final, Adelaide and Collingwood. The winner gets the week off in the home prelim, while for the loser they will find themselves in a sudden death semi next weekend against either GWS or Hawthorn. Now, Matty Samet is boasting an undefeated record in games that he's played at this year involving the Adelaide Crows, and so how could he not be here for the biggest game of their season so far? Here is Matt Samet, the saxophonist. There's Matt Samet, one half of the Lunar Society. The captains have just met at the coin toss. Tom Wilson is the fifth member of our team. He's on the boundary. Tom, good evening to you.
Good evening, Corby. What an atmosphere it is down here. And Jordan Dawson, the Adelaide skipper, has won the toss and he's kicking to the riverbank end of the ground, the same end he kicked to when they beat Collingwood back in round 23. Unbelievable atmosphere. The saxophonist has a perfect record and the Crows will be hoping to take it to another level here tonight. Two changes for both teams. Max Michelani and Luke Pedler back in. Billy Dowling and Sid Draper out for Collingwood. Mason Cox and Will Parker. And the benches for you to start off the game: Luke Pedler, Zach Taylor, James Peatling and Mitch Hinge for Adelaide. For Collingwood, Will Parker, Ned Long, Bo McCreary and Brodie Myercheck. And the subs are Brodie Smith and Rowan Steele. Should be fantastic. The conditions are perfect. It's currently 11 degrees. Could get a little cooler around 7, but it's going to be a fantastic night of footy.
Thanks, Tom. We'll chat with you closely throughout. Give us a tip then, Josh.
Oh, look, I think Adelaide, interestingly as well, just looking at Adelaide ahead of the ball, Michelani starting forward.
Jamo?
Yeah, I think Adelaide will be too good tonight by a bit.
A modern-day rivalry as good as the game has. And after 207 regular season games, only 9 remain. The race for the premiership begins in earnest. It's finals footy on ABC Sport. The first qualifying final, Adelaide versus Collingwood. You're with Aaron Bryans.
Dawson and DeGoey, Josh Dacos in the middle as well. O'Brien stares down Cameron and here we go. The Pies, Ruckman wins it down, but it's sharp by Berry. Straight out of the middle for the home side. Adelaide inside 50. Philthorpe on the charge. Copped an edge from Frampton, hits the deck. Big man for the Crows. Philthorpe hands it to Nilborn. He jammed it forward and only found Maynard in the right back pocket. And 50 as well as the man on the mark encroached.
Nick Murray's gone to Mason Cox, Collingwood through the middle.
He'll play on early down the spine. Berry cut it off in front of Houston. Puts his head over the footy, played for high. No free kick. Neil Bullen now rushes another kick towards the 50. Collingwood well set. Frampton takes it, gives it to Quaynor, then Pendlebury. And now to the broadcast wing, presenting as Schultz.
Pendlebury, the wily old vet, in pre-game interview said, I'm sure they'll be nervous in their dressing room. They've got so many guys that haven't played finals footy before, just making sure that that's an advantage Collingwood have. The short kicking game, Schultz to Pendles and now to Maynard. And cheers for Maynard. He's all about qualifying final night. Kicks down the line. Cameron the target, not the D. Spills down the Crows way, picked up by Cumming and he's ushered over the boundary line. The umpire might have called a ball up just before it went out, so it'll be a stoppage regardless.
Tell you what, Corbin, though, you can feel the energy up here, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
Hot start. Game on.
Adelaide Oval sparkling tonight for the first qualifying final as Laird's tackled DeGoey and Cameron bring him to ground. Crows in their home strip, so the tricolours with the navy shorts and Collingwood all in white with the black stripes.
Throw a blanket over them, close to the benches. Cameron down, was looking for Nick Dacos, bobbled its way to Chris, tries to barge through O'Brien, who won't let him go. And a ball up to come close to where we started. Still left half forward for the Pies at the moment. Quick reset, tossed into the air. Andrew Stevens to get us back underway. DeGoey tracking. Nick Dacos will walk it over. Boundary throw in to come. Now, the Josh Dacos injection is interesting, Josh Franco, because you mentioned Collingwood didn't have speed on the ball the last few weeks.
Yeah.
They've put him in the fourth term and they've dominated against the last two sides they did so.
Yeah, speed at ground level 2.
Now he starts at stoppage tonight.
From the boundary throw in, Cameron palms it down. He's Schultz. He's tackled straight away and a ball up again on the wing.
Also, Corbin, just looking ahead of the ball for Adelaide, Michelani, who started forward, he's as we predicted through the preview, he's spending a fair bit of time high at the stoppage.
Stoppage to start. O'Brien palms it down. He's Nick Dacos, scoops it up, trying to wrong foot Saligo. Kicks off his left. Schultz takes the sprawling mark.
That's a phenomenal kick, Nick Dacos.
Lost his shoe in the process, goes back, collects that as Schultz goes long inside the forward 50. Out the back, here's Elliott. He hugs it to his chest. And Jamie Elliott, their leading goal kicker, has got it at full forward.
Well, tell you what, make no mistake, that kick from Nick Dacos, you can't overestimate and oversell how important that was. His ability on the wrong side on his left to change the angle of the kick, which set up that forward entry to put the Adelaide Crows defenders under the pump. Elliott took a mark on his chest.
Jamie Elliott, his accuracy is down over the last month, 20% on the season. Their leading goal kicker all year leads the way. Collingwood strikes first. And Jamie Elliott kicks the opener in the qualifying final. One straight. The Magpies, the home team, yet to score. 3 and a bit minutes in. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they're entering into forward 52. Just that contest, high ball at the time. And as a defender, you want to go and get to the contest. You sometimes follow your immediate opponent in. But Jamie Elliott was the one that just measured, read the football well. Hugh Bond, his immediate opponent, got sucked in. And it went over the back.
And I think the other thing as well, Jamo, their speed of entry as well put the Adelaide Crows defenders under the pump. It wasn't slow. It didn't allow their mids to get back to support their back six. And terrific play there, as I said, from Nick Dacos with that change of angle with that kick on his opposite foot. But Elliott, great finish.
Pies are up early in round 23 as well. 25-point advantage. Can they continue this hot start in the qualifying final? Bounce in the middle. Cameron stays down and wins it, but it's roved by O'Brien. Gives it to Saligo. Another exit for Adelaide. Backtracking was Michael Annie, slipped through his mitts. Perryman now picks it off for the Pies. A tumbling footy to the eastern side. Dawson's happy to leave it, take his time, take advantage of the shepherd from Curtin. The skipper will backtrack. Tried to get it across to Worrell. Kick smothered. Rolls over the boundary line. Tom Wilson downstairs.
Yeah, talking about Max Michaelani and that roll on Josh Dacos. Well, we know Dacos started in the middle of the ground. He's lining up on Scott Pendlebury, but just watching Max Michaelani closely, I think it's rattled him a little bit looking for that Josh Dacos matchup. He's ended up on Scott Pendlebury at this stage.
Crows win it from a stoppage here. High kick inside the forward 50 from Laird over the head of its intended target. Unkind bounce for Frampton. Toe poke through on the line. Neil Bullen claiming the first. And the Ark will be involved. And Adelaide's first of the night will have to wait.
What about the kick of Laird just coming through the contest? Launched it deep from the half-forward line.
Soft calls are behind, Jamo.
A barrel.
Yeah.
Call to behind.
Well, the other thing as well, Jamo, just with that clearance, with all the byplay that's going on off the ball with matchups and all the rest of it, Laird found himself at the stoppage, and as you said, was outstanding in clearing the footy.
There's a little bit of daylight there between
there is
the boot and the ball.
I'd want to probably go back even further. Do you reckon it was
who did it come off before all that?
Frampton. Yeah, because I think it sort of came off maybe even Neil Bullen's foot prior to that.
Yeah, he certainly didn't toe poke it on the line. Oh, hang on. There's another angle, and the Crows fans think the ball is tumbling off the boot of Neil Bullen.
I'm not sure you can overrule that.
And the other camera doesn't support that. It shows that there's a gap between the ball and the boot. But I'm with you, Jamie. Take it back one frame before and see who had the last touch before the goal line attempt.
Here we go. They're listening to the call. It's off his back.
The shoulder of Frampton.
Yeah.
And the toe poke on the line missed from Neil Bullen. Didn't quite get anything on it. So it'll be a rush behind. That's the first of the night. First score for Adelaide. After Jamie Elliott gold at the other end, so we're half a dozen minutes in. Collingwood one straight, Adelaide one behind. Place is heaving. Cannot spot a spare seat. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
The kick from Neil Bullen landed on Frampton's back, and then it's gone through, and he's tried to kick it again and just missed it, hence the behind.
Pendlebury plays on from the defensive goal square. Searching kick to left half back. Here's the early fly from Cox. Did enough to tap it down to Josh Dacos. They're surging the Pies. McCreary looks inboard. Had to be pinpoint to side bottom and wasn't. Bond tracks it. Little backflip. Trying to get it to Worrell, who spins through McCreary. The Crows with some composure. And Saligo back towards the benches. Clean mark taken from Murray far from home. He'll bang it towards the 50. Walker's there, just bobbled out of his mitts. Maynard pounces, hands it to Pendlebury, and now Quainer on the right back pocket. The jeers of the crowd as he exits to right half back. Pies by 5, and they have the ball at right half back.
So if you're wondering why Isaac Quaynor is getting booed, he received a homophobic slur from Isaac Rankin, and for some reason he's getting jeered here at Adelaide Oval tonight as Lipinski off the back flank goes long down the wing, trying to break it up. Elliott spills down to Membry, hand pass away to Houston, handball to Nick Dacos on the wing. Goes back to older brother Josh, kicks down the boundary line, bouncing footy out in front of Elliott, and he knocks it out of play. And so one of the boundary throwing half forward here for Collingwood, kicking to the Cathedral end or the hill end of the ground in this opening term. 5-point lead for the Magpies. 8 minutes into the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
How good was Hugh Bond then too, just on that last play when they came inside Collingwood, just the smarts to smother the footy, get it back. Josh Worrell was able to clean take up.
Voice of Rod Jamieson alongside Josh Franco. O'Brien taps it down, tracked by Josh Dacos, who can't get there in time and rolls out in front of the Odie stand. Collingwood by 5 in the early stages. Hot crowd to kickstart this final series. O'Brien looking for a measure of revenge against Darcy Cameron, who pipped him in round 23. O'Brien wins it down just wide of his skipper. Tumbled to De Goey. Ricochets out to Josh Dacos. He'll arc around centre wing on the eastern side towards the 50 for Collingwood. Membry's the target. Elliott flew off hands. Front and square is Laird. Hands it to Curtin. Around the body. A rushed exit. Straight down the throat of Darcy Cameron. Forward to the logo.
Adelaide have done that 3 times now, both twice inside 50 and one on the wing.
Back to Frampton. Last final, and the only final he played in, by the way, was the 2023 Grand Final. It was a late inclusion that day. Came in and played that memorable role on Harris Andrews. He goes wide with the kick and finds Perryman. He had his choice of Adelaide last off-season. His childhood colours. Goes long to half forward. Cox caught at the back. Ball hits the deck. Saligo bursting away for Adelaide. Kicks down the wing. Fogarty can't trap it on the hop. Perryman the 1-2 with Pendlebury. Down to half forward for the Pies. Handball out in front of Chris. The AFL's Iron Man dabs it into the pocket. Elliott collects, tackled. Ball comes free. Ball stays alive. Just inside the boundary line. Retrieved by Laird. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. Short kick finds Pedler. Marks at half back for Adelaide. Pies by 5 points, 10 minutes in.
Just his 8th game this season. Big final. His kick is poor on return. Just floated its way to Neil Bullen, and McCreary cut it off with pace. Knocks it over the boundary line on the broadcast wing.
And Jamo, to your point, Adelaide just lacking a little bit of composure with ball in hand, feeling the pressure of the game. The hack kick forward again on that occasion, the turnover. Boundary throw in centre wing.
21 disposals Adelaide, Collingwood 30. Collingwood going at 74% at the moment.
Magpies by 5. Cameron down. Laird first to the footy, wrapped up by Nick Dacos, who crocodile rows him towards the boundary line. Doesn't quite get him over the paint though.
And really important, Adelaide, if they do win the stoppage, to have some composure going forward. Mike Lanny, as we said, high at stoppage, which means Frampton's +1 behind the ball.
Cameron down looking for Chris, picked off by Dawson. Another hat kick forward, and this time it's out on the full. Collingwood free kick in the dual Australian. Darcy Moore has it just wide of the benches. They lead by 5 points in the first qualifying final on ABC Sport.
Adelaide well set up beyond the footy. Shorter kick.
Darcy Moore, the contest kick to half forward. Collapsing in the pack is Dawson. Ball spills down towards Laird. He's tackled on a ball up.
Quite a few clearances and stoppages already in this game. Adelaide 4-2, so they have reversed the trend. We'll see if that can continue.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood with the only goal so far. Crisp whacks it forward. Cummings kicks smothered. Spills to McCreary. Handball to side bottom. Gives it off to Nick Dacos. Oh, the little champ. Pops it through from the pocket. Pies have the first 2. Collingwood 2 straight 12. Adelaide 1 behind. And Collingwood out to stun Adelaide Oval a dozen minutes in. They lead it by 11 points. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Gemmo, just looking at probably one of the key stats, and we've highlighted that, you mentioned it, Adelaide's lack of composure with ball in hand, particularly with the amount of pressure that this game has started with. The kicking efficiencies of Collingwood 71%, Adelaide just the 33%. And as we said, between the arcs they're setting Mike Lanny high, so it's absolutely critical that Adelaide hit targets but have composure with ball in hand. They can't afford to turn the ball over because Collingwood at this point in the game are looking pretty dangerous when they enter forward 50.
Just the way they set up to at the moment, they're actually on the attacking side and they seem to be winning, and not necessarily if they do grab it, they've got an out at the contest, or in that position they're just tapping it forward which is wrong-footing Adelaide too, and there's space for the Collingwood player to run into.
Nick Dacos and Pendlebury combined for 21 touches in the first quarter in round 23, and they've got 8 already here. Out of the middle, towed away by Cameron. Charging onto the footy was Schultz, but overran it in the end. Ripped out by Curtin. Little ship kick hits Thilthorpe. He wants to go. Rolls inboard towards the 50. Walker's one out. The kick was too hot. A heavy one that's plucked by Darcy Moore. Looks for an exit for Collingwood. Well weighted to McCreary. Put it down though. Crisp now set upon by 2. Walls close in. And we'll get a ball up right half forward for Adelaide, down 11.
And I'll tell you what, that play from Thilthorpe is the right play. Took the mark, rolled on. It just didn't hit it to Taylor Walker's advantage side. And Moore took the easy intercept.
Pies with the first 2 goals. Finals footy on ABC Sport from the stoppage. Berry, high kick inside 50 for the Crows. Thilthorpe in the pack. Ball hits the deck. Kind bounce for Taylor. Didn't sit for him. Taylor still a live chance. Knocks it out to Walker. Not to be. Falls Collingwood's way. Maynard. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos. And a relieving kick out of defence. Worrell takes the intercept mark half forward for the Crows.
There was outrage in South Australia when he missed a blazer. But his case across the year has been tremendous. Short pass, and now Curtin at left half forward. This rising star will set it up into the hot spot. Walker with the fly! The Skywalker in game 300. Taylor Walker plucks it 20 from home, slight angle to the left.
Just watching the defence of Collingwood, they actually sat in front of a lot of the players. They actually allowed Taylor Walker as the taller to have the space at the back, which allowed him to then run up, and the defence of Collingwood was unable to get back hard enough or have someone come behind and spoil.
Taylor Walker, 678 goals, the Crows' all-time scoring leader. He comes in, and they rise as one. A sea of adoration to soak in King Tex. Adelaide's first of the night comes at the 14-minute mark. Collingwood's lead down to 5. 2 straight 12, plays 1-1-7. 14 gone in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Well, Gemma, I can't help but feel that that's a really good settler for the Crows. We've mentioned it's only a small sample size. I know 8 minutes of actual game time. They've looked a little bit lacking in composure with ball in hand, but Taylor Walker, just looking at the replay, was allowed to run and jump it, as he said, and you just can't allow this bloke time and space to launch at the footy, and when he's within range as he was, one of the best kicks in the competition.
The 37-year-old Pendlebury, 5 disposals, Josh Dacos 4, Adelaide Josh Worrell is 3, Laird 3, and Dan Curtin also with a 3.
5-point lead for the Magpies. Cameron wins it down. McCreary at the coalface. He doesn't see Taylor coming. Just got a hand pass away to Parker on the wing. Kicks Collingwood to half forward. Schultz appealing for a free, not to be, and Hinge punches it out of bounds. So a throw in between wing and half forward for Collingwood.
I like McCreary on ball as well for Collingwood. Gives them speed at ground level, gets on that loose ball, and he was outstanding on that occasion. Just read the tap beautifully.
2 clearances. Sam Berry also with the 2.
Just repeating, no late changes. So Brodie Smith the sub for the Crows and Rome Steele the sub for Collingwood.
Pies by 5. Boundary throwing cleared both rucks. Thilthorpe tracks it on the bounce. Quick kick up to left half forward, and Darcy Moore strikes again. Another intercept mark. He's had a rough couple of months. Plays on and drops the footy. Slips out of his mitts. Fogarty pounces. Gives it to Dawson. Open goal square. Tumbler from 45. Oh, the captain read the moment magnificently. Adelaide's in front for the first time in the qualifying final. They lead by a point. 2-1-13. Collingwood 2 straight 12. It's electric at the Adelaide Oval. 16 played in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Tremendous pressure there too. I think it was Darcy Fogarty. Moore wanted to come inside. He went to smother. Darcy then tried to hold back the kick, fumbled the footy, and then able to get the handball up. And didn't they just let Darcy know all about it? He's given up, and his opponent and or his indiscretion has caused Adelaide's first 2 goals.
I'll tell you what, Jammo, Darcy Moore I can't rate highly enough, but I reckon he does have a couple of howlers in his bag, and that was one of them. He'd like his time again without question.
That's Dawson's goal. I mean, that's 40 metres out along the ground.
Here's Nick Dacos back in the middle, gets the centre break for Collingwood, puts it onto the chest of Myercheck, who spills it cold. Ball comes down to Millerer. Hand pass to Hinge. Kicks across the half-back line. Finds its way to Curtin, who's off and running. Kicks out to the wing. One bounce out in front of Taylor, who's caught. Good tackle by Parker. Ball spits out to Houston. He's getting jeered too. Puts it out on the full. I love that.
Phil Thorpe gave him one to go on with as well after he kicked the ball out on the full. Dan Houston.
Josh Worrell's going to get the kick, half-back for the Crows, so a 1-point lead for Adelaide.
Runs across the wing in East Stand and bangs it up to centre wing. They converge on the drop. Walker with the fist on Cox. That's a tough task. The Texan and the Tex collide. It trickles out through the logo. Head over the footy was McCreary, set up on by a couple of Crows. Crowd restless. Will get a ball up. Adelaide by a point.
Price with the first two, Adelaide with the next two. One to Walker, one to Dawson. What a way to draw it up from an Adelaide perspective to get the crowd involved. Well, Cox appealing for a free kick. It's going the other way. Phil Thorpe's going to take it. Holding in the ruck contest and the boundary throwing. It's out wide to Walker. Takes the mark left half forward. Still 70 metres out. Walker loads up, kicks to full forward. Moore in a tangle with Fogarty, and in the end, an easy intercept mark for Perryman. Tacks it at fullback for the Magpies, down by one.
Dangerous exit as he looks to left half back. Backtracking Neil Bullen, got a hand in. Michael Annie with the tackle. Wraps up Chris, but will get a ball up right half forward for Adelaide.
The real team defence for Collingwood at the moment, isn't it, too? They're trying to get back when that contest is there. Darcy Fogarty, Darcy Moore one-on-one, but there's another 2 or 3 Collingwood defenders pushing back as well.
Crows by a point. Cox down to Long, handed it back to Chris. Kick smothered. Ricochets into the 50 for the Crows. Collingwood have numbers. Perryman gets it wide. Long tries to squeeze a kick up to left half back. Whistle as it tumbles towards the pack. And a free kick for a hold to Adelaide. Cubon. Big night for him. Just his 12th game. Entrusted down back. Bond bangs it in. Moore in the pack. Got hands to it. It collapsed. Free kick Collingwood.
That was there. I saw it off the ball. Taylor Walker, 2 hands in the back of Frampton. Crowd not happy, but well spotted by the umpire. This bloke's starting to hurt him, Nick Dacos, too.
He's got it on a string again tonight, Nick Dacos. Back pocket here, possession 5 already. He's already kicked the goal. Looks for Pendlebury. Difficult option. Spills down to Cox. He left it behind. Peatling steals it. Hand pass back inboard for the Crows. Scrap on again for the footy. Parker knocks it out of the rubble. Lipinski to Nick Dacos. Handball to Quaynor. Back to Lipinski. He flares it out wide. On the wing is Houston. He's another one in the Crows fans' scope tonight. Goes short and finds Schultz, who marks it half forward, trying to keep a bit of speed on the ball. Hand pass back to Houston. Kicks inside 50. Wanted Elliott. He's getting it free for a push. And Elliott will get it wide out right half forward for the Crows. For the Pies, sorry.
That is incredibly soft.
Well, the other thing is we spoke to Josh Fraser before the game. He talked about the connection inside forward 50. Dan Houston's the one they want the ball in the hands of.
It's definitely for the Pies, not for the Crows. See what they do here, Jamo? They just try and convert you to their way of thinking.
As a coach?
Even I'm saying the Crows at this particular juncture. Here we go. Jamie Elliott wide out. Has to kick at 55. Decides to lay it up instead. Centering kick to go. He leaps up. No mark. Falls down in front of Long. Trying to hold it in. In the end, Lipinski ushers it out. Oh, Josh Dacos left it from McCreary. Adelaide intercept. Neil Bullen gives it to Berry. Kicks out of defence.
Just bangs it to the broadcast wing. Collingwood have numbers. But the bounce is kind for Keys, who is surging through and ran straight into the Frampton wall. It was a strong and tough tackle.
What a tackle, Frampton.
What a tackle.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Keys gave him the don't argue as well, but stood tough and stuck it. Well done, Billy Frampton.
Bit of afters, but it's freed up the Pies on the broadcast wing. Frampton spots Perryman, who dances and dodges, breaks the ankles of Peatling into the 50, Cox direction. Fist came in from O'Brien, hits the deck. It's a dangerous area. Myercheck dumped. Ball up to come, 20 out in Collingwood's 50. They currently are down by a point.
Riley O'Brien has just laid a couple of tremendous tackles in this first quarter.
Crowd involvement, full points in this opening quarter. They are involved in everything. As O'Brien pumps it down straight to McCreary. Kick smothered. Ricochets back to Elliott. Hand pass to DeGoey. His kick smothered. Millerer with the 1%er. Dawson to get out of here. Kick up to half-back and Quaynor. Don't boo him. You should be booing yourselves. Isaac Quaynor at left half forward with the footy. And the man on the mark 51 metres out.
But I tell you what, Adelaide dodged a bullet there. McCreery was left all alone at that stoppage, got his hands on it, couldn't finish. Now, as we said, Quaynor with the opportunity. Probably outside his range, take his best kick.
In his 81st consecutive game, one of their 16 premiership players in tonight. Quaynor out to the right, kicks a home run, drop punt right to the line. It doesn't quite get there, and it's helped through on the line as Worrell is pushed over with the footy. A minor score for the Magpies. It ties the game 2-1-13 apiece. 23 minutes in.
Gemma, that's probably one of those kicks from Quaynor. Just hit the top of the goal square, outside your range, long point, not what they want. Crows can now reset with a kick in.
That's the one where you want Mason Cox. He's the player that you just put it out, let him lead up onto it.
Mark King gives it everything. Up towards the centre square. Jordan Dawson floats it from the side. It's a vintage move from the skipper, and he looks for the switch. Out to the logo on the eastern wing. Bounces in the path of Curtin. Time to track it. Schultz closing. Kicks up to left half forward. 2-on-2. Quaynor dispatches Pedler and takes the intercept mark. Matched up on Isaac Rankin 3 weeks ago. Many of the Crows faithful will blame him for the absence of their star mid. Quaynor up towards the logo. 2-on-1. Adelaide have the outnumber. Front position. Brought to ground. Dawson couldn't control it. Murray becomes the tackler, extracted by DeGoey, and now Long for the Pies. Tumbles it up to right half forward. Elliott committed the body, trying to brush off Worrell. Doesn't matter, Adelaide will win out. Worrell gets back to his feet, up to centre wing, and a nice flying half from Pedler.
I'll tell you what, that was a mark and a half too. Under all sorts of pressure there from Quaynor.
The lefty heads down to half forward, and Darcy Moore intercepts across that half-back line, and Collingwood a stringy nose together.
They are, Corbin. I'm just looking at the numbers. 9-1. Collingwood intercept marks. Adelaide just the 1.
I know what Matty Nix will be addressing a quarter time straight away.
As Moore goes long down the wing, flying from the back, Myercheck, not to be, spills down to Long, hand pass to Schultz, handball inside, missed his intended target. Lipinski breaks it up with Worrell, pushes it inside the forward 50. Pies collect through the goalie, tackled, umpire says, I'll have it. Richard from Quaynor, I think, Richard from Geelong, I think it's poor form that the Adelaide supporters are booing Quaynor. 0437 774 774, the SMS number.
Tossed up, Cox down, straight to Pendlebury. Hooks it from 45, not enough curl. Sits up on the behind line, tracked by Membry, but not through by Keane. Collingwood hit the front again by a point. Tom Wilson downstairs for ABC Sport.
Yeah, the ball just refuses to go out, so it's affecting key rotations for both teams, especially the Crows. Jake Saligo has been stuck on the bench for the last 10 minutes.
Queenstown second lead change of the night. Pies by 1. Fogarty the target coming out of defence. Their free kick was paid, and in the end the upset, Peatling took the advantage. So Adelaide have to mop it up. Bond gives it away towards Curtin, who kicks short on the wing. O'Brien the target, punched away by Cox, and then a shove to O'Brien. Mason Cox, he's more than happy to be the villain and wear the black hat here tonight. We'll have a boundary throwing on the wing.
He's quite happy doing that, absolutely, Corbin, but he needs to get hold of the footy. Just the one disposal to this point in the game. Hasn't had any influence at all.
Pies by a point. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed in. Mason Cox commits early to O'Brien. Shallow drops. Saligo's there. Head over the footy. Kick smothered by Pendlebury. Rolls towards Josh Dacos. A toe from Cumming. Towards the centre square. Dawson now for Adelaide with the volley. Straight towards Houston at centre half back.
Not happy with Houston either.
Context of that is he took out Isaac Rankin in the showdown last year when he was playing for Port Adelaide. Heads wide to Quaynor, now Perryman. Swings it through the logo on the eastern side, and Parker's in space. The former cricketer, bit of spin as he curls it up towards right half forward. And the mark taken by Long, too far out to score. Waits for a teammate to float in, and Parker just kept running. Launches back, takes it at its highest point. 45 from home, tight angle, right-hand side.
One of the interesting stats as well, sorry, Jamo, just the marks. So it's 27 Collingwood, 9 to Adelaide. Just shows you the different styles of play that both sides have come into this contest.
Quick kick up towards the behind line, tried to set it up, couple of flyers, too high, free kick going the way of Brodie Myercheck. Miller committed alongside Hinge. Myercheck had front position. Almost caught the Crows off guard there as he flew into the air. Maybe even some tunnelling in the process. Regardless, Brodie Myercheck's getting the set shot 10 out.
And even further to that, Adelaide haven't really looked composed with ball in hand, have they? And that's obviously highlighted by the intercept marks from Collingwood. But Collingwood, on the other hand, sort of maintaining possession through a kick mark and looking quite dangerous with their ball movement.
Held goalless 3 weeks ago against Mark Keane. Brodie Myercheck comes in and misses to the right-hand side from 15 out. Collingwood Forwards lead 2 points. Time on in the first of the qualifying final.
That's a big miss.
You've got to take those moments in an away final. Laird marks the kick out and then goes long down the wing, spills to Saligo of the Crows, takes on side bottom, feeds it further forward, sprawling effort, Josh Dacos, hand pass close to the boundary line, Nick's there to scoop it up. There's that telepathy between the pair, kicks back inboard, dangerous kick, spills to Berry, taken high, front on by Long. Free kick for Berry on the wing and the Crows.
Really, Josh Dacos doesn't normally, he's more composed, albeit under pressure. Dangerous kick in the middle of the ground.
Long inside 50, ball spills front and centre, Keys passing through, knocked off it. Parker, ball held to him on the bottom of that pack, and the ump says I'll have it. So Pies by 2, deep into time on here, opening turn, finals footy on ABC Sport.
2.5 minutes remaining, first quarter, deep in Adelaide's forward.
Tossed up, O'Brien looked for the overhead tap. Josh Dacos surging by, left it behind. Fogarty tries to wrestle his way out of the grip some more. Ball up to come, still 25 out.
These repeat stoppages inside Adelaide's forward 50. This is where you miss the presence of Isaac Rankin.
Cameron gets a tap down straight to Maynard and he jams it out of there. High spiral. Out to present was Membry. Did enough to knock it down front square to Lipinski. Steps in and out, then around the body, curls it back to Membry, who took the mark at left half back.
It was touched, actually, and one umpire caught it, and the umpire in control has said it was a mark.
Former Saint gets some relief, but the ball didn't come straight back to him, so the Crows have some time to set up on the broadcast wing. Collingwood by 2, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Membry, first final for him since 2020, of course a late out in 2023. And had some Kilda elimination final against the Giants, goes long down the wing and knocked out of play.
Still side bottom, normally prominent, only one disposal. Jordan De Goey with the 2 for Collingwood.
Two-point lead for the Pies. Finals footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien reaching over the top, palms it down, distracted by Laird, gets a kick up over halfway. Quaynor paddles it out in front of Moore, collects, tackled, lost it, cleaned up by side bottom, hand pass back to his mate Pendlebury, surrenders into the tackle of Phil Thornton, a ball up.
That's better pressure by Adelaide too, just that 2 or 3 handballs back to Collingwood, and the big tackle, shut it down, stun again.
Cameron stands underneath the drop, tapped it straight to Berry though, wrapped up by De Goey, pops out to Laird, drives his head into De Goey, and we'll get a ball up where we started. Collingwood by 2, closing in on quarter time.
Ben Keys hasn't touched the football.
O'Brien down, straight to Berry, awkward bounce, then a fumble. Cameron tries to rip it out. Berry kept fighting. Ball toes its way towards O'Brien. He knocked it straight to Pendlebury. Side bottom gets his second touch. A sweeping handball for the Pies up towards the centre square. Josh Dacos bowls over hinge, bobbles up. Tapped down by Long. Adelaide keep fighting. Keys soccers it out of there. Phil Thorpe wasn't expecting it. Late surge out of the 50. Cut off by Collingwood's Maynard. Did well despite losing his footing to break away. Play on and kick up to left half forward to Myercheck. Fist came across though from Murray. Worrell tracks it on the broadcast wing.
Kicks over halfway, finds Fogarty. 40 seconds left in the quarter. No one stands the mark. Fogarty between wing and half forward. Forward 50 fills up. Phil Thorpe the target over his head, and then the intercept mark for Cameron.
Gee whiz, Jamie, some of their entries inside forward 50 from Adelaide's perspective have been pretty poor.
Yep.
Again, on that occasion, Fogarty just didn't give his forwards an opportunity to contest that ball.
Cameron long down the line. Punched away and out of play. Mark Keane puts his fist through it.
The other thing that's happening, as we said, Mike Laney's coming high to the stoppage, which is giving Collingwood a +1 behind the ball. So behind the footy, Collingwood look pretty stable with the extra.
Tom Wilson on the boundary.
Jamie Elliott's come off the ground porting at a lower leg injury, and the trainers are doing a lot of work around his shin, and just that sort of outer calf area will keep a watch on it.
Would be a huge blow. He's been the match winner twice against the Crows in the last decade. Tossed back in, out of the stoppage, long to Nick Dacos. Time's ticking down. One last roll of the dice in the first. Dacos outside of the boot, heads to Myercheck, 3 to beat, and Miller flies over the top of him. The match-saving mark, or the quarter-saving mark on the siren. And the Collingwood will lead by 2 at the first change. What an arm wrestle in the first qualifying final. 2-3-15 the Pies, 2-1-13 the Crows. The goal scorers all individual. Dawson, Walker, Elliott and Nick Dacos.
Your thoughts throughout the night on the SMS 0437 774 774. James in Ballarat enjoying the call, but wow, what a disgraceful showing from the Adelaide Oval crowd. Marcus in South Melbourne, I started the match supporting the Crows, but the crowd's behaviour has really turned me off. Caring whether they win or lose, extremely poor from Adelaide. And just in contrast to that, David in Lonnie, Corbin, stop sounding like a twat. I have a dog in the fight too, but you whinging about who is being booed doesn't help us. They are supporters at a footy game. So there's both sides of it on that front. Matt says 4 generations of family gathered in front of a muted TV with ABC on the radio on a mild night in Canberra. Go the Pies from Matt. Matt, nice to hear from you as we keep it PG on the SMS 0437 774 774. Magpies by 2 at quarter time, and this is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here, and there's no turmeric latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Nick Dacos scoops it up, trying to wrong foot Saligo. Kicks off his left. Schultz takes the sprawling mark.
That's a phenomenal kick, Nick Dacos.
He's shoe in the process, goes back, collects that as Schultz goes long inside the forward 50. Out the back is Elliott, he hugs it to his chest. Their leading goal kicker all year leads the way. Collingwood strikes first. And Jamie Elliott kicks the opener in the qualifying final. Crisp whacks it forward. Cummings kicks smothered. Spills to McCreary. Handball to side bottom. Gives it off to Nick Dacos. Oh, the little champ pops it through from the pocket. Pies have the first 2.
Short pass, and now Curtin at left half forward. This rising star will set it up into the hot spot. Walker with the fly! The Skywalker in game 300! Taylor Walker, 678 goals. The Crows' all-time scoring leader. He comes in. And they rise as one. Philthorpe tracks it on the bounce. Quick kick up to left half forward, and Darcy Moore strikes again. Another intercept mark. He's had a rough couple of months. Plays on and drops the footy. Slips out of his mitts. Fogarty pounces. Gives it to Dawson. Open goal square. Tumbler from 45.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds here from the opening term of the final series in 2025. You can hear it all here on ABC Sport. What an opening, a packed house at Adelaide Oval, the Crows and the Magpies, and it is Collingwood by 2 points at quarter time. The All-Australian Josh Franco, the premiership player from the Crows, Rod Jamieson, with their thoughts on that opening term of footy. Collingwood by 2.
Composure for Adelaide, I think that's what it got down to, wasn't it? The amount of football they had, 13 to 12 inside 50s, but just blasted away. And credit to the Collingwood defence, they were able to manfully work out, just support back, do it as a team, collectively shut it down, which is everything we spoke about Adelaide were able to do in round 23 with their defence. Adelaide's defence was also pretty miserly as well. A little sort of probably early. They struggled to actually then read the football and allowed Collingwood to get the first 2 goals, but I think for the majority of the quarter, it sort of just went backwards and forwards between the arcs.
Hey, look, it did, Jam, we spoke about before the game. We've highlighted Adelaide's poor clearance work in the last couple of rounds of the home and away series. They seem to have addressed that, and we mentioned throughout the call that Michael Annie as the forwards coming high up to the stoppage. What that is giving Collingwood is a +1 deep behind the ball. So even though they're winning the clearances, Adelaide at the moment, and they're +1 to this point in the contest, they do look pretty stable behind the ball, Collingwood, and then they're able to rebound off the back of that. So they've tidied up their clearance work, but I reckon that +1 behind the ball is hurting. They lack composure with footy in hand, the Adelaide Crows. And another number to support that is the intercept marks, so opposition intercept marks. So Collingwood have had 12, Adelaide just the 2. The other sort of stats that really grabbed my attention is, one is Adelaide's kicking efficiency off the back of their lack of composure with ball in hand, but Adelaide have only taken 13 marks for the quarter, so they're kicking the ball more than they're handballing, again off their inability to stay composed with ball in hand, and largely that's due to the pressure that Collingwood's applying. They just haven't been able to seem to get their game going as we know Adelaide can. It's only early days, obviously Collingwood are up by 2 points, quarter time, still game on, absolutely. But I reckon Collingwood at this point in the game, in terms of the arm wrestle, look a little bit more composed with ball in hand.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about the style of game that it is. Who would be happier, do you think, Matthew Nicks or Craig McRae, in the way the game looks through one?
I think Craig McRae, absolutely. Just the way that they're able to kick mark, and they've got the hands, the ball in the hands of Nick Dacos. He's had 8 disposals. The guys that use the ball really well. And if you look at Adelaide, Dawson's one of the leading possession winners for Adelaide. He's had 6, but I think Craig McRae would be pretty comfortable how the game's being played. Matthew Nicks, I guess from a positive perspective, he knows there's plenty of upside to the way that we know Adelaide can play.
I think Collingwood, the way they move the footy out of the stoppage at the moment, they're either going back or forward, and they're actually then that forward handball over the top. And we saw the passage of play late in that first quarter where they were able to string probably 5 marks, 6 marks together, maintain just that small kick, sort of zigzagged all the way down to then Elliott taking mark deep in the pocket.
Look, I think the other thing to that too, Jamo, is if Collingwood and Adelaide are going to allow them to have a +1 behind the ball, they've got to start using their hands from stoppages. They've had 11 of them, they've had 11 clearances, but they're hacking it forward. So use a bit more hands, a bit more composure going inside 50.
Tom Wilson on the boundary. Tom.
So Jamie Elliott is taking his spot in Collingwood's forward line, which is good to see. So he's shaking off that leg injury. A good one to watch this quarter is Jordan Dawson. He's been starting in the midfield, but sliding forward. That's how he got that goal in the first term.
We saw him have that monstrous second quarter a few weeks ago against the Hawks, where Adelaide needed a lift from him and he tore the game open in that term. Can he do it again tonight? Cameron palms it down towards Long, trying to break through the tackle for Collingwood. Hand pass out to side bottom. Had a Windy trying to soccer it forward. Spills to DeGoey rather. Hand pass forward, picked off. Laird on the back flank for the Crows. Kicks down the wing. Josh Dacos breaks it up. Collingwood back with it. Cameron to Parker. Hurried kick in the centre square. Bouncing footy unkind for Lipinski. Centre half forward for the Pies. Eventually spills back to Lipinski. Side bottom. Slick hands got it to DeGoey. He kicks inside 50. Here's Elliott. Hits up and marks at left half forward, and he's within range. Marks inside the arc.
And that's the example that I was just talking about as well. Like just that kick comes into the middle. It's a dirty ball, but then Collingwood maintain or grab hold of possession. Handball, and then it's a small kick out. So doing it really well.
Jamie Elliott, this is customary. Elliott just controlling the flanks, bursting up, marking, giving them an option. And now the set shot to finish. Jamie Elliott kicked the first of the game. He's got the first of the second term. Another tone setter from Jamie Elliott. And Collingwood's lead grows to 8. 3-3 to 2-1. 90 seconds into the second term. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Rod Jamison.
And Gemma, you're absolutely spot on the way you called it. The Collingwood's ability to turn the footy over, but then at top of the 50, sort of centre half forward area for the Pies, their ability to shift the ball by hands. Adelaide unable to get any sort of pressure on the ball, and then that unpressured kick inside forward 50 to Elliott, almost uncontested connect. And I'll tell you what, this bloke is an absolute superstar of the competition, Jamie Elliott. He's a game breaker, he's the X factor, and he's a goal kicker.
Just the way you give him, you sit on his shoulder, he'll lead you up to the football. You just give him some space. He's got the ability to jump on your shoulder, and then he can kick him from anywhere.
Collingwood by 8. O'Brien down. DeGoey's there though. Gathers at his bootlaces. Off a step. Kicks up to right half forward. McCreary wrestling there with Hinge. They both leave it behind. Coming through an underground handball from Lipinski. Got it back to Chris, but it's sharped. He tried to move it forward and Worrell was there. Anticipated the disposal and bangs it up to left half forward. Maynard now against Fogarty as it rolls towards the 50 and ricochets off the shins of the defender. Crown won't deliver it, they'll give it.
No, he's kicked it out on the full there, Aaron, too, just in the contest. Came off Braden Maynard, but what about the kick from Worrell? The barrel just to clear the line. That's gone all of 60. Now Fogarty's going to have a shot from about 45 out.
I tell you what, if you're Braden Maynard,
he's unlucky.
That is as stiff as it gets. But you talk about in your wheelhouse, Darcy Fogarty, this is right in his wheelhouse.
Bounced off the top of his sock as he jostled for position with Fogarty.
Going to come in from behind a camera.
He'll just reel around on his right foot and kick it through goalpost height. He can kick a ball, this bloke.
Has kicked 6 in the 2 games against the Pies this year. Darcy Fogarty steps inboard and then balks his way past Maynard. From 40, he sprays it. That would have been special. It's across the face and off hands over the boundary line in front of the scoreboard.
Didn't expect that.
No.
I don't think Maynard did either.
Jeez. Just go back to one of the showdowns when they talk about Taylor Walker's goal. Alira Lee was on the mark on the right, went around on the left, kicked it from 45. Just set the crowd alight.
He bought everything he sold there, Braden Maynard. He'd be lucky, or fortunate, I'm sure, that kick didn't go in from Darcy Fogarty, who would be seeing a few replays. And the boundary throwing, we're going to have a ball up here going nowhere fast. Deep inside 50 for the Crows.
It's well done, Jordan De Goey. In that centre clearance, he actually worked his way around on the attacking side and then won the football for Collingwood.
O'Brien palms it down. Keys hands it out. Side bottom Soccer's been into his own mate Perryman. Ricochets back to Josh Dacos. Surge kick out towards half back. Late to arrive. Cox close to the boundary line. It trickles out. Says throw it in. And some ground made for the Magpies. Quick sample off the SMS. Ben from Brisbane. Thanks to Corbin for calling out the booing. That's why I listened to the ABC call. Peter from Adelaide. Let's face it. Adelaide footy followers, Crows or Power, just boo everything. Collingwood shouldn't feel special. A bit more on that theme coming through. 0437 774 774.
Pies by 8 off the boundary. Throw in Laird. A little 1-2 as he combined with Worrell. Now into the 50. Fogarty dispatched his opponent Maynard. Hits the deck though. Rolls towards Neil Bullen. 45 from home. First to it was Nick Dacos. Rode the contact. Pops out to Long and now side bottom. Bangs it up towards centre wing. It's tumbling wide of Myercheck. Keane will get there first. Myercheck closes, but he shrugs him off. The Irishman did well. Popped the pass to Laird. He's just in front of the Bashir stand. Trailing by 8 the Crows. And their all-time disposal leader, Rory Laird, will share it short and wide. And Isaac Cumming, the former Giant, has it in his 8th final tonight. First for the Crows. Inside 50, more in front of Walker. He's starting to return to form, Darcy Moore, and why not on the biggest stage?
They just don't look threatening at all, do they, Gemma? Every time Adelaide enter their forward 50, it's either the long bomb getting intercepted, just no method.
Well, Moore turns it over himself here. Intercept mark for Mark Keane.
Tell you what, this bloke as well, for a 50-game player that's come from Ireland, how much composure does he show with ball in hand?
Part of the All-Australian squad.
I think he said to Alex Gilbullen and Taylor Walker, who's going to cheer me off?
Kicks out towards half forward, playing his 50th game as a Crow. He turns it over too. So
poor kick.
Kick to kick at the moment, intercepted by Perryman. He goes out wide with the kick to Elliott. Long into the corridor. Lipinski tries to knock it down into the path of De Goey. That worked out okay. Paddles it out in front of him. Laird knocks it away. And here's Michael Annie off the back flank. Kicks looking for Cumming, just out of his reach. Maynard couldn't trap it. Cumming gets a second go. Finds his mate Tex. Lifts a hand pass over the top to Fogarty. Pokes it into the pocket, and here's O'Brien. Tight angle, right forward pocket, but the ruckman is going to have a look at it here from about 25 out.
What I will say is, I reckon Darcy Cameron made the call. I'm going to go forward and let O'Brien take the shot on goal.
The crowd here calling for running across the mark, and yet side bottom is within his rights to follow Walker there around the back, so that's what he's doing, and that's why he's able to do that.
I think every Adelaide supporter in Riley O'Brien's 145th game is saying, kick the goal. They normally say, handball it off.
It's kicked only 17 of them. What a time it would be. O'Brien across the goal face. He's missed the whole set. Out of bounds on the full in the opposite pocket. No change to the score. And an 8-point lead for Collingwood 7 minutes into this second term.
I'm not sure if it was intentional, but Darcy Cameron, take a bow. I thought he did that well and made O'Brien kick the goal.
Frampton brings it back in. Across the pack, though, Hinge takes it out of the stoppage. Hands it off to Saligo. Hooking it into the 50. Phil Thorpe was entangled with Frampton and couldn't get to the drop. Walker gathers. Handball in hope towards the goal square. Collingwood have the numbers. Perryman to Frampton. Underground handball cut off by Fogarty as he tried to get it to Parker. Squeezes a kick central. Keys caught behind Pendlebury. Laid the tackle though as it was at 15. Ball now on the deck. Diving on top. Quick tackle laid. Holds up Perryman and we'll get a ball up 20 from home. Slightly left of centre for the Crows. Trailing by 8.
Ties defenders under the pump. Inside 50s this quarter 6-1.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Crows. Dawson trying to make it happen. Kick smothered. Maynard did well with the 1%er and then wins it. Hand pass close to the boundary line and now out. Umpire says throw it in. Still forward 50 stop. Still another forward 50 stoppage for the Crows.
Seen them pay for less, Corbin.
Yeah, I don't know where he was handballing.
No, on the boundary line.
The Carl Amon. That last round, that game against the Brisbane Lions. Wasn't so lucky with the rub of the green there. The rub of the men in yellow tonight. On the boundary throw-in. O'Brien trying to soccer it forward. Spills down to De Goey. He races away with the footy. Surge kick up towards the wing. And Elliott trying to reel in a mark. Not quite. Now has to deal with Bond. Tumbles a kick down the wing for Collingwood. Coming through in the other direction. Cumming. He's tackled, taken the ground, coming off his backside, feeds it back through to Worrell. Hand pass to Bond, handball inboard to Michael Annie.
Thrusts it back to Laird, put him under pressure from Cox, who slipped over. Back to Peatling, through centre wing, the kick to Neil Bullen, courageous, with two coming the other way. Marks him goes, the premiership demon heads into the scoreboard pocket. Fogarty was there, and a late desperate fist from Maynard. Knocks it over the boundary line, 20 out from home.
Oh, well done, Braden Maynard. That was outstanding. And as I said, the Collingwood defenders are under siege at the minute. 7-1 inside 50s Adelaide's favour in this quarter alone.
They're just off with that last kick inside 50, Adelaide.
Winning the territory battle here, the Crows. Can they put something on the scoreboard? Cameron down to Pendlebury, hands it to Parker. Dumps a kick out of defence. Bond, juggled effort, not to be. Falls to Neil Bullen. He's tackled, taken to ground. Boundary line on the eastern side. 3-3 to 2-1. It is Collingwood by 8 points. 9.5 gone, second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco, your call team. All the finals right here on ABC Sport as Cameron soccers it forward. Michael Annie tackled as soon as he grabbed it. Long takes him down, and another ball up, still just inside that boundary line eastern side.
Now it's Collingwood's turn. It was 31% kicking efficiency at the moment in this second quarter. They're just happy to get it out of their defence.
Ball up close to the boundary line. O'Brien down, was looking for Laird. Picked off by Nick Dacos. He nearly gave it away to Cumming. Pendlebury there. Slides low. Tries to paddle it to De Goey. It's pinballing around. Who else but Nick Dacos to get out of there? Hands it to Sidebottom. Dummies through one. Up around handball to get through another. They're trying to be fancy here, but Adelaide's pressure is too hot. O'Brien rips it away. Thrusts it into the 50. It was a low dart. And straight onto the chest of Walker. 40 from home.
Well done, Adelaide. Well done, Adelaide. You talk about pressure. That was outstanding. The ball was in the hands of Pendlebury and Dacos, and they still couldn't break free of Adelaide's pressure on the ball in that scramble. And again, Lux of Fortune, the quick kick forward, Tex Walker in front, chest mark. Big kick this one.
Well, that's where the Collingwood defence do like to stand back and give you that space. If the kick doesn't come in, they know that they can get there.
Walker crosses the paint of 50. It's a low but strong bomb. Tex has got two. And the margin down to 2 as well. Collingwood 3-3-21. Adelaide 3-1-19. 11 played in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Well, Gemma, Adelaide at the moment, they're dominating this quarter of footy, dominating field position, dominating inside 50s, and eventually, if you can put that much pressure on the opposition back six, particularly if you can get a bit of space inside your forward 50, as Adelaide did on that occasion, eventually the dam wall breaks, and it did on that occasion.
Just really haven't seen an Adelaide forward lead up to receive the footy, and that's where you're going to expose the defence of Collingwood. At the moment too, I mean, Myercheck's presented, Jamie Elliott has presented. They've had a lot more space because they've moved the football so much quicker into their forward 50.
Back to a 2-point game, a goal each in this second quarter, which is a dozen minutes old. Finals footy on ABC Sport. De Goey trying to get it going forward. It's a second look at it. Handball out wide. Nick Dacos slides in. Packthorne's behind him. Umpire says hold happen.
I think what the crowd is upset, like, he just sort of jumps on it and rolls onto the football, and Adelaide come over the top, and the umpires are then throwing it up as opposed to penalising.
Up it goes. Cameron palms it down to Crisp. Tackle, taken to ground, and a ball up again.
Wayne Miller on one side.
O'Brien reaching over the top, knocks it down. Pendlebury for the Pies. Hand pass forward straight to Millerer. Hand pass away towards Worrell. High kick to half forward for the home team. Frampton punches it close to the boundary line. Moore collects for Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Lifts a handball to Houston. This is the kick they've struggled with. From the defensive half up over halfway. Myercheck, the target, was run straight into Keane. Gives away the free kick. Keane will get it back, half back for the Crows.
But go back to the other end, Corby. That's how Collingwood are winning the football. They're actually trusting their teammate in the numbers they get around the football. Adelaide are going into it, leaving someone exposed, and they get a forward handball over the top, and then they're out.
The Crows sharing it through defensive 50, so Keane to Worrell, then Miller up. And now a wide kick from Michael Annie. Out to the broadcast wing. Taken by Bond, shoots it through centre wing. Neil Bullen had a runner, gives it to Curtin, sidestep, side bottom, Closing down was Perryman. He gets it back to Neil Bullen. Slices it into the 50 to Pedler. Alex Neil Bullen might be the recruit of the year. He's done a tremendous job with his leadership. And tonight, he is directing traffic out of the middle. Set shot to come, 45 from home.
And Luke Pedler, 9 goals won. A couple of years ago had the absolute yips. I think kicked 7 or 8 behinds before he kicked his first goal. But 9 goal won is his return in 2025.
A return from a hamstring injury. Luke Pedler tests it out with a long-range strike. Pedler fires from 50. Adelaide back in front. Third lead change of the night. 4-1-25. The Crows lead the Pies 3-3-21. 14 played in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Jamo, just looking at that play unfold, I think it was Curtin that had the ball in front of the interchange bench. He was looking into your point, didn't have anyone coming at the kicker. Ran into a bit of trouble, had to go backwards, but that entry and that connection inside forward 50 to find Pedler, uncontested. He just dropped that ball in the bin then.
That's a better way that Adelaide want to play, a little unconventional to win the footy back, Alex Neil Bullen, but he was able to just spot up with a bit of space because the Collingwood defence were pushing back. Might go down to Tom Wilson and check out. Brody Mycheck's gone to the bench.
Tom? Yes, we're getting some work from the doctor. We've got Jamie Elliott, who we know has had some work done already. He's standing in the way of the doctor, so it's kind of hard to see what's happening down here. But once I get a clear view, I'll give you an update.
Thanks, Tom. We'll come back to you as there's a free kick in the middle here going Philthorpe's way. Mason Cox has tried to argue the point, and the umpire said, you need to be a little more constructive with your feedback. Come with me, and he's marched 50 metres downfield. And Philthorpe, who earns a free kick in the middle, is now in a goal-scoring position.
Corbin, I think what happened there, I'm not sure it was verbal feedback. Mason Cox knew that Philthorpe had the free kick. He looked at the umpire, delayed the ball going back to Philthorpe, and he said, you'll pay the price for that, give you 50.
One thing they don't like the hands out.
No, that was silly.
That's certainly something they don't, where they look to the umpire as if, what was that for? Where, as you say, the instruction is return the footy. Boy, it hurts. Philthorpe finishes it off. Crows are rolling. That's 3 in a row for the home team. And what a costly set of decisions from Mason Cox in the middle. And it opens up a 10-point advantage for Adelaide. 5-1 to 3-3. 16 gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
And you've got Scott Pendlebury around him, still side bottom. Nick Dacos is having a word to him. The runner's gone out to have a chat to him. It's just the hot head of the Yank. You just want to be able to say, mate, just settle down.
Well, I think in certain circumstances you get away with that. If there's congestion, there's numbers, you don't really know whose free kick it is. But that was as obvious as it comes. And Mason Cox, goodness me.
Yeah.
Talk about coach killers.
Here we go again. Philthorpe on Cox in the middle of the ground.
Crows by 10. Crowd starting to rise. Bounces a low one. Cox flies. Philthorpe stays down. The Magpies ruck. Knocks it towards McCreary. Wide hand pass to Houston, smothered by Berry. Ricochets to the eastern wing. Berry gathers. Wheels his way away from Houston. Back to Millerer. Thumps it through centre wing. Cox makes amends as he floats back and intercepts at left half back.
Tell you what, he swung his right arm back there and he nearly took out Quainer. Wow.
Looks like he's got the swimming goggles on, isn't it? Albeit the glasses that he wears so he can...
Kicks it straight to Philthorpe. Wanted to go long down the line to half forward. Cameron was the target. Philthorpe picked it off. Looks like he's primed for a big September assault. And right on cue, the commentator's curse turns it over. Membry the intercept mark. Short kick to side bottom. And the Pies need a settler. They've conceded the last 3 in the game. Given up the lead.
Philthorpe currently in the ruck. Don't they say ruckman? Don't hit 45.
And they've been so good with their kicking and changing that 25 hit up, still side bottom. Here's an elite kick. He's looking for someone to lace out.
Kicked a goal from a similar spot famously in that 2023 grand final. But the 34-year-old leg still got it in him. Kicks all the way to the line. Trying to mark it down there. Cameron spills it through for a rush behind. So Adelaide by 9 points, 18 minutes gone in the second term. Tom Wilson on the boundary.
So Myercheck is getting his ankle re-strapped. He's just going for a little run along the boundary. A bit proppy at the moment, but I'll let you know if he gets back on the ground.
Long exit to right half forward, and Walker flies over the pack. Almost a surfboard as he clunks it in front. Kick down the line, quick as he tried to get the overlap. Didn't hit Peatling, and Quaynor is there. And the boos continue from this hostile crowd. Quaynor directing traffic now at left half back.
Aggressive kick.
Heads to the corridor. Michael Lanny backtracks, got a hand in, but out the back door is Lipinski, and he checked his kick well. Could have blazed away, and instead passes it short to Schultz. He stepped off his line. It won't matter. Good vision. The walls closed in. Could have panicked, and instead centres it to Sidebottom, who's 35 out, slightly to the right.
Tell you what, that kick from Quaynor, very, very aggressive, wasn't it? The sort of long 45 back into the corridor. You turn it over where the ball was landed, and it's coming back with interest, but Collingwood were good enough to win possession, go inside 50. Still Sidebottom a little bit closer than his previous kick. Should go back and nail this. Big kick for Collingwood.
Adelaide's defence too loose at the moment, just giving, I guess, the wings and also the forwards too much space. They are an elite kicking team when they get hold of the football, and they are on, and they haven't been too bad in this first quarter and a half. It's taking a long time at the moment too, isn't it?
Justin Cameron might be coming off for the blood rule.
And he's taking his time as well. So shot clock has stopped as still Sidebottom takes some time to assess his set shot. Here he comes, the veteran of the Magpies. Sidebottom crosses the paint of 50, starts left. Does come back enough. He squeezed it through at the Riverbank stand end. Still Sidebottom's first of the night. The margin's down to 3. Adelaide 5-1-31. Collingwood 4-4-28. Time on in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Just 10-3. It's the glaring one, isn't it? Adelaide inside 50s at the moment. They haven't been able to. They've got 3 straight goals, but Collingwood have been able to return with 2-1 from their 3 inside 50s. That's the sort of football we know Collingwood can play.
Tom Wilson on the boundary.
So firstly, Brody Myercheck is back on the ground. He's a bit proppy with that ankle, so one to watch. And while we had a pause there, Darcy Cameron, just with the blood rule, he's been patched up right next to Craig McRae, who's been coaching down on the boundary all night.
I think he hit his head on the goalpost, actually, in that last contest.
Right. He's trying to take the mark from the Sidebottom kick. That last one going through for a goal. An interesting goal in the context of the game. Crows by 3. To go to Crisp. Hurried kick forward. Neil Bullen can't trap it. It'll work out though. Saligo for Adelaide. Hand pass out on the wing. Miss Taylor. Picked up here by Josh Dacos. Handball to Schultz. Tackled immediately. Ball comes out just inside the eastern boundary line at Zach Taylor again. High up and under. Moore plucks it. Picks it over the top of Fogarty and takes the intercept mark. On display tonight is intercept marking.
Sorry, Corby, I'm frustrated watching Adelaide kick it just high up in the air into their forward half, let alone how Matty Nixon, the coaching group, will be feeling.
Moore with a rocket all the way to the attacking edge. Bit of a shove on Myercheck by Keane and off hands out of the pack. It stuck towards the Bashir stand. Boundary throw in to come through centre wing.
And to your point about opposition intercept marks, Darcy Moore, he's had 5 for the game, so influential down back.
They're a good team to watch around the clearance work, Collingwood too. Just the way that they back their team in and to win the football. And we've spoken about it in this first half, whether it's back or to the front, they continually win. Here's another one too.
Adelaide by 3. O'Brien down, but picked off by DeGoey. Gives it to Long, then Josh Dacos. Check side entry. It'll land in the hole. Fist came late from Murray. Picked up on the bounce by Dawson, rolled it to Neil Bullen. Clean in traffic as this chain ends up in Murray's hands. Heads wide at 3 Crows to pick from and missed them all. Bounces forward of Walker and over the line. And it'll be tossed in right back where we were in front of the Bashir stand.
And even to your point, Jammer, you mentioned it earlier this quarter, their ability, Collingwood's, to handball forward. Almost without any vision. They just have trust in each other to get that forward handball, then they're out. That's been a feature of their clearance work tonight.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Crows by 3 from the boundary throw-in. Ball comes down towards Saligo, tackled by Schultz. Disposal directed to the boundary line, and the ump says insufficient intent to keep it alive. And the Saligo hand pass will be penalised, so DeGoey free kick. And he's got it right on halfway for the Magpies. Heads down to half forward. Pack involved. Cox forced to spoil from the back. Spills down to Houston. His kick smothered by Curtin. Miller are looking for a play on it. Spills to Schultz. Toe pokes it inside 50. Myercheck clean collect. Got it forward to Elliott. Snaps from the pocket. Jamie Elliott misses. A little too much bend across the goal face and a minor score. Crows by 2. 23.5 gone second term.
De Goey starting to get going as well. Just the 2 disposals in the first quarter. 9 this quarter with 5 clearances.
Laurel goes for a trot out of the defensive goal square and then pulls his kick to left half back. He is Dawson.
He was injured for the first part of the year, wasn't he? Starting to play some consistent footy.
Disposal 9 for the skipper. Heads to the broadcast wing. 2-on-2 there. Walker decides not to fly. Perryman caught off guard. Out of his hands. It's knocked down towards Taylor. Handball across to the Texan. Now forward to Pedler. Breaks through 2. Josh Dacos might have caught him high. He got a kick away under duress. Straight to Keys. It wasn't 15. Everybody stopped, but the Magpies knew. And they close in to crunch Ben Keys as Long and Maynard force the ball up. So we're 45 out here. Quick reset, Adelaide's 50, O'Brien down, fumble by Crisp, Saligo try to break through, picked off by Josh Dacos as he flares it out of dodge, up to broadcast wing. Embry flies, keeps tracking on the bounce, good crumb, handed it to Sidebottom who threw his body in against Hinge. Ricochets out towards Peatling, now central to Worrell. Michael Annie can wheel in, sends Adelaide inside 50, Pedler tries to fly but Moore again stands his ground and cuts it off. Hands it to Long front and square and Maynard launches a roost up to half forward.
Elliott edges his direct opponent underneath the footy, taps it forward to Myercheck, has to be clean, hands it back to Elliott, just missed him, he's got 3 to beat. Numbers went out, Bond knocks it back to Miller now, hands it to Worrell, kicks out of defence but it's coming back. Houston takes the mark between wing and half forward.
Yeah, too cute there from Worrell, just had to get it high and deep and give his players ahead of the ball a chance to compete.
Still a kick out, finds Jack Crisp. Patient, waited for the right option and Crisp somehow able to mark uncontested inside 50.
It's incredibly frustrating just to watch the defence of Adelaide at the moment. They've been so good all year. Too much space. Chris finds a spot in between 3 opponents.
Think about that 70-odd inside 50s last time they met for 8 goals. And yet Jack Crisp able after about 8 Mississippis to take the mark uncontested. The AFL's Iron Man from right on 50. The kick lands short and O'Brien takes the intercept mark on the behind line. Kick doesn't get there, score doesn't change. Crows by 2, time on second quarter.
Been a big year for O'Brien. Usually the whipping boy of the Crows fan base. Stepped up with his contract on the line, got the extension he was after and has continued the form. Bangs it long on the bounce. Thilthorpe gathers. Got it to Berry. Missed his handball. Rolls to the boundary line. McCreary keeps it in. Off balance. Did he walk it over as he kicks into the right forward pocket? He did. Boundary throw in to come near Tom Wilson.
Yeah, Collingwood veteran Steele Sidebottom got cleaned up a little earlier. Probably unlucky not to get a high free kick. It was his former teammate Mark Keane, and there was some nice afters where Sidebottom pointed to him in the face on repeated occasions. So one to watch out if he's going to try and get one back.
Adelaide by 2. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Boundary throw in a little short of the rucks. Collapsing was Cameron Saligo on top of him. Ball up to come just outside the paint of 50 for the Magpies.
And the real headache for Matthew Nicks at the moment is the trend is continuing. The intercept mark's 19-5, so Collingwood dominating the aerial intercept possession game.
Crows by 2 late in the term as O'Brien wins it down to Saligo. Surge kick forward straight to Darcy Moore. He's having a nice night, Darcy. Obviously coughed up that 1 goal, but gee, they've made it easy for him. Some of the entries going forward. Quaynall's got the footy. He marks and then kicks to centre half forward to a pack. Ball spills down. Long trying to get a hand pass out to Schultz. There's a free kick in all of that. It's going to Ned Long.
So again, that example is 3 or 4 Adelaide players onto 1. So if Collingwood win the football, albeit they won the free on that occasion, they are out. Adelaide's defence is really poor, once again going short to De Goey.
Free kick for a high tackle, short to De Goey. De Goey loads up, drives the kick to the goal square. Membry leaps for it. No mark, falls off hands to Berry. Surge kick to half back and a good mark for Thilthorpe. Settles it down for Adelaide.
And 50 as well. Thilthorpe stepped towards the broadcast wing. Nick Dacos tried to anticipate it, was called to stand. Thilthorpe will be marched towards the corridor. In the centre square, he plays on to Dawson. Wasn't 15, now has to rush it up to half forward. Saligo with 4 to beat. Can't get the job done. Quaynor's there for the Pies. Here comes the counter punch. Schultz, long. Cameron running back. Needs a kind bounce. Keane's behind him. Cameron volleys it through. The big man gets low with the soccer skills. Collingwood back in front. A 4-point advantage as we close in on half-time. 5-5-35 to the Crows. 5-1-31. Fourth lead change in an incredible qualifying final at the Adelaide Oval. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Jamo, you talk about momentum swings in the game. At one stage in this second quarter, Adelaide were dominating field position and dominating inside 50s. It was 10-1. It's now 12-9. So the momentum has definitely swung. Collingwood looking ominous at the moment.
A couple of big barrels too from Collingwood, and Schultz on that occasion just getting it over the back. So again, you set up as a defence and you think, okay, I've got myself covered, but just with the footy and the turnover in the middle, Darcy Cameron was able to just go turn around and sprint for goal.
Lead change number 4, as Aaron mentioned, Pies by 4 points out of the middle. Nick Dacos, first hand pass picked off. Cumming knocks it away for the Crows, but straight to Josh Dacos. Hand pass went to no one in particular. Josh goes and gets it. Rolls back to him. Hand pass away to Crisp. Kicks inside the forward 50 for the Magpies. Spills down towards Mychek. Kicks to an unguarded goal square. Copped an unkind bounce into the post and a minor score. So Collingwood by 5. 5-6 to 5-1. Half hour mark second term. Magpies by 5 points.
Adelaide under siege. And this volatile home crowd of near 50,000 plus. Just a little antsy.
Mitch Hinge needs to find the football, and here he is on the end of this. This will be his third disposal. Ben Keys tonight, 2 disposals to this point.
Hasn't kicked a goal against the Magpies in his 11 games. Keane wide to Hinge. Thumps it to the broadcast wing. Thilthorpe flies. Knocked down front and square. Neil Bullen. Wrapped up by a couple. Will get a ball up. So Will Parker largely doing the job on Ben Keys. Brought in for that role alone. Cameron down looking for long. Tackle dispossessed. Dawson now around the body. A high wobbler. Up to left half forward. Thilthorpe came late. Couldn't quite get there. Then bounces off Keys and it frees up the Magpies. Long to Pendlebury. Josh Dacos accelerates through traffic. Kicks into a panic at half forward. Keane coming the other way of DeGoey. Ricochets out towards the square. Wrestling for position is Curtin. Underneath it all is Pedler. Handball plucked away though by McCreary. Collingwood now at right half forward. Crisp lowers the eyes and a bullet pass into the pocket to reward the racing Mychek. He takes it 40 from home on a tight angle.
Just cleaner.
Yeah.
Collingwood, aren't they? 2
Absolutely.
ground balls, just absolutely clean in the congestion, in the contest. And albeit when you have a look at the clearance work, 18 to 20, this is up until half time. Contested 67 to 70 in favour. It is tight, but just the ground ball gets, they're so much cleaner with their hands.
Mychek starts at right half forward. He'll kick right behind the paint. Straight line to the left and plenty of carry, so a minor score comfortably. Collingwood's lead 6 points. 5-7-37. Adelaide 5-1-31. And the Crows are begging for the halftime siren.
36 goals this year, Brodie Mychek, but he's also kicked 23 behinds, and he's done 3 again tonight.
Hinge goes on a run with the kick out and goes long up in the Thilthorpe direction, broken up by Frampton close to the boundary line, and Chris sees it out. I'll give you all the teams at halftime for the rest of the weekend. Of course, 3 big finals to come after this. Winner tonight gets the week off in the home prelim. And for Adelaide, that'll be a Friday night prelim in week 3. If they win, if they lose, they'll be back here Friday night next week in a semi. Another qualifying final, then the 2 cutthroat finals on Saturday, all to come. Finals footy on ABC Sport as Peatling pinned for holding the ball on the halftime siren. The umpire is a little worried about this. Time has expired. The 2 teams taking a bit to separate. Peatling and Cameron involved in a wrestle, and the umpire is powerless here to stop the melee. Ordinarily, the officials like to throw the footy up, keep it moving and try to break the 2 teams up, and yet there a jump has been shoved and teams being grabbed onto one another here. Tim Membry at the heart of it, involved with young Dan Curtin. He seems to, Max Michaelani also involved there as well, so
save your energy, boys.
2 of the younger guys.
It almost peters out and then it starts up again. Hinge now has been in there.
Yeah. Umpires around the edge of the contest.
Taylor Walker's gone in.
I was going to say, Taylor's always a calm head trying to sort it out.
Still going out the other side. Who's that?
Well, Mark Keane's been separated here from the rest of his team. He's getting shoved by Billy Frampton, and now Walker and Keys come over to lend a hand, and this is going to take a little bit to sort out. And they are still going at it as the Oz kickers try and set up. And now the Adelaide guys who had separated are now walking over to try and get their mates out of it. And Membry is right at it with Mark Keane in particular, as he's walking back and got a lot to say, Tim Membry. We built it up in the lead-up about sort of the modern-day rivalry. That this is very real with the playing group.
And Keane's target was Isaac Quaynor. So there were at least 6 or 7 bodies between them, but he just kept signalling stop chirping to Isaac Quaynor, who wouldn't really break away from that little melee.
And the teams separate. Now they get into a slow jog as they make their way off the ground. Now the Crows will have to wait for the television commitments of one of their players in Darcy Fogarty, but the Collingwood players are out of here as they run down the tunnel off the SMS. Shout out to Ace from Anglesea. Nice to hear from you and appreciate your message in regards to the Isaac Quaynor booing that we touched on throughout the broadcast. Contrasting message to that. Great to see the crowd getting involved, and hopefully can continue to put Collingwood under pressure. Andy from Wodonga. Hello, Corby and lads. I tried to watch the game, but there's something about lying in your bed, listening to a great call, the noise of the crowd, and using your imagination. Thanks, Andy. Nice to hear from you. From Paros, who's in Greece. Go the Pies. Shame to hear the Crows fans booing every second player. Some education needed for those folks. Travelling from Adelaide to Gladstone after getting off a flight from Perth with the one and only Benny Cousins. Hoping to get home and watch the Mighty Crows bring it home in the second half. What a day of footy stars. Cousins, Walker and Elliott. Adelaide is hot tonight from Beck in Gladstone. Nice to hear from you, Beck. It has been a talking point. I mean, it's inescapable in the opening quarter in the way that Isaac Quaynor has been received. I think we had fears of that leading into the game. Josh and Rod, I guess, what do you make of what we've seen here tonight? This is a guy that essentially was the victim on the receiving end of a homophobic slur, and yet he's become the central focus for the Crows fans tonight.
I think that sums up society, doesn't it? At the moment, unfortunately. And it's, I think it's poor, but it's poor form, poor behaviour. And I understand the reason behind it, trying to upset him, but I don't know, leave that home.
Remove Isaac Quaynor. I don't mind you booing, and, you know, it's how parochial you are with your team, so I get that, but if Isaac Rankin has called out and said, hey, look, I did this and I'm sorry, and he's aimed at a particular player, and I think the sentiment behind the booing is that they've actually ousted one of Adelaide's better players. He's not playing tonight, hence the booing. So, yeah, it's an oxymoron, really, isn't it?
I mean, I guess the only thing is if they were playing at the MCG and Isaac Rankin was playing and they're booing Isaac, is that right as well?
No.
Yeah. And that would happen as well.
Yep.
So, as I said, it sums up.
Yeah,
I think great.
I'd like to think we'd call that out as well. I mean, I just think if you are someone here tonight, say you're a Crows fan and you're a member of that particular group, and you feel like you've been marginalised in a particular area already, you don't always, you feel like the club's focus here was clearly Isaac Rankin. He's their player, but as to what that means for the rest of the LGBT community that were involved, that are Adelaide fans, and then they come to the game tonight and someone who's called out homophobia gets booed for it. I'm not sure it's a great look, and we haven't got a great history with this in the game, given the way that we've had players in the past. Adam Goods clearly comes to mind in the not-too-distant past, and the way he was treated for calling out racism he received. We had John Olsen with us pre-game, and I asked him about the crowd behaviour.
I think they're very passionate fans. They'll turn up in force to support the club, but I also hope they also respect everybody in the ground. We're here to watch a great game of footy. An intense game of footy, but at the same time just respect every other person in the ground at the same time.
Did you feel the need at any stage to try and add a little bit extra education perhaps to try and push that message harder?
No, I don't think so. By and large, behaviour at this ground over the years has been pretty good. Number of incidents is quite low, and I would expect that to be the case again tonight.
So it was John Olsen, pre-game, the chairman of the Crows. Your thoughts on the footy, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco at half-time. It is Collingwood by 6 behinds. Not 6 points, 5-7 to 5-1. They lead by 6 behinds at the half.
Look, I think if you're Matthew Nixon, the Adelaide coaching staff, you've got a few head-scratching moments throughout the course of that first half of this final, and the reason I say that, in looking through some of the numbers, the disposal count, and not that this is the be-all and end-all, but the disposal count at the moment to half-time is 182-145 Collingwood's way. The kick to handball ratio, 107 kicks to Collingwood, 75 handballs. Adelaide, 100 kicks to 45 handballs. Now, the real area of concern for Matthew Nicks and his staff is the intercept possession. So it's 20-5 Collingwood way to this point in the contest. And I can paint a picture. We mentioned it throughout that first quarter. Clearly, Adelaide have been concerned about coming into this game and getting dominated around the clearances and losing field position off the back of that. We've seen that in round 23 and round 24 last time Adelaide played Collingwood here. 71 inside 50s off the back of clearance dominance for Collingwood. So they've rectified that. So at the moment, the clearance count to half-time is 19 apiece. But the way they've done that is to bring a forward up to the stoppage to support and give a little bit more cover around the footy. The downside to that is Darcy Moore is basically doing what he pleases down back. And he's had 6 intercept marks. He's looking dangerous. He's setting all of his Collingwood defence up really well behind the footy, and he's having a real impact on the game. So, as I said, Matthew Nicks going into half-time. No doubt he'll be talking with the midfield stoppage coach around what do we do? Do we drop the forward and engage a Darcy Moore and try to nullify his influence? I guess the downside to that is potentially the clearance count starts to go in Collingwood's favour, but I guess at the end of the day, it's sort of that robbing Peter to pay Paul, and at the moment, Darcy Moore's having a real impact.
Well, they're just having hold of the football at the moment. Time in possession for the match is 46% to Adelaide 35, and last 10 minutes 39-22. So Collingwood are just controlling the football. You spoke about, I guess, the marks. It's 47-32. The intercepts is 20-5. And the uncontested is 70-105. So Collingwood are just controlling it.
Those intercept numbers are massive, aren't
they?
they?
Totally.
20-5.
Well, I was glowing of Adelaide when they last played Collingwood, what they were able to do in Collingwood's forward 50. And they were able to, as matter as the amount of football that went in, Adelaide were able to win it and Collingwood weren't lowering it. It's almost polar opposite now to what Adelaide are doing. They're just bombing and just going down the line every time, and they're not changing up the way they're doing. And also the energy that Collingwood are bringing, it's actually 27-35 tackles in favour of Collingwood. So when they don't have the footy, the pressure is there. But for me, Josh, it's that congested clearance. They just continually back in their teammate to win the football or get it out. Or it's almost a blind either back handball or a forward handball, but yet Collingwood are there to be able to run on, and then away they go. They can then control. And we've seen multiple instances in that first half of them be able to actually use the footy, hold the footy, maintain the football. But then I've got to say, Adelaide wasteful, but also their defence that we've been so strong in what they've been doing. They haven't been as miserly tonight in that first half as what they have been.
And that's my point around, if you're prepared to give up Darcy Moore taking 6 first half intercepts, you've got to have better method going inside forward 50. I'd like to see Adelaide use their hands more. Haven't used a lot of handball, particularly in the scramble, that hat kick forward, which is playing into Collingwood's hands at the moment with, as we said, Darcy Moore setting up really well behind the footy. So they're pressured with their kicks, their hat kick forwards. There's not a lot of method with the way Adelaide are moving the ball inside forward 50, and they need to tidy that up in this second half.
So if you look at Adelaide's forward 50, this is Collingwood's defence. Disposals 14, Collingwood 34. So that's in the first half. You have a look at ground ball gets 11-6. Uncontested possessions 17-5, and then when you look at intercept possessions in Adelaide's forward 50, 15-1. Collingwood's defence has been outstanding tonight. And then when you go the other way, Adelaide haven't been able to get on top of the forward up for Collingwood too. It's like 15-13 uncontested in favour of Adelaide, but 25-22 in terms of disposals. So Adelaide are winning the football, wasteful. Collingwood, we know how efficient they can be. They showed that, displayed that in the first half of the season.
It's been an odd sort of game, hasn't it? When Adelaide get their turn to score, they've kicked multiple goals in a hurry, and it looks like, oh, wow, this is the most dominant footy that there is out there, and they're about to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, and yet they've only really had 2 moments like that. They kicked 2 goals in 3 minutes in the first quarter, and then they kicked 3 goals in a 5-minute burst in the second quarter. And outside of that, it's been a real grind, and that's what Craig McRae, I'm sure, will love, and what he's seen from his Magpies. More from Jamo and more from Josh Franco coming up as we work our way through the Magpies by 6 at half-time. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans calling the footy, and Tom Wilson on the boundary. We'll bring you up to date with the teams for the rest of the weekend. Of course, every final you can hear right here in commercial-free on ABC Sport. It is half-time. Collingwood up by 6. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Let's check in with the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The aged care watchdog says the government's reforms are missing the systemic changes recommended by the 2021 Royal Commission. A report by Inspector General of Aged Care, Natalie Siegel-Brown, was tabled in federal parliament today. It says a 3-month waiting period and limits on the number of available home care places are inconsistent with the Royal Commission's call for a system of universal entitlement to care. Ms Siegel-Brown says the government is implementing pockets of reform when transformational change is needed.
In the main, it's been changes to the existing system, when in fact what the Royal Commission was calling for was transformational change. A lot of that would require a complete paradigm shift in our aged care system.
Police have charged another 3 people following an alleged attack at a First Nations protest camp in Melbourne on Sunday. Police allege several people were injured when a group of about 30 men stormed Camp Sovereignty, with victims kicked, punched and attacked with a pole. A prominent neo-Nazi leader and 2 other men were arrested on Tuesday, and a 29-year-old man was arrested yesterday. Police say 3 other men in their late 20s and early 30s were charged today, facing offences including violent disorder and unlawful assault. Former Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews has defended his decision to attend a Chinese military parade in Beijing. Joshua Allen has more.
Mr Andrews has come under widespread criticism for his attendance at the parade commemorating the 80th anniversary of China's victory over Japan in World War II. He was filmed shaking hands with Chinese leader Xi Jinping and posed for a photo with leaders including Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un. In a statement, Mr Andrews says he was invited to attend the event and has said for years that a constructive relationship with China is in Australia's national interest. Mr Andrews says he has condemned Putin and his illegal war in Ukraine from day one and was banned from Russia as a result.
9 newspapers have welcomed the High Court decision not to hear an appeal by war veteran Ben Roberts-Smith in his long-running defamation case with the group. Mr Roberts-Smith lost the case when the federal court found that allegations he was responsible for or complicit in the deaths of 4 detainees in Afghanistan were substantially true. Nine's Tory Maguire says the High Court decision has vindicated the brave soldiers of Australia's SAS regiment who spoke the truth in telling their stories at great personal risk. She noted the challenge the court action had posed for journalists Nick McKenzie and Chris Masters. Police in Portugal say the death toll after Lisbon's famous funicular tram derailed has risen to 17. The BBC's Alison Roberts has the latest.
The city's mayor, who visited the scene and also visited some of the injured in hospital last night, has said that he is in shock and that he is determined to find out what caused the accident and ensure that it never happens again. There are multiple investigations going on. The company that runs the funicular, as well as Lisbon's buses and trams, has opened its own internal inquiry. The criminal police were in action already last night, and the public prosecutor's office has said it has opened a criminal inquiry.
Police have put down a large mixed-breed dog that attacked a Hunter Valley teenager in New South Wales, leaving her critically injured in hospital. Giselle Wakatama reports.
A 16-year-old girl was flown to hospital with critical injuries to her head, neck and body after she was attacked by a dog at a friend's home in Singleton in the Upper Hunter Valley. Police say passers-by intervened, pulling the dog off her while calling for help. She was treated by paramedics at the scene before being flown to Newcastle's John Hunter Hospital. Singleton Mayor Sue Moore said the community is shocked by the attack.
Obviously, the bystanders did a great job in what they could do. As I said, just terrible situation all round for people involved.
Inquiries are continuing.
Legislation to criminalise coercive control has passed through South Australia's Parliament today. Talia Fay has the details.
The state government says behaviours that have or are likely to have a controlling impact on an offender's current or former intimate partner will be criminalised. Under the reforms, behaviours that restrict a person's life, including their freedom of movement or ability to access the justice system, will be taken to have a controlling impact. To prosecute the offence, authorities will need to prove a reasonable person would consider the defendant's conduct was likely to cause harm. There'll be a 2-year consultation period before the laws are implemented.
This is ABC News.
Vote for your favourites in ABC Radio National's Top 100 Books of the 21st Century.
Need inspiration? We've got a list.
Voting has opened.
Look for Top 100 on the ABC Radio National homepage.
September means finals footy.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal.
But at ABC Sport, it also means we're counting down to the summer of cricket.
Mr. Smith thumps that through cover point away for 4.
Starting September 30, the Women's ODI World Cup.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
Plus Australia versus India in the men's ODI and T20s. The WBBL, the Big Bash, and the biggest rivalry in the game.
The Ashes.
The Ashes.
Stark rumbles in and bowls it down. He's bowled him. First ball.
ABC Sport and the ABC Listen app. Your home of cricket this summer. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Who else but Nick Dacos to get out of there? Hands it to side bottom, dummies through one, underground handball to get through another. They're trying to be fancy here, but Adelaide's pressure is too hot. O'Brien rips it away, thrusts it into the 50. It was a low dart, and straight onto the chest of Walker, 40 from home. Walker crosses the paint of 50. It's a low but strong bomb. Texas got 2. Bond shoots it through centre wing. Neil Bullen had a runner, gives it to Curtin, sidestep side bottom. Closing down was Perryman. He gets it back to Neil Bullen, slices it into the 50 to Pedler. Alex Neil Bullen might be the recruit of the year. A return from a hamstring injury. Luke Pedler tests it out with a long-range strike. Saliga with 4 to beat. Can't get the job done. Quaynor's there for the Pies. Here comes the counter-punch. Schultz, long. Cameron running back. Needs a kind bounce. Keane's behind him. Cameron volleys it through. The big man gets low with the soccer skills. Collingwood back in front.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
It's what we wanted. There's no doubt about that. A grind in the first qualifying final. 5 goals each, but it's 5-7 to 5-1, and that is the gap in the game. Collingwood by 6 points. 4 lead changes. It has delivered so far in front of a raucous crowd here at Adelaide Oval. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans calling the play-by-play. We've got Josh Franco, the All-Australian, the Premiership Crow, Rod Jamieson and Tom Wilson, one of the best in the game on the boundary for us. The rest of the weekend, so Geelong and Brisbane tomorrow night. The big news out of the Cats camp is that Reece Stanley is out. So this was reported by Mitch Cleary earlier in the week around the concern with his hamstring. He's out. So that has huge ramifications for the Cats. They've been playing Mark Blitzarms as a forward. That obviously has been thrown upside down. You would expect he's needed as the main ruckman tomorrow night, the first choice ruck for the Cats. The ins are Neal, O'Connor and Clark. The outs are Stanley, Nevitt and Buse. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, they get Neal and Berry back, both returning from injury. Reveal and Tunstall are the 2 that miss out. The Saturday games, of course, elimination final Saturday. Kelly, Hogan, Stringer, Cornelio, the 4 that made it up for the Giants. So the first 3 of those are the ins, and Cornelio holds his place after being concussed in round 24. Where Rouston, the rising star nom from the penultimate round, he's been omitted along with Krzyzewski. Meanwhile, Mitch Lewis has been dropped at Hawthorn, so they've gone against the full tools at the last moment. Bruce has also been omitted, has he played his last game of AFL footy. Weddle and Sam Butler, the 2 ins. And then Fremantle and Gold Coast, the nightcap over in Perth, the last of the finals in week 1. O'Driscoll and Dudley come in for Corey Wagner and Sam Switkowski. Meanwhile, for Gold Coast, David Swallow comes in. Of course, he's retiring at season's end, and Jake Rogers is the man that misses out. All of those games you can hear right here on ABC Sport, of course, all weekend long. Bill off the SMS. The Crows are not playing effective, smart, accountable footy. It could get ugly for them from Bill.
Well, the only thing, Bill, is that Adelaide have to get better with the way that they played in that first half. They haven't played like that all year.
You can also spin it the other way and say, hey, they're 6 points down and they haven't played their best footy. And when they've played and got it going in patches, they've looked dynamic, kicking 3 goals in a 5-minute burst in that second quarter. The second half is upon us. Finals footy on ABC Sport. It is Collingwood by 6. Into the third quarter we go. Aaron Bryans on ABC Sport.
Game on a knife's edge. Cameron down, straight to DeGoey. Tackled quickly, got a handball forward. He's looking for Nick Dacos. He had to bring down Saligo. Won't relent either as he continually spins him and gets him.
That's tough.
Holding the ball. Free kick to Nick Dacos, and Saligo's in all sorts as well. On his haunches, Nick Dacos sends it towards the 50. Floating into space is Crisp. He's right inside the paint on a tight angle. Serious concerns here for Jake Saligo.
So we saw Chris, actually kick a goal from here in round 23, wasn't it, too? Late in that last quarter. What's he do? He's calling for the square. Is he going to go short?
Points to the hot spot, sets it up to Mason Cox. Got the fly and it dropped it. Oh, big Mason, that was your moment. Front and square, head over the footy is Elliott. And he's caught in a sandwich, ball up to come 35 out.
Yeah, you don't get too many opportunities like that as a key forward, do you? Yeah, big Mason Cox. Just the 2 disposals in that first half needs to influence the game and exert his authority on this contest.
And a 50-metre penalty.
Yeah.
Cost them a goal out of the middle. Nick Dacos at the stoppage. Hand pass to Schultz. High up and under. Cox hands to it. No mark. Spills down to Murray's direct opponent. Nick Dacos turns him over in the tackle. Umpire waits and eventually says ball up. Free kicks were even at half-time, by the way. In early stages here. Third quarter action. Collingwood, the number 1 third quarter team in the competition. Off hands, it spills down to Long. Hand pass to Sidebottom. Surge kick forward. The vet dobs it. Sidebottom's got 2 and Collingwood have the last 3 in the game. It is the Magpies who double their advantage. Collingwood by 12, 6-7 to 5-1. And Collingwood have kicked the first goal in all 3 quarters, 2 minutes into the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
And that is the exact clearance that we're talking about, that Collingwood have done so well in that first half. And here we are 2 minutes into the third, and they've done it again.
There's something I didn't think I'd hear, Jamo. Collingwood early in the third quarter in packed house at Adelaide Oval.
Well, I think the other thing as well from that stoppage is one person you wouldn't want to leave free is a still Sidebottom. And just looking at the replay, no one within 4 or 5 metres of him, just the feedback handle and a terrific finish.
Collingwood by 12.
Poor defence from Adelaide at that stoppage.
Finals footy on ABC Sport. Wayward bounce, favoured Cameron. O'Brien got there late to try and impact the hit out. Roll towards Saligo. Tackle late on Cameron. Ripped out of there by Long, who arches the back and breaks away. Up towards the 50 for Collingwood. 2 on 2. Elliott's there. Knocked away by Bond. He collapses into the footy. Elliott on top of him. They're trying to get the ball out of there. Mason Cox tries to lift up Bond with one arm and then becomes the tackler on a second attempt. This time it's too high.
See, 2 on 1 again in the middle with that clearance. Adelaide, Ned Long wins the football because he's on his own. He's sat outside it.
Ball up instead. Looked like he pointed the way of the Crows. Tapped down by Cameron, straight to Schultz. Buffeted off his kick. It's up towards the scoreboard. Bouncing in the path of Curtin. Came down into a spear tackle from Lipinski. Gets it out to Laird. Roll one to Worrell. Shoots it to Bond. Adelaide navigating the hard work. The walls keep closing though. The pressure's rising. Worrell drops it in the tackle. Rolls towards the paint of 50. 4 on 4. Lipinski funnels it out. Long breaks through 2. Hands it to Degoe. He's in his range. Degoe is dangerous. He fires from 40. Collingwood have 4 in a row. They're up by 18 points. 7-7, 49, plays 5-1, 31. They've caught the Crows flat-footed to start the second half. 4 minutes in. Collingwood rocking and rolling. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Gemma, you talk about an electric start from Collingwood to start this third quarter. Once again, it's only a small sample size, but clearances 4-zip, the Pies way, the inside 50s 2-zip. Contested possessions, this would be a concern for the Adelaide coaching staff. 7-1, and at the moment, dominating field position and dominating momentum.
Already on the bench, Adelaide has put up a card here, which is they've got a number of modes they need to go into, and having 2 goals kicked against them 4 minutes into this third, they need to shut this down and pull back the game, make it dirty for the next 2 minutes or so.
That was the old boxing glove.
Yeah.
That's fight. You've got to fight your way out of this, Adelaide.
And the other side of it, from a Collingwood point of view, how was the relentless forward pressure that they sensed how important the next goal in the game was? And they're just waiting here, having a long look, which can only mean they're checking this in the arc.
So 13 disposals to 5, 4 minutes into this second quarter, 7-1 contested. Just Collingwood at it.
Yep.
They are checking the score. The Jordan Degoe goal. And it's a huge goal in the context of the game. And umpire Simon Meredith says, yep, goal stands. Let's restart things in the middle. It is an 18-point game. The Magpies, after falling behind by 10, have kicked the last 4 in the game. Early in the third, and already it's a critical stage as Saligo spun around, dispossessed, holding the ball.
Twice this quarter, holding the ball, Jake Saligo.
Feels like the final's on the line right now as Ned Long with the centre break after the free kick. Cox hands to it, not to be. Down to side bottom. Doing what needs to be done. The September specialist. And the Magpies have kicked 5 unanswered goals. It is Collingwood by 24. And Steele side bottom has 3 in a final. And Collingwood have a 24-point break. 6 minutes played, third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Josh Fraser said that, and also Craig McRae. They just give him something different. It's a target. Mason Cox is starting deep in the forward line. Hasn't played much football all year, but yet in his 9th game, he hasn't scored. He's only kicked 2, but they're just going to him, and they're bringing it forward, and Collingwood are scoring.
What a surge to start the third term. Adelaide shell-shocked. They need a response. Collingwood by 24 in the qualifying final. Cameron down looking for McCreary. Fresh area against Dawson. Picked up by Peatling and smashed forward off the boot. Ricochets off Moore, who's entangled with Walker. Rolls to right half forward for the Crows. Crisp is there. Tackled by Neil-Bullen. Flung it out to Josh Dacos. And they pinged him forward as well. No crow throw tonight. Free kick to Neil-Bullen.
Important centre clearance there for Adelaide too, under siege. Needed to get a bit of field position. They've got it.
No one's on the mark, so he can stroll towards the 50 and spot O'Brien. Juggled 3 bites against Cameron. Reels it in. He wants to give it off quickly. Hands it to Keys. Curling from 20. Misses to the left. And Ben Keys' goalless run against the Magpies continues. Collingwood's lead down to 23.
Just the 3 disposals for Keys tonight. Has had hardly any impact, just the 2 kicks, 1 handball, going at 0% efficiency.
24.
Sorry, Corby, they left Jordan De Goey on the attacking side once again in the middle of the ground at that last centre bounce.
Maynard goes long down the wing. Cox claims the mark and it's paid. Hand pass to the boundary line for Crisp. Floats a hand pass forward for the Pies. Here's De Goey. Slips out of a 2-man tackle. Got it to Crisp. Handball away to Nick Dacos. Kicks laterally to Quaynor.
It's good a game if I've seen Jordan De Goey play for quite some time.
23 points Collingwood's lead. Game high was 24 before that last score. Short kick for Nick Dacos. He's looking inside 50. Is there a mark there? Yes, but it's wearing an Adelaide jumper and the intercept mark for Peatling. He goes laterally with the kick, still inside the defensive arc and finds Laird. Crows with it all to do. They've conceded the last 5 goals in the game after leading by double digits themselves in the second term.
Into the left back pocket to Bond, and now Worrell in front of the Wanganeen stand. Has to be precise down the line and is. As he rewards the lead of Zach Taylor. Looking for options. Collingwood is zoned ahead. He'll set it up centre wing on the eastern side. Flying across was Curtin, slipped through his mitts. Neil-Bullen though out the back. Turns inboard, kicks towards the 50. Philthorpe entangled with Maynard. Almost had a junker tug in there, but couldn't get it out. Frampton pounces on the half volley and hacks it out of dodge. Straight down the throat of Curtin. Still on the eastern wing, Adelaide. Looking for a clean entry. Mitch Hinge will have a runner. Dishes it off to Worrell. Searching kick inside 50. Walker brushes off Quaynor. Too strong, too good. And he clunks it straight in front. 35 out.
Well, I really like that play from Adelaide. I reckon they're playing 2 straight line. The ability, I think it was Worrell, to change the lanes and hit that little lateral kick to get speed on the ball. Quick entry inside forward 50 and Walker did the rest. That was really good play. Almost the blueprint for Adelaide to get back into this contest.
He's led the Crows through the highs and the lows. And tonight, they need him to stand up. Walker crosses the paint of 50. Strike is heading right and continues to fade. Collingwood's lead down to 22 points. 9 played in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
There's a long way to go, but these are big moments in this final right now.
Yep. And I guess we were discussing prior to the game starting.
Yeah.
You actually don't want a small game or goals scored. You actually want Adelaide need to get going to score big.
It's a big miss. Long kick down the wing. Hinge punches it away. Favours Adelaide though as it ricochets back to Peatling. Kicks to half forward. Good use of the body. Taylor got rid of Josh Dacos. Takes the mark. It's all okay and Taylor's got it 70 out.
Samberry's on if he wants to hit him in the middle.
He looks in that direction. Centering kick punched away by Quaynor. The kick meant for Dawson. Spills off hands down to McCreary. Collingwood scoop it back up. Handball away to Maynard. Short kick to Crisp, who marks Pies by 22. 10 minutes gone in the third.
Once again, I'm not sure about that entry inside 50, Jamo. 35 out directly in front of goal. You turn it over there, it comes back with interest. Longer, deeper. Get some real pressure on the ball.
Crisp down the line looking for De Goey. Front position. Held his ground against Laird.
So is that finals inexperience, playing the player rather than the best option at the time?
I reckon.
I'll kick it to Dawson.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
De Goey steps in and sets it up on the paint of 50. Elliott's got a free ride and rises high but can't reel it in. Keys is there front and square. Hands it to Peatling. Squeezes it through traffic, a tumbling ball, but straight to Frampton on the eastern side. He'll send it back in. Collingwood have numbers everywhere. They were queuing up in front of the light tower. Schultz takes the mark and sends it back inboard to Nick Dacos. He loves punishing the Crows. Averages 32 touches against them, and this will be his 16th of the night.
I reckon that's the common theme that we've seen from Adelaide in terms of their ball movement. No composure with it, just the hack kick forward to space. Collingwood set up really well behind the footy, and I don't know who was on Schultz on that occasion, but he was 25 metres in the clear.
Just the handball in that back half too. So Keys wins it, Peatling kicks it, but he goes wide as opposed to Taylor Walker in the middle of the ground.
Nick Dacos, methodical approach, gives it everything from 45. It's curling right to left, sits up on the behind line. Mark attempted to be taken by Keane, and I reckon it will be a minus score, but we might be heading upstairs here for a Holton play.
Well,
Keane pleads his case, but the umpire is going to soft signal it as a behind.
Well, it is 1 point in the game, and like the replay or monitor in front of us, it's gone through for a behind. But they're the stuff you want to get it right.
So Collingwood's lead back up to 23 points. They'll move to 8-8-56. Adelaide 5-3-33. 12 played in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Next goal, incredibly important in this final as the kick out goes wide and mark taken by Curtin. Kick out duties for Mark Keane. And Curtin finds it in the junction of the boundary line in the 50. Collingwood with the last 5 goals. Long kick down the wing. Dawson the target. Spills front and centre. Pies win it. Houston shoots a hand pass under pressure. Quaynor critical touch but knocks it straight to Keys. Adelaide the other way. Hand pass to Berry. Kicks looking for Thilthorpe. No mark. Spills through to Maynard. Got to be quick. Just got his kick away to Lipinski. Hand pass to Quaynor. Kicks in the middle of the ground. McCreary's out. Things open upfield for the Magpies. They're all running downhill. McCreary goes long looking for Schultz. Hands to it, no mark. Worrell did well, outnumbered. Got it down towards his mate in Curtin. Hand pass to Bond, and he can kick it out of defence for Adelaide.
He's looking for Pedler. Frampton comes late with a double fist. Smashes it towards Nick Dacos. A rare fumble. Adelaide gather into the defensive 50. Crunching tackle. Frees up Nick Dacos to squeeze a kick into Elliott. That was a tremendous effort. My goodness, what a hit.
Tell you what, all you can say is, wow, that was unbelievable from Collingwood. Who was the big tackle? Who was the tackler then?
Schultz.
Was it Schultz? Unbelievable closing speed and impact. Physically outstanding. And then the work of Nick Dacos, just the composure with ball in hand, which Adelaide have lacked all night, was outstanding to find Elliott.
Schultz was slow to get up too. We saw him a number of weeks ago in Fremantle where he knocked himself out, where he just attacked the footy as hard as he did.
Jamie Elliott comes in with a beautiful strike from 40. He's got 3. And the prelim is slipping away from the Crows. Collingwood's on top of the Adelaide Oval. 9-8-62. Adelaide 5-3-33. 14 played in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Josh Franco and Rod Jamison.
They're just playing that efficient footy at the moment, gone into inside 58 occasions in this third quarter, 60% in front of goal. They're just 4-1 halfway through this third quarter. Adelaide haven't even looked like scoring. It's been rushed, albeit they do have the 2 behinds. But they haven't even looked like scoring a goal.
They haven't, and they're getting absolutely smashed around the footy. Jordan Dawson, 0 disposals this quarter. He's just come to the bench, so Adelaide under siege. They need a response here. Ben Keys has been injected into the middle of the ground.
September hardened in the premiership quarter. Collingwood with the first 4 goals after half-time, the last 6 in the game. Trying to fight on through traffic. Laird coughs it up. Nick Dacos got it out to McCreary. Shoots a hand pass forward. Lipinski's on the end of it. Kicks looking for Elliott. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Elliott a second go. Toe pokes it back to Lipinski. Gets boot to ball. Goals! It's a Collingwood blitzkrieg to start this second half. And the September-hardened Magpies are giving Adelaide all they can handle. 7 straight goals for the Magpies. Collingwood 10-8-68. Adelaide 5-3, 33. 16 minutes gone in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, where Collingwood absolutely monstered Adelaide in round 23, they're doing the same at the moment, just in this quarter alone. Cameron's hit-outs 4-2, hit-outs to advantage 2. Long, Dacos, Schultz, and then Peatling, but it's Long 3, Dacos 2, Schultz 1, clearances. First possession, Long 3, Schultz 1, De Goey, Dacos. Adelaide can't even get their hands on the footy.
They can't. Centre clearances as well. 4-1 in favour of the Pies and 2 goals from those 4 clearances.
Tom Wilson on the boundary.
The Crows are shell-shocked down here. Jordan Dawson, the skipper, they've got no answers. The only thing they can do is try the sub. Brodie Smith is starting to warm up on the boundary.
Cameron wins it down again. Keys bowled over by McCreary, who keeps surging it forward. Berry doing his best to win out. Did well with his head over the footy. Extracts it to Keys, and now Dawson tumbles a kick up to centre wing. Walker clean at ground level. Dishes it off to Keys, surging by. They're accelerating up to half forward, Adelaide. Taylor breaks the ankles of Frampton. Thumps it to a one-on-one. Trying to reel it in his Pedler. Kept his feet against Maynard and smashes it into the Riverbank stand. Pedler's got 2. It's the response that Adelaide needed. End-to-end footy. Margin down to 29. Collingwood 10-8-68. Adelaide 6-3-39. Approaching time on in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Keys actually started that centre clearance, or that ball up in the middle of the ground, so which is something he hasn't been doing all night. So he was involved in that chain of Hipwell and Handball, involved twice when it came through the middle of the ground and got over the back and one-on-one. Just when you find Maynard in front, Pedder was really smart with his body work.
Fair play to him. I mean, that's trying to overstate it. It's a one-on-one win that probably keeps him in the game.
Definitely.
And again, you talk about, I mean, Adelaide aren't playing well. Collingwood are playing tremendous football, but 4 goals, 5 goals, it's still not an inconceivable amount. You're only halfway through the third.
And if there's one team that can score quickly, it is, of course, the Adelaide Crows, as Cameron tries to take them all on in the middle. Ball comes out, no holding the ball call. De Goey scoops it up. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. Handball further afield to Lipinski. He tucks it under his arm. He looks for the sticks. He misses. Out to the right and behind. Trying to get that goal straight back. Instead, he'll have to settle for a 5-goal advantage. 30 points, Collingwood's lead, 10-9-6-3. 18.5 gone, third term.
Keane places it wide to Worrell in front of the scoreboard. Cathedral in the backdrop.
Taking too long. They've got players available with that first option. Here they go down the line to a contest.
Crows fans putting up their prayers. Exiting kick. Ricochets out to Hinge. Tried to roll one through traffic. Plucked away by Parker. Uses Pendlebury. Collingwood towards the corridor. De Goey bounces off Miller and retreats back towards Cameron. The composure from the September specialist as he places it wide on the 45 to Frampton. He's true centre wing in front of the Bashir stand. Collingwood by 30. And big Billy Frampton against his old mob. His second final. Heads towards the 50. It's too long for Cox, who didn't fly. Out the back door is Myercheck. Tackled as he kicked from 40. Gets the unkind bounce into the post. Gee, that might have been curtains. Instead, it's a 31-point lead and 4 misses on the night for Brodie Myercheck.
How good's De Goey been, Jamo? We mentioned him only the 2 disposals in the first quarter. Has had 18 for the game. Hugely influential.
Makes the margin 31, 19.5 gone, third term. Hinge, long kick to Walker, got his name written all over it. Pressure from Parker, he's going to get a free. Front on contact, and Walker will get it middle of Adelaide Oval. Crows have kicked the last in the game after falling 35 behind. Big moments here late in the third. Can they kick some red time goals to hang about? Moore puts his fist through the kick at centre half back. Walker gets another play on it. Slips the Lipinski tackle. Hand pass away to Taylor. Flares the kick wide. Finds Curtin.
Just don't feel Adelaide have really tested Collingwood's defence out with their ball movement.
Gives it to the skipper. Kicks into the pocket. Fogarty punches the Dawson kick away. Close to the line. Moore claims the mark, and that'll be paid. It was his fist originally, and then completes the mark, and Darcy Moore picks it off back pocket for Collingwood. He's side up by 31. 21 minutes gone in the third.
Back to his prolific best tonight. Moore searches to the eastern wing. They converge 3-on-3. Cox.
Now he's starting to clunk them.
He's stuck it amongst a flurry of bodies. He's just forward a right half back. Waits for the runner. Releases Josh Dacos. Checks the kick. Up towards Membry. They've got options everywhere, the Pies. Membry turns on a dime. Into the 50 to go. He pushed off his opponent but couldn't take the mark. Hinge came in late. Collateral as it shoots out to Myercheck. Snap from 45. Top of the goal square put down. Coming through. Ricochet off Keane. Did that go off his boot to Crisp? Yes. He flung his body in at the top of the goal square and the ball powered out of there. Absolute rocket straight into the lap of Jack Crisp.
I feel like I'm talking to a 3-year-old just at the moment. I just can't get over how the contest, Adelaide are going 2-on-1 and Collingwood are just staying down. Like they've just done it all night. 3-on-2, they're getting sucked into the contest and there's space on the outside for Collingwood.
In his 15th final, Jack Crisp starts it right, coming back a little, sits up on the goal line. Cox tries to paddle to keep it in, but a bit of backspin into the left-hand upright. Collingwood's lead, 32 points. Still 6 to go in the third on ABC Sport.
5-goal-4 this quarter to Collingwood, 1-goal-2 to Adelaide.
Amazing numbers. And that 5-4, by the way, from 12 entries for Collingwood. And they've gone in, they've more often than not scored. As Miller remarks, the kick out goes long to the wing. Frampton picks it off. Hand pass missed the target. Crows a chance now as Sligo puts his head over it, taken high. Bounces straight back up, takes the free. Lays a hand pass off to Michael Lanny. 2 of the 16 out there for Adelaide playing their first final. Finds Walker. He's got a bit of experience. Out muscles Quaidall. Goes long for home but misses. A couple of misses in the quarter now for Taylor Walker after his 2 first-half goals. Makes the margin 31 points. 31 points Collingwood's way. Time on in the third. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. All the footy action all September. Right here on ABC Sport through the ABC Listen app.
Josh Dacos called to play on from the defensive goal square. Long bomb towards Darcy Cameron out the back is Neil Bullen. Kept it in with a snap, a hit and hope. Front position was Peatling, couldn't control it against Maynard. Handball comes out the way of Long. Got it back towards Maynard. Coming the other way was Neil Bullen. Hands absolutely everywhere, but the Pies are clean. Crisp darts inboard, shoots it towards the defensive edge to De Goey, looping over the top to Long. He steps inside, tackled by Hinge, but got it to Quaidall. Collingwood just keep pressing. Adelaide's pressure wins out. Turnover to Saligo, darting pass towards Fogarty. He's just outside his range at right half forward. He waits, floating in the hole. Pedlar, the most unlikely hero. He stood up when they've needed him in this term. And he takes the mark against Frampton, 25 out.
What an important contest there, centre wing. Jamo, Collingwood's hands, they looked like they were going to get out. And then just the turnover, the entry inside forward 50. Pedlar, is he lining up for his third, I think? Needs to go back and kick this when we talk about scoreboard pressure and closing that gap. Huge kick.
Just worked incredibly hard to get to the space. Adelaide then lowered the eyes, looked to the space. Frampton couldn't get there.
Hearts in mouths. Pedlar comes in. Kick looks good. And the Crows aren't done yet. Luke Pedlar has 3. Margin down to 25 late in the third term. 10-11-71 Collingwood. Adelaide 7-4, 46. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Premiership Crow Rod Jamieson and 4-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco.
Well, they've displayed it all year and it's in there and you see glimpses of it at the moment, but credit to Collingwood because they're not allowing Adelaide to play the way they want to play. They're actually forcing them to play the way that Collingwood want them to play, which is just kick long, go down the line or even kick long down the middle of the ground. When you actually get space in your forward 50, change the angles, put it out in front, your defenders do not have a chance. We've seen that from a small forward. Pedlar with his third, Jamie Elliott up the other end for Collingwood.
Fair play to this young man. Pick 11 a couple of years back. Luke Pedlar in his 8th game for the year, but 2 big-time goals in the third quarter. He's got 3 for the night.
Tough southeast boy from South Australia.
And keeping Adelaide in the qualifying final as De Goey hands it to Cameron, kicks out wide for Elliott. They get a bit more bang for their buck, the Pies, after a dominant third term.
Centre clearances this quarter, 7-1 the Pies' way.
Still 4 minutes on the game clock in the quarter. Kick goes wide looking for Houston. Ends up out of play. Ump says spin it in.
Go back 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, you're on the half-forward flank and you kick it to the boundary where the 50-metre line is the boundary, and you think that's sort of okay for a forward entry.
Brodie Smith and Rowan Steele, the two subs, neither of them activated so far. From the boundary throw-in, Nick Dacos couldn't trap it, spills to Curtin, high up and under, Josh Dacos underneath. Peatling tried to pluck it over the top, not to be. Falls down to Berry, nice work, runs straight around side bottom. Got a hand pass to Dawson, never gave up on it, Maynard. And he's been pinged for a throw. I think it was the first one against Berry. And Maynard rewarded middle of Adelaide Oval. Short kick to De Goey. And the Collingwood superstar says, just pump the brakes.
How good was Maynard?
That is the sort of stuff that any coach or teammates love.
Yeah.
Just the pressure.
And these guys are finals hardened. They've got 16 premiership players out there. Adelaide have 16 guys playing their first final.
And they're just playing a mode now, Collingwood.
Short to Will Parker. Now the long kick into the pocket. Easy to be picked off by Michael Annie. Had it broken up last moment by Membry and then taken out of play. Crisp sees it out, so a forward 50 stoppage. Boundary throw in, forward pocket for the Pies.
Big 3 minutes here for Adelaide. Can't concede a goal here at this D50 stoppage for the Crows.
Collingwood by 25 points.
Isaac Cumming, Riley Fieldthorpe have not touched the football in this third quarter.
Tossed in, O'Brien down, Worrell there. Got it at his bootlaces, sweeping handball to the broadcast wing. Maynard again, bounces off Fogarty and then brings Fieldthorpe to ground. He keeps fighting and takes out his own teammate in the process. Adelaide will win out. Little chip kick, Fieldthorpe to Keys, who's bowled over after he took the mark. And the noise of affirmation wins out. Tom Wilson downstairs.
So the Crows have activated their sub after that Luke Pedler goal. Brodie Smith's come onto the ground. Mitch Hinge, they were trying to get him off for a good 5 to 6 minutes, but he was on the other side of the ground. He's been subbed out after just 7 touches.
Ben Keys marched towards the 50.
He's going to be right on his mark here.
Mentioned it a few times, but goalless in 11 games against the Pies. So why not cash in when you get a gift? Opens the angle from 50. It falls short on the line. Tapped down by Cameron. Playing on was Perryman, but he turned into trouble. Tackled. Pops out to Quaynor. Collingwood survived the pressure, but it might be coming back here. Now, has it gone over the line all the way back, or is it Quaynor caught high?
They've gone high contact is the call.
So a free kick to Isaac Quaynor, and this will unravel the hostile home crowd.
2.5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Adelaide need to just apply the pressure, keep it in.
Tick, 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 late in the third term. Collingwood with 7 in a row at one stage. Adelaide have kicked the last 2. Long down the line. Spills to Cox. Cox claiming the mark. Ump says no and then held to him and a ball up. 60 metres out from the Adelaide goal. Trying to scratch and claw their way back into this qualifying final. Cameron's kick smothered. Ricochets out to Worrell. Kicks inside 50. Peatling claims the mark and he's got it right half forward for the Crows.
And
hands it off. Dawson. Won't be paid. The umpire said, nope, time off, so it's going to come back. I'm trying to claim a mark now to Curtin in the goal square, and the umpire said, no, it's coming all the way back to Peatling.
He's a player that needs to get going as well, Fred. Like, just the 7 disposals hasn't had an impact at all. Important kick, though, coming up.
Played in 3 finals or losses. Lays it off towards Murray. Murray kicks it absolute home run. Drop punt right to the line, and it's marked. And Darcy Cameron with the intercept mark on the goal line. And for a bit of added drama, we're going to check it in the arc.
He's had just 1 goal in his 66-game career, Nick Murray. That would have been huge.
How's the size of the kick? Would have had to kick that 60 metres off the boot. And he got it all the way to the goal line.
I love the way he plays, Corby, too. You know, like he's just a big, angry man, hates being beaten. He's come back from a knee.
I think the only reason he got back in the team is because of the punctured lung for Jordan Butts, which incredibly wasn't cited Sam Darcy for inflicting that punishment in that game. So mark paid for Cameron, gives it to Pendlebury. Pies out of defence.
30-second final tonight. He kicks it in the direction of Cox. Couldn't control the mark despite being in front position. Hits the deck. The Magpies pile on top and force a ball up as they pull Josh Worrell off the canvas.
It's a big 1 minute 25, isn't it, to end the third quarter? Ties by 25,
Yep.
Adelaide with the last two.
Cameron down. Picked off by Dawson, fumbled under pressure from Long. Cameron dives low but can't reel it in. Laird gives it away. Tunnel ball through Cripps to Long. He's wrapped up by Neil Bullen. He caught him in the chicken wing. Escorts him over the line. Boundary throw in and a bit of afters. De Goey wasn't happy with the tackle. Neil Bullen gets stuck into him in return. It's getting hot. You can sense the frustration from not only the crowd but the Adelaide Crows. They need to fire a shot. Tossed in. O'Brien down to Dawson. Scoops it in with one arm. Gives it to Worrell. High hit and hope. It's a searching prayer. Thilthorpe sticks both mitts out in front of Maynard and takes it close to the buzzer. 35 out, 45 to the right.
Well, the Adelaide Crows skipper Jordan Dawson hasn't had a big quarter, just the two disposals, but was influential in that play. Just the hack kick forward, surged the ball forward, and Thilthorpe, who's been pretty well held tonight, that was a great contested mark. So we talk about context of the game and the kicks and the importance of this one. This is massive.
Riley Thilthorpe, long approach, leans back from 45. There's a lifeline. Adelaide has a heartbeat as we close on three-quarter time. Collingwood's lead down to 19 points. 10-11-71. Adelaide 8-4-52. Finals footy on ABC Sport, and it has all the makings of a grandstand finish.
Well, second goal, only his ninth disposal. He kicked his first in the second. But again, you know, if he presents himself and continue and does that shorter kick, what Collingwood have done tonight in this third quarter, but to Mason Cox, if he doesn't mark it, it comes forward, then his smaller forwards will mop up. But Adelaide have just bombed away. And again, as close as they've been on 3 occasions, they've just bombed away to try and kick that goal. They're exceeding their kicking ability, and it just plays into the hands of the defence of Collingwood.
3 to Pedler, 2 to Walker, 2 to Thilthorpe, 1 to Dawson. So 8 goals, 4 goal kickers. And this final is right back on. 19-point game, back in the middle. Toe poke forward by Soligo, picked off though by Perryman for the Pies. Hand pass picked off. Curtin for the Crows. Hand pass away to Laird. He gives it to Smith, the sub, with the fresh legs. Kicks out to half forward. Quaynor breaks it up ahead of Neil Bullen. Frampton wins it. Handball missed his target. Soligo runs out of time and kicks half to the buzzer to the goal square. It doesn't score anyway as Maynard's back to save the day. What a qualifying final we've got on our hands here. Three-quarter time. It is a 19-point lead for Collingwood, and that doesn't tell half of the story. This is a game in which Collingwood led by 35 points in that third quarter. They'd kicked 7 unanswered goals either side of half-time. And then Adelaide, when they needed to dig deep to hang about in this final, they kicked the last 3 goals of the term. And as a result, it is game on at three-quarter time. 19 points Collingwood's lead, 10-11-71 over Adelaide 8-4-52. The goal kickers. So for Collingwood, 3 for Elliott, 3 for Sidebottom, and then singles for Lipinski, De Goey, Cameron and Nick Dacos. Meanwhile for Adelaide, 3 for Pedler, 2 for Thilthorpe, 2 for Walker, 1 for Dawson. What a game of footy. And the prize is enormous. You get a week off and a home preliminary final. And for the Crows, that'll come with a Friday night fixture as well, and the 8-day lead into a potential grand final if they're able to claw back a 19-point deficit at three-quarter time. It's all in front of us. Clarko of Clarkson loving the call, ABC team. Who's tagging Ben Keys tonight? Can't tell from the TV vision, please. I'm sure he's had a super hard tag, has he? I know Will Parker at different times has been with him and did the job on him last time.
Just can't get in the game, Ben Keys.
Darcy Moore is the captain. His form has been down the last few weeks. Adelaide have made a huge mistake letting his interceptions happen tonight.
Agreed.
His confidence will now bring Collingwood to win. Love listening to your insights. Amazing. From Jacinta. Thanks, Jacinta. And from Neville and Croydon, I'm enjoying your call tonight. I always listen to your articulate... Listen... How's this for a stumble at this moment? I always listen to your articulate broadcasts while watching AFL games on TV. Just a quick message to wish Mick Malthouse all the very best after being attacked at his home last night. I agree with you, Neville. Thoughts with Mick, of course, always. What I noticed has just replied to my message, actually. He's up and going, Nick. So I can only imagine what Mick Malthouse's phone would look like today with his size 24 font and everyone getting to him and trying to wish him well.
2 lines would take 10 minutes to read.
It's 3/4 time. The thoughts of Jamo and Josh coming up next. The Pies by 19. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Nocturnal Worlds. This podcast invites you into a world of relaxation and wonder. Search for the Nocturnal Worlds podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2025 AFL Finals.
AFL on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Rolls towards the paint of 50. 4-on-4. Lipinski funnels it out. Long. Breaks through 2. Hands it to Dagoe. He's in his range. Dagoe is dangerous. He fires from 40. Collingwood have 4 in a row.
Feels like the finals on the line right now. Has Ned Long with the centre break after the free kick. Cox hands to it, not to be. Down to side bottom. Side bottom. Doing what needs to be done. The September specialist. And the Magpies have kicked 5 unanswered goals.
Collingwood just keep pressing. Adelaide's pressure wins out. Turn over to Saligo. Darting pass towards Fogarty. He's just outside his range at right half forward. He waits. Floating in the hole. Pedlar. The most unlikely hero. Hearts in mouths. Pedlar comes in. Kick looks good. And the Crows aren't done yet. O'Brien down to Dawson, scoops it in with one arm, gives it to Worrell, high hit and hope, it's a searching prayer, Thilthorpe. Riley Thilthorpe, long approach, leans back from 45, there's a lifeline.
The 2025 AFL Finals Series.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Craig from South Yarra off the SMS. Collingwood fan says optimum meter at a 1. Not confident at all watching the comeback here from the Adelaide Crows. The Pies did lead by 35, but Adelaide kicking the last 3 in the game. The SMS 0437 774 774. Magpies by 19. Adelaide the last 3 goals. Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson with their take.
Well, Gemmo, the margin blew out to 35 points towards the back end of that third quarter, and really important. Adelaide were able to change momentum, hit the scoreboard. Margin's only 19 points. It was all Collingwood early, though, wasn't it? They came out, they were electric in the first, or the opening sort of 7 or 8 minutes of that third quarter. Side bottom had an influence, and they looked ominous. They almost looked like they were going to run away with the game, but to Adelaide's credit, they were able to wrestle the momentum back and hit the scoreboard to keep the margin manageable. An area of concern for, once again, for Adelaide, Matthew Nixon, the coaching staff, the centre bounce numbers, 7-2 that quarter. Collingwood were able to hit the scoreboard off the back of their clearance dominance. The area for Adelaide I'd like to see improve, and we've seen it not at the level that we know Adelaide are capable of all night, is testing Collingwood out offensively and making them defend their 2 straight line. I'd like to see them change lanes, change angles, and get speed on the ball to give their forwards a better opportunity and a better look ahead of the footy.
The uncontested football is just killing Adelaide, 109 to 153. Turnovers 59, Adelaide 48. Collingwood again, efficiency inside 50. 5-goal fall from their 13 entries, just looked unstoppable. 39 to 37 overall. Time in possession, that last 10 minutes, Adelaide 43%, Collingwood 19. So they had a lot of the footy, they had the opportunities, but they've just gone same as they have done pretty much for the entire game.
Adelaide is 17 and 6 in final quarters. The only better final quarter team than them is the Western Bulldogs, and they're on holidays. Collingwood have lost more final quarters than they've won. They're 11 and 12 in final terms, so that's stat in favour of the Crows. Stephen Ballarat, twice in the last 5 minutes, the Crows have gone long down the line and didn't have the numbers to lock it in. It's a worry for Nicks. Tom Wilson on the boundary.
He was very animated, understandably, at 3/4 time. Max Michelini's starting on the bench, but he did finish that quarter on Jamie Elliott, who's obviously kicked those 3 goals.
Thanks, Tom. Final term underway. Home prelim on the line. Pies by 19. Crows with a critical win. Laird hands it out. Saligo kicks inside 50 for Adelaide. Frampton punches it close to the boundary line. It'll trickle out. And a throw in half forward for Adelaide. They're coming home to the end of the hill, the cathedral end. And Collingwood to the Riverbank stand end of his final term. How important is his first goal of the final term?
It's huge for both teams.
Adelaide get it, goes down to 13.
Yeah, also Adelaide though.
They did trail by 35 Adelaide in the third term.
Tossed in, Cameron down, Josh Dacos bowled over Rory Laird and then dove on top of him. Ball up to come, 40 out.
Tom Wilson mentioned Max Michelini as well. Didn't really work up forward, did it? So I'm happy he's down back now on Elliott, the danger man for Collingwood.
Crows 50. O'Brien looking for Fogarty. Knocked away. Laird dancing, dodging, weaving. Hands it to Saligo. Rushed his kick in the Walker direction in front of the scoreboard. Little long. Phil Thorpe's there though. Keeps it in. Hands it to Walker. Tries to break through 3 but gives it away to Parker. Gets the exit for Collingwood. On the bounce is Schultz. He's set upon by Cumming. Ball up in front of the Wanganeen stand. Collingwood by 19.
Good start from Adelaide though. Yeah. First centre clearance. Pressure on the ball. Lock it in their front half.
When you watch a movie, The Club, which is a Collingwood movie, when you said Parker, I just thought of Parker Pie straight away.
Up it goes. Cameron palms it down. Saligo can't trap it. Half forward for the Crows. Keys invited in. Somehow got boot the ball. Kicks into the pocket. Here's Walker. What a moment this would be. Falls to handball out in front of Keys. Takes it. Tackled straight away. Pendlebury got it out. Lipinski left it behind off his knees. Hurried handball to Degoe. Handball to Parker. Hand pass out to Nick Dacos. Tackled as soon as he got it. Ball spits out. Hunt says play on. Led to Saligo. Kicks inside 50. Gilthorpe can't trap it. Knocks it away. And Houston just soccers it 50 metres further afield.
Plenty of meterage. Elliott and a couple of juggles against 2. Can't reel it in. Pops out though. Not central. Handball off towards Lipinski. Looked it over the top at half forward to Membry. Collingwood inside 50. Didn't really look as to who was there. Bounces in front of Keane. Elliott's behind him. The Irishman composed. Not a lot of room to work with. Stands his ground on the behind line and then ships it to Curtin. Now up to left half back. Had to be precise. Flirting with the boundary line, he hits Dawson in the field of play.
How's the calmness of Cam?
Oh, that was exceptional.
And we can see the whole ground up here. There's one team that looks like they're running, the other team not so much. As a long kick goes down the wing for the Crows. They got a pep in their step. O'Brien away to Saligo. Kick smothered. Ricochets out to Josh Dacos. Here go Collingwood on the counter-attack. Hand pass to Degoe. Nick Dacos just bombs it forward. That was Adelaide's MO earlier in the game. Spills down Adelaide's way here. Keane, handball away to Bond. Advantage applied. Crows away. Kicks to Phil Thorpe on the wing.
On the kind bounce, Phil Thorpe gathers. Central kick as he slices it towards Taylor. Was at 15. Got around Houston. Back to Phil Thorpe. Bullet pass to the 50. Neil Bullen takes it at half forward. Walker's in space if he wants him. And he doesn't use it. Neil Bullen will backtrack to the centre square. Straight line.
He had 3 options on that occasion. He had Taylor Walker. He had Dan Curtin and Keys early.
Not confident with the distance. Had Dawson as a runner. Didn't release him. Alex Neil Bullen gives it everything he can. A low stab to the goal square. Flying is Curtin. Off hands. Perryman wrapped up by Walker. Ball shoots out to Saligo. The party trick in September to the left. Across the body and through for a minor score. Collingwood's lead a flat 3 goals. 3 minutes into the final term on ABC Sport.
Well, the Alex Neil Bullen kick was just a bullet, wasn't it, too? That just down low.
Strange, wasn't it? Was that intentional?
I think it was.
Pendlebury playing kick-to-kick with Josh Dacos, trying to take some time out of the game. There is a whole lot of minutes left, 16 plus.
Bit early for that, Corbin.
This will feel like the Flemington Straight for the Magpies. They're 18 up. And they got a long, long way to the finishing post. Kick down the line. Dawson went early, spills through to Membry. Membry now scrapping for it at ground level. The Crows able to extract it. Bottom of the pack, Nick Dacos. Hard ball get to Membry to Crisp. Gives him some run. Hand pass to Degoe. Flares it out wide. McCreary slips through his hands. Has to go back and get it. Does so to mop it up to Crisp. Running out of room. Running out of support runners. Adelaide with the numbers. Laird intercepts. Gives it to Dawson. Here go the Crows.
Kick straight down the throat of Parker, who marks true centre wing on the broadcast side. Someone needs to be clean. It backfires as Parker goes central. He looked for the corridor. Smith cuts it off. Gives it to Walker in his milestone. Diving forward, Frampton tried to trap it. It bounced over him. Phil Thorpe could have gone for goal. He handballed across and sold his teammate into immediate danger. And Moore crunches in with the tackle. Ball up to come right forward pocket. That should have been a goal.
There's some moments there both times.
Oh, wasn't there? The kick from Parker. Intercept from Smith.
Ben Keys pops up. Darcy Cameron, the only ruckman, slaps it towards Houston. Retreating handball to Perryman. They work it well to Quaynor.
Pies out of defence. Quaynor kicks down the line. Finds Membry. And he's got a part blue uniform now, given the paint that's come off the logos. And Membry, just wanting to take a breath, goes laterally to Pendlebury. What does 32 finals worth of experience buy you in these moments? Tick, tick, tick. Almost 15 minutes and time on to go. Pies have almost wiped off 5 in this final term. They're 18 in front. And you get the feeling they're going to need to score again.
Absolutely. They do, Corbin. Yeah, they can't go into their shell and look to milk time off the clock.
Short from Pendlebury, back to Membry. Long down the line. Crows with the numbers back, and Worrell takes the intercept mark. Oh, he's given away a free. Was it a push or an arm chop in all of that? An arm chop and a free kick going Myercheck's way at high half forward. It wasn't against Worrell. He was taking the intercept mark. He was held, had his arm grabbed. And so Myercheck can launch a deep entry. Kicks into the forward pocket. Cameron the target, punched away by Keane into the advertising hoardings. And the boundary throw in forward pocket for the Pies. 18-point lead for Collingwood. 6.5 gone final term. And this is everything we hoped it would be in a qualifying final. Game on the line. 6.5 minutes into the final term.
Michael Lanny was against for a block.
Cameron double tap down, no one on the drop. Berry gets there on the bounce. Weaving and zigging and zagging. Exits up towards right half back. Walker the target. 2 to beat and knocked away towards the Rashudo stand. Collingwood by 18.
Willie Frampton's actually been pretty good tonight. He's been really aggressive.
Yeah.
The Pies searching for their 3rd prelim in 4 years. Adelaide's 8-year drought ended tonight in September. But will it be in heartbreak? O'Brien taps it down looking for Laird. Sharked. Schultz diving handball back to Pendlebury. Slows down time. It's vintage from the master. Gives it to Schultz. Inside 50. Bobbled off Maynard. Elliott dumped. Ball up to come. 25 out. Collingwood's 50.
I've just not learnt at all this game. Adelaide in the clearance work around the football. Getting sucked in to the contest.
Collingwood by 3 goals. Cameron down to Schultz. Hand pass one at Elliott. Caught flat-footed. Bond comes up with it for the Crows. Kicks out of defence. Parker collects. He's tackled by Padler. Umpire says ball up. Centre half forward for Collingwood.
Looks like they've dropped their forward coming up the stoppage, Adelaide, and engaging Darcy Moore, which they had to do to nullify his influence.
Collingwood by 18 points, having led by 35. Crows with the last 3 in the game. Whistle out of zone umpire. Spots a free kick for Adelaide. Hold on Berry. Hand pass to Dawson. Has to move it in a hurry. Long kick up the wing. Thilthorpe enters from the side. Doesn't compete in the air. Ball spills down to Laird. He's away for the Crows. Hand pass to Walker. Kicks inside 50. Petler. And Luke Pedler is having himself a night. He marks it right half forward looking for number 4.
Jamo, what about the kick from the 300 gamer, Tex Walker? That's an area of his game which has been a highlight of his 300 games. His ability to hit targets and his field kicking is exceptional, both feet.
Jordan Dawson coming to the boundary. I think just on that handball, the tackle, was just pulled up a little bit limp.
Luke Pedler, 10 in from the boundary line. 48-metre drop punt. The kick fades to the left or to behind. And it's a 17-point lead for Collingwood. 9 gone final term. Qualifying final. Winner hosts a prelim in week 3 of the finals. And for the loser, they're in the repechage rounds next week.
Just looking at some of the numbers as well, Aaron, all in favour of Adelaide. Contested ball dominating. Ground ball gets Adelaide's way as well.
Thoughts to Josh Franco on ABC Sport. Pendlebury clean.
And they're the numbers you want to be in the black.
Pinpoint to Cameron at right half back. Called to play on. Flurry of bodies down the line. On the broadcast side, O'Brien places himself. Cox crushes the pack and knocks it down to Crisp. Here they come on the surge. Lipinski looking for Pendlebury on the logo. Shoots it to Crisp. He's marching towards the 50. Drives it low and hard. He was looking for Membry. Worrell cuts across with a desperate dive. And takes the intercept mark for the Crows in the left back pocket. Doesn't want to waste any time. It's a line ball kick. Up to left half back. Murray thought he claimed it inside the line. The boundary umpire said otherwise. There are new ARC rules in place. If Collingwood take too long, they can check this upstairs.
That's a good point.
But as soon as it comes back in, it's over.
It doesn't make sense.
McCreery plays on. Sets it to the top of the goal square. Thilthorpe's floated back. The fist towards the boundary line. Works in his favour, and it rolls towards the Riverbank stand.
So we'll check it if we have time. If we don't have time, don't worry about it.
It's like the Adelaide Sydney result last time. They knew, and they just brought it straight in. Play went on.
Collingwood by 17. 10 minutes gone, final turn. Finals footy on ABC Sport. In front of an anxious crowd at Adelaide Oval. Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Cox palms it down. Led, tackled. Got a hand pass away. Schultz extracts it. Handball to go. He kicks straight into Cox. Bounces off his chest. Worrell punches it away. Lipinski grabs it. Tries to spin out of traffic. Caught. Ball up. Tom Wilson on the boundary.
So Jordan Dawson, the skipper, came off, as Jamo mentioned. Boot went straight off on his left leg. They restrapped his ankle. It's back on. He's about to come back on.
Pies by 17. Inside 50. Cox down. Lipinski wrapped up. Shoveled a handball towards McCreery. Worrell tackled him before he got the footy. Play continues. McCreery loses a boot, but just won't stop fighting for it. Murray wraps him up. 20 from home.
Adelaide's defenders holding on here, aren't they? Repeat stoppages again. You think the damn wall's going to break, but they've been brave, the defenders, in the last couple of minutes of play here, the Crows.
Adelaide under siege. Collingwood looking for the death note. Cox taps it down. Curtin tracks it close to the boundary line and slides it over. It'll be tossed in 10 from home, right forward pocket.
What about Bo McCreery there? He had to put his boot back on. So he stopped and decided to do it as the ball got hit down almost in his vicinity.
Watch the goey here. He's been so good in this area all night.
Boundary throw in. Philthorpe palms it down. Cox. Hand pass away. Nick Dacos wins it. Rolls around one side. Back onto the left. Kicks. Membry marks. And Dacos zigging and zagging. And ultimately out to control this final.
Talk about players with time, space. They make the game look slow. Pendlebury's won. Nick Dacos. Tell you what, that was phenomenal play under immense pressure from the Adelaide defence, but just had the foresight to hold on to the footy, drive his legs, duck and dive, and hit Membry. Well played, Nick Dacos.
Great players make great plays. Nick Dacos sets up Membry. Membry misses. Out to the right. It's an 18-point game. A dozen minutes gone, final term. Collingwood by 18. Adelaide have kicked the last 3 goals. We've gone almost 13 minutes into the final term without a goal.
It's the hope that kills you, and this home crowd is running out of it. Keane exits to right half back. Fist came across, rolled towards the 50, and the tackle is too high. Lachie Schultz went low, and he's collared. Josh Worrell may even be looked at. He's recklessly thrown his body in and shepherded. They tried to play on. Adelaide saw it coming. Good smother, ricochets back to Houston. Collingwood backtracking now. Darcy Cameron looks inboard. Mason Cox marks forward of centre wing. Pies by 3 goals.
This is how they've been so good. They just control the games. And when you look back over time when they've won the close ones, this is how they do it.
Cox on the back 45 to Josh Dacos. Now Moore just behind the centre circle. Completes the switch to the broadcast, Wyndham Maynard.
Still 9.5 minutes remaining, but they've gone from one end to the other. They've taken 6, now 7 marks. Maintain possession. They'll work their way forward.
Methodical and uncontested. Parker to Elliott, and he heads back to Maynard.
Not sure about this.
They're playing keepy off. Finally, Maynard pulls the trigger, and in the hole is Miller. Put on the jets and surged across the pack. Wants to go straight up the middle and hits Walker at centre half-back.
So Walker
Saligo
goes with the long kick. Saligo breaks and he's out. Moore heads back to the goal square. Saligo marks. Josh Dacos scans it. Waits for some support. Between wing and half forward. Short kick. Out towards Keane. Long bomb towards full forward. Philthorpe down there. No mark. They all hit the deck. Side bottom keeps his feet and wins out. Brings it down the boundary line. Looking in the direction of McCreery. McCreery knocks it out in front. Keen to see it out. In the end, Taylor is helped out by Chris. Boundary throw-in. Tom Wilson on the boundary.
We're about to make their sub. Rowan Steele's going to come onto the ground. Will Parker will be the man who's gone to the back of the bench.
When you say they all hit the deck, there was 5 players there. 2 were Adelaide, 3 Collingwood, and both Adelaide players lost their feet.
52,000 in attendance, so not the record of 3 weeks ago. Tossed in, Philthorpe down, sharped by Nick Dacos, but he got his pocket picked by Neil Bullen. Gives it to Peatling, screws the central ball in the Walker direction. He's collided into by 2. It pops out to Houston. He'll hand it to De Goey. The Crows fans weren't happy with the treatment on their icon, but Collingwood will get the counter-punch out to the eastern side. Schultz was in a one-on-one, knocked away from him, boundary throw-in.
Were there appeals for a throw?
I think there were, but
What was the Bart Simpson line? The ironing is delicious. After the last time they met, of course, in the famous crow throw.
What about still side bottom in that aerial?
Really good.
Yeah, a couple of goals in that third quarter and defensively superb on that occasion.
Roger Smith's been good since coming on.
Collingwood by 3 goals from the stoppage. Dilthorpe kicks it forward. Josh Dacos throws his body in front of the pack, takes the mark.
8 minutes remaining. Adelaide have scored 2 behinds. Collingwood just the 1 in this last quarter.
We keep saying, Gemma, they've got to score again, the Magpies. Boy, they've done a good job at wiping off almost 12 minutes now on the game clock. Haven't had a goal in the quarter. Collingwood by 18. Long kick down the wing. Spills to Cox. Hands it to Myercheck. Didn't see his direct opponent coming. Mowed down. And it's the fresh legs of Brodie Smith that got him.
And this is the kick where they've got to come off the line, look to go around Collingwood's defence. They can't go straight line here if they want to score the Crows.
So
that's the kick.
Adelaide chasing the game, 18 points down. He goes back and across to Keane. Now out to Michael Annie. They'll try down the members' side. Kick up to Worrell. Crows with it on the wing, down by 3 goals.
They're honouring the leads. Neil Bullen now takes it true centre wing.
Here he's got to be very close.
Neil Bullen up towards the 50. Who's targeting Keys and Frampton strong. Bounced off the Keys and takes the intercept mark. Surprisingly dishes it off quickly. He'll hand it to Josh Dacos and then Maynard across the body with a hit and hope up to the logo. Murray with a flying fist. Bounced straight to Chris. Wrapped up by Neil Bullen. Pops out to De Goey. It was a throw. Free kick to Neil Bullen. And he wants to move it quickly.
How good was Nick Murray spoiled?
Places it to Keys at left half forward. Walker's floated into the left forward pocket. And he honours him. The Texan out in front. Wants to go, opens the angle, he's curling it from 45. It's audacious and he misses to the right. Taylor Walker pulled the trigger quickly and couldn't cash in. Collingwood's lead, 17 points, 6 minutes to go.
Better entry from Adelaide though with Keys hitting up Taylor Walker.
Long up to the wing. Paddled away by Roan Steele, fresh on the ground. Dawson collects though for Adelaide. Gives it to Bond, to Miller, back to Dawson. Can the skipper inspire something for Adelaide? Handball to Murray. He dishes it out to Bond. Centering kick just past Nick Dacos. Saligo marks, looks corridor, kicks good. Smith's got it. Smith loads up. Kicks right to the goal line. He just blasts away. And guess who takes the intercept mark? It's Darcy Moore, and he's done it all night for Collingwood. Long kick out to the boundary line. Side bottom marks at half-back. Magpies by 17, 18 gone, final term. A goalless final quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I think they've played Adelaide like they haven't played all year. The way that they've just bombed away into their forward 50. They pick up possession here again, but the options they had.
Turnover on centre wing. Back up to half forward, speaking of. Darcy Moore again.
Is that the occasion, Gemma? Has the light's been a little too bright?
Oh. Again, I don't know why they feel they have to do something that they haven't done. I get a sense when you're behind and you're up against it, you try and do something to maybe lift the team. But the one thing they've done so well all year is to give it to someone in a better position and they can have a shot on goal, lower the eyes, and multiple times tonight they just haven't done it.
Collingwood by 17 points. Moore's kick up to centre wing, brought to ground. Stoppage now in front of the Bashir stand.
9 intercept marks for Darcy Moore.
O'Brien down, straight down the throat of Berry, but he fumbled. Pendlebury comes in, trying to impact the disposal. Berry tackles Cameron. Saligo wrenches it out of there. Central handball. Lipinski cuts across. Ricochets towards Nick Dacos. Now out to Pendlebury. He's clean again as he sidesteps his way out of trouble and kicks into an open paddock. Foot race is on. Parker will get there first. Rowan Steele now curls it towards the 50 and Lipinski takes the mark. He's 45 out. And Rowan Steele, the sub, might have just set up the match-winning major.
I know I sound like a broken record. You talk about composure with the ball. How good was Pendlebury? Yep. 3 weeks ago we're saying he's too old, he's too slow, he's done. Goodness me, that was phenomenal.
It's gone short to Jamie Elliott, who's probably just as far out. He's gone back to Lipinski, just winding down the clock. This is how good they are.
So Lipinski sharing it around, 1-2 with Elliott, and now dishes it off to side bottom. This is all at right half forward.
Yeah, you've got all this to look forward to, Josh. Sitting in the coach's box.
Side bottom sets it up now. Mason Cox on the run. Cameron collapsed early, hits the deck. Miller Dumps it on the bounce to Fogarty. Sidesteps two, but can't hit Bond. Turnover at a dangerous spot, but a fumble by Schultz. Sharked away by Keys. He gives it off to Fogarty. They've got to go, Adelaide. Straight up the spine. Michaelani gives it to Fogarty. Back to Michaelani. It was an unnecessary link-up. Handball forward to Berry. And he's smashed in the trash compactor. Ball up to come just wide of the logo on the broadcast wing.
The option was there, Saligo out the other side.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound too critical of Michaelani. He's missed a lot of footy, but he's just looked a little bit rusty tonight.
We asked at pre-game, what does the finals experience count for? We have seen it tonight. 16 premiership players versus 16 in their first final. That's what the matchup is. And the experience has paid off for the Pies. Adelaide get it going forward through Dawson. Pack at half forward. Whistle on the play. A push. Free kick. Collingwood. It's coming back to Maynard, who will get it on the back flank. Here is only 3 minutes 20 to go. We haven't had a goal in the quarter, and Adelaide need 3 goals in 3 minutes.
And somehow they've got to force a turnover here to get the ball back in their hands, the Crows. They can't allow the chip mark.
The magic man, Craig McRae, and his Magpies, they have made time disappear in this final term. As Cameron soccers it to Nick Dacos. He's got it on a string! And Nick kicks him on to Schultz, who marks at centre-half forward. And Nick Dacos, just a beautiful show. And like Neo from the Matrix, going slower with the world zooming around him. And he finds the target at true centre-half forward for his team.
Tell you what, if Nick Dacos gets sick of playing for Collingwood, I'll have him at North Adelaide.
I thought he actually turned himself inside out then too, didn't he? He almost did it twice and laced out.
Yeah. Cannot teach that. That's just an innate ability.
And he's still only 22 as Schultz gets close to the man on the mark, drives at goalward, but O'Brien marks in the back pocket. But now there's only 2 minutes 20 left. Time continues to slip away. Collingwood by 17.
3 goals in 2 minutes is the equation for the Crows. Across defensive 50. Bond to the eastern side. Adelaide outnumbered there. Steele brought it to ground. And off hands it rolls over the boundary line near the Williams stand.
They've got to roll the dice here now, Adelaide. Up against it. They've got to kick 3 goals in a couple of minutes. Tall order, but they can't go around the boundary. They can't kick mark. They've got to go corridor and they've got to go quick.
Their last 6 games have been decided by 10 points or less. Collingwood are the kings of the close finish. Cameron taps it down. Fumble there by Michaelani. And that Collingwood extracted. Nick Dacos again! Is there anything this kid can't do? He spears it to Brody Myercheck, who marks 45 out.
To answer your question, probably ruck. That's about the only thing this bloke can't do.
I'm not sure I'm betting against him.
Give him the hops in there.
Oh, wow.
Brody Myercheck to seal a prelim. Kicks from 50. Gives it everything. It's wide left. 3-goal lead exact to Collingwood. Adelaide have to go.
Time is slipping away from the minor premiers that have lost 1 game in their last 13. Phil Thorpe marks the Murray kick in the middle of the ground. Collingwood by 18. Hot minute left. Kick goes wide. Neil Bullen takes it. Cuts back through the corridor. Kicks inside 50. Moore tracking it. Not to be. Unkind bounce. Crisp wins it. Gives it to Quaynor. Handball out to Pendlebury. On the back flank. Oh, the smooth moves from Scott Pendlebury. Sidesteps around 1. Gives it to Crisp. Centering kick. Maynard wins it back. Handball away to McCreery. He's off and running down the wing and off to Nick Dacos. Back to McCreery.
He's got a paddock in front of him. Open real estate. McCreery screws it central to Elliott. Cut off by Keane. Couldn't control it. Elliott with the volley to seal a prelim. Jamie Elliott has 4 in the qualifying final. He loves to punish the Crows. And he's the match winner once again. Collingwood continue to haunt Adelaide. They've owned them for a decade. And the Crows will fall short at home. Collingwood by 24 points in the final stages of the final term. It's finals footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood look locked in for the penultimate weekend of the season.
Home final too, isn't it? MCG. Wow.
just incredible what they've been able to do, particularly off their last. We've highlighted their last 7 games. They've won 2 of them. 2 out of 7.
Have not beaten the top 18 since May. Didn't beat a single side in the winter months in the top 8. But the spring is where they come into their own. Out of the middle, the Crows with it. Laird kicks out wide, not to be. Ball spills down towards Quaynor. Jams it on the boot. Ricochets back into dispute. Adelaide get it out of there. Laird to Keys. Huge tackle, Maynard. And leaves a little bit more pain on Neil Bullen as he upends him. And September, his swooping season. The raid of Adelaide complete. The home prelim secured for the September club. The Pies are into the Final Four. About that for a turn-up to start the final series. 4 beats 1, with 1 having won their last 9 games leading in on their own patch. 4 lead changes in the first half. It was the blitz to start the second half that decided the game. Collingwood kicking 5 goals in the space of 13 minutes. 7 in a row either side of the long break. And in the end, like the true master he is, Craig McRae and his Magpies navigate the minutes. In the final term, they win by 4 goals. Adelaide will be here Friday week for a home semi-final, while Collingwood are taking their campaign all the way to preliminary final night at the MCG, expected to be the Saturday in week 3. And Collingwood will put their feet up until then. They had a saying on their premiership run in 2023 was play the minutes. We always play the minutes. In the final term, they got some David Copperfield stuff and they made the minutes disappear. Incredibly, just 1 goal in the quarter. It came in the final minute of play, and the Magpies able to prevail by 24 points. They are the first team through to the preliminary final. They led by 2 points at quarter time, 6 at the half, 19 at three-quarter time, and 24 in the finish. They win every quarter in front of 52,187. And the Crows, with 16 guys featuring in their first final, and it'll be one they'll be hoping to forget. All of that to pull apart, and we've got it all here for you on ABC Sport. Another 40 minutes reaction from the rooms to come. But for now, the initial thoughts of Josh Franco and Rod Jamieson on ABC Sport. Collingwood into the prelim. They win by 4 goals.
Well, Gemmo, firstly on Collingwood, an unbelievable performance. I thought their pressure all over the ground for the entire 4 quarters was outstanding. Never really gave Adelaide any time or space to breathe. Metaphorically speaking, when they had their ball in the hands of whoever it was, whether it was from a stoppage, whether it was their defenders, they lacked composure, Adelaide. They hacked the ball forward. They looked a shell of what we've seen throughout the home and away series, which is obviously really disappointing. We'll talk more about that as the post-match unfolds. But Adelaide will be really disappointed with what they were able to, or the level they were able to play to or not play to, based on everything that we've seen throughout the home and away series. But you've got to hand it to Collingwood. Their stars stood up when it counted 3 or 4 weeks ago. People were writing them off. We were writing them off. Too old, too slow. And to come out and dish that performance up, unbelievable.
So for the heat between the two teams, Collingwood make it there for the Guard of Honour, and Taylor Walker is going to be cheered off. After his 300th game, he becomes the 5th Crow to reach the milestone tonight. He kicked 2 goals in the first half. He kicked 2 behinds in the second half. And it's not the way, I'm sure, and he thought he would have been leaving Adelaide Oval. And we'll get another look at it with his Magpies with his Crows next week. He thanks the Magpies, gives them a thumbs up. And the Pies will be sticking around to celebrate with their fans. They've really locked out 3 blocks, haven't they, Jammer, on that outer side of the ground next to the race. And it is heaving. And as is for insult to injury for Taylor Walker as he's walking off with young Louis. And Louis got a Collingwood jumper on. Of course, he's a Nick Dacos fan. And he's hopping around holding his dad's hand. And Louis Walker with his Magpies jumper on. And now he's going to walk down into the rooms with Dad and the Crows.
I'd make him walk home.
As if it doesn't hurt enough, with the number 35 on his back, the Magpies by 24, they're into the prelim.
Bit of feeling in the postscript as well. So Ben Keys made a beeline for Braden Maynard, who didn't instigate the affair. A little bit of war of words, but Scott Pendlebury escorted his star defender away pretty quickly. And then Mark Keane sought out Isaac Quaynor after their dispute at half-time, but this was a lot more friendly, where I think Keane had just come to apologise and they embraced and moved on.
Well, I think the Keys one, he was obviously disappointed or annoyed with the treatment Maynard gave Neil Bullen in that last tackle, which was all part of fair play. But wow, I'll tell you what, Collingwood, blow me away. They still have it. Yeah. And like I keep saying, the Pendlebury side bottom kicked 3 goals, Pendlebury 23 touches. Degoe was unbelievable, got going after quarter time. Nick Dacos, he continues to just get better and better. And the influence that he has on games is unbelievable. Chris Maynard, all their guns stood up, all their senior players stood up. And then, as you said, it begs the question, we did mention it and talk about it pre-game, around the experience versus the non-experience. Is that a factor? Was that a factor? Yeah. You'd have to sit here now, hand on heart, and say it was.
It's amazing when you have a dominant team and they have a home ground advantage, but they've lost once all year. Yeah. And yet, for Adelaide, with a 9-game winning streak, as soon as the draw came out and Collingwood knew they were playing the Crows, they thought, great, this is awesome. This is a match-up for us. They felt like it was a game that they could come here and win. They got a good record at the ground. They got a good record against the opponents. And gee, it was a professional performance, Jamo, where they felt like they sucked all the life out of the game. They took the crowd out of it. And really, apart from a few fits and starts here where the Crows were able to get their game going, they kicked... the only goals they kicked in the game, by the way, were a 3-minute burst where they kicked 2 goals in the first quarter, a 5-minute burst where they kicked 3 goals in the second quarter, and then the final sort of red time moments of the third quarter where they kicked 3 unanswered goals. And apart from that, they didn't have any other scoring opportunities, and Collingwood just completely took the life out of the game.
Well, 66 more disposals for the game, and their kicking efficiency was at 67% overall. They were able to maintain possession, and that's what they did. We saw just going forward, going back, going sideways, or transition from one side to the other. All the Collingwood players now running around the ground just thanking and all the Collingwood supporters that have come here. There's a big bay of them at the northern end directly behind the goals, but then you look over under the grandstand on the, I guess, the south or the eastern side of the ground. There's probably 3 or 4 bays of black and white. There's probably as many Collingwood supporters I've ever seen here.
Well, I think they were
outside the gather round.
They were anticipating around 15,000. It feels like even more than that, doesn't it? With the big clumps that they've got in certain sections. Gee, they travel well, the Magpie Army, and what a treat they've seen tonight.
And look, I know it's all about Collingwood at the moment, but I think Adelaide fans would walk away really disappointed. I reckon their coaching staff would be really disappointed in the way that the Crows were unable to execute what they've been doing all year. They were safe with the ball. They didn't really look to take risks. They didn't change angles. Their method inside forward 50 was almost non-existent. They blasted it forward. Darcy Moore, I reckon they gave him too much leg rope, particularly in that first half. I thought they could have adjusted that quicker because of the influence that he was having and reset their forward that came up to stoppage and engaged Darcy Moore to nullify his impact on the game. And I think when they look back on it, they'll be bitterly disappointed with this result.
So we touched on this pre-game, didn't we, about the last time they met, they almost played a little timid, and we were hoping that they'd play freer tonight. Yeah. Was the moment part of it? Was the stage too grand for them?
You could probably argue it was. I felt tonight, again, I think they played a way that they haven't played all year, and they didn't change the way. And even when they had the breaks, and they've been so good in game mode to be able to change before breaks are required. But I thought at times they actually played some selfish football just because they felt that they could go long and have a shot on goal from distances where it was always going to be to the benefit of the defence, and all the options that were available when they had gone short, or where they've been so good each year, this year particularly, is get it and go and hit the 45 and go 20, 30 metres, whether it's forward or to the side. But they certainly didn't do that tonight.
Tom Wilson will call the Magpies in their first finals victory since the 2023 grand final. Tom, come in.
A lot of smiles on the Collingwood faces. We know how cool and calm and collected they were coming into this game. So much confidence that they could come to Adelaide and produce. We heard that from Josh Fraser in the pre-game, and they've gone out and performed in such a manner that's earned them a spot in the preliminary final. Their form was poor coming into them, but boy, are they a finals team. Craig McRae is getting all the players together, and they're also going to join in with the assistant coaches and club staff. So it's a whole club affair here in the Pies rooms. On the order of Craig McRae, Mason Cox is the tallest, obviously. He can get anyone's attention, and he's just trying to do that now. We'd have to have at least 60 to 70, well, maybe my maths isn't that great, maybe 50 people here over from Collingwood who've made the trip from Melbourne to sing the song.
Like the roof off this set!
It was certainly worth the wait for the Pies fans, and led by the veteran Steele side bottom, we're going to have the other veteran of the side, Scott Pendlebury, when he's ready to go. Corbin.
How good is that? Thanks, Tom. Appreciate your work throughout the night, and we'll check in with you in a few moments. But a 30-second final tonight for Scott Pendlebury takes him fourth all-time equal with Tom Hawkins. The all-time record is Joel Selwood out on front with 40 finals played, so he's all of a sudden in the ballpark and showing no signs of slowing down. Off the SMS, excellent work by the Pies from a Hawks supporter. Pendlebury has the Fred Flintstone twinkle toes from Phil from Central Victoria. Paul says, still on the Greek Islands, love the call, fellas, go the Pies. I look forward to seeing the Fremantle Dockers beat Collingwood at the MCG in 2 weeks from Dean. Are they even on the same side of the draw? I think can that work that way? I'm not sure. We'll have to put it through our little finals picture, which is starting to take shape. So Collingwood, they are into a home prelim. Meanwhile, for the Adelaide Crows, they will find themselves in a home semi-final. That'll be Friday night. Next week, they will play either GWS or Hawthorn. So that's a tough second-round draw. The Adelaide Crows will get another go at it. It also means the Rankin Dreams are live for another week. So obviously, if they made the way through or around the mountain the other way, and gee, a penny for his thoughts tonight. I'm sure what an unusual experience, knowing that the only way for him to play in a grand final is if his team goes the long way around the mountain. That is what Adelaide will have to do. Collingwood far too good for them tonight. They won every quarter, 2 points at quarter time, 6 at the half, 19 at three-quarter time, and 24 in the finish. We saw this to a lesser extent with the Magpies going back a couple of years ago, where they went on a little bit of a dip leading into the finals. They didn't lose top spot. They were still able to finish one, and ultimately the advantages that come with it. But then they came out and they showed on preliminary final night on qualifying final night what they were capable of, and won through obviously from there with that first up win over Melbourne a couple of years ago. Tonight it sort of makes you feel like the same thing, where you think, well, what was the last 5 or 7 weeks of the season worth, where they only had 2 wins in the last 7 weeks, didn't beat a top 8 team, and yet ultimately the regular season, as we know, Josh, is a qualifying period. All you got to do is get to the start line, and Collingwood saved one of their best performances of the season for the night that it mattered most.
Well, they sure did. And I think the goal of any side is primarily and initially to finish top 4, so you get the double chance. And then if you're not able to finish in the top 2, then you put everything into that first final. And as Collingwood have done, they've got over the line, they get the weekend off, and they get the home prelim. So it's the absolute perfect run for them moving forward now.
What did you like about them tonight?
Everything.
Yep.
Like everything. And the thing that probably stood out for me is just their senior players. They're the ones that actually stood up. And again, I know it's not all about disposals, but DeGoey, the Dacos brothers, Pendlebury, Maynard, Crisp, they're the ones that you want putting their hands up when they're under the most pressure and playing in the big games. They did that tonight. Still side bottom kicked 3 goals. He was hugely influential and almost turned the game at the start of that third quarter. So that's what I really liked about him. The other thing I like, and obviously internally, their narrative and what they talk and the message from the senior players and Craig McRae, they deflect all the external noise. 3 weeks ago, too old, too slow. They come out and dish that up tonight. Phenomenal performance.
Amazing.
Yeah.
They got DeGoey right at the right time of the year. He's hardly played the whole way through the campaign. He had his
10th game.
best performance of the year in round 24, and then he comes out and betters it tonight.
He was strong. He was powerful. His clearance work in that second quarter, I think it was brilliant.
I think the intercept marks was enormously telling. 28 to Collingwood, 11 to Adelaide. Darcy Moore took 9 of those.
I reckon Adelaide have missed that one, to be honest with you. You could see that unfolding in the first quarter, in the first half. The second quarter, I think he had 6 or 7 to half-time. He finished with 9, but I think they adjusted after half-time, but I reckon Adelaide were too slow on the uptake there.
Totally.
We saw it up here, and I reckon they had to pull a trigger and reset that forward, compromise some stoppage losses, but they had to engage Darcy Moore, and they didn't.
So only 3 guys tonight played their first final for Collingwood. One was Will Parker, who came in as a specific choice. Obviously dropped after the last the last Adelaide game, played that role, and Ben Keys came back in tonight and did another fine job for them. Was only subbed out late in the piece. Roan Steele, who was the sub and barely played only came on in the waning moments. And then the other one was Ned Long, and we saw his night tonight, where he had a boatload of contested possessions. You compare that to the 16 first timers that Adelaide had out there tonight. And you could certainly see the differences around this time of year. How much... and we talk about it all the time. It's been really the big knock on the Crows is their final experience going to show up, particularly when they share the top 4 with the last 3 premiers. You got Collingwood from 2022, the Pies from the year after that, and then Brisbane from last year. So it's not only that they haven't got it, their main competition does.
Yeah. Well, again, the disappointing thing for me from Adelaide's point of view, when you've got the ball in your hand, you dictate what happens. Obviously, stuff has to go on off the ball to provide options for the kicker, but there was clearly, whether they were rabbit in headlights or it was instruction, that we don't want to change angles and we don't want to test the opposition because we're worried potentially about turning it over and getting scored against the other way. But they didn't take any risks at all, Adelaide. They, as I said, I reckon they dropped the mark or missed the mark on the Darcy Moore matchup or non-matchup in that first half, but their ball movement, they never really tested Collingwood out. That's what I was really frustrated with, and I know and sense Jamo's frustration as well. That's why we say that they were a shell of themselves from what we've seen in the first 24 rounds of this season, home and away series. Yeah.
Collingwood's defence was tremendous.
Yeah, it was.
Uncontested possessions, so 13 in Adelaide's forward 50 to Collingwood 39. Intercept possessions, 29 to Collingwood, 2 to Adelaide in Adelaide's forward 50. Yeah. They were just incredible. Yeah. And that goes to the fact that how Adelaide continued to play pretty much for the 4 quarters, and it just played straight into the arms of how Frampton was aggressive. Darcy Moore was outstanding. Quaynor just hit the contest incredibly hard. So, really, really frustrating and actually probably really disappointing from Adelaide's perspective tonight, because that's not what we've seen all year.
And the other thing from Collingwood's perspective as well, when you give them a +1, these guys these days are so good at being able to use that +1 with hands, and we saw that numerous times. You talk about those disposals inside Adelaide's D50 from Collingwood's point of view. Once again, to allow them the extra, and it was hurting Adelaide for so long. I'm not sure that was probably what they were after.
It's a backline without Jeremy Howe as well, which makes it even more impressive. He's a key cog in the Collingwood machine, and was obviously absent tonight.
See a chance to get back. He won't play prelim, or he could?
No, he could play the prelim. He's listed as a groin 1 to 2 weeks away, so perfect. Gives him a chance to have a week off and work out what happens next. And then obviously the other one's Bobby Hill, who that's a fascinating coaching decision. So this is a guy that has barely been at training, and as you guys I'm sure have experienced at various times in your playing career and coaching journeys, where how do you weigh up, yes, he makes us a better team, you put him out there and they're a slightly better side, but how do you weigh that up with upholding standards and everything else that goes into being part of a broader football club? And if you do rush him back, someone else misses out, and what that does for team culture at the pointy end of the year.
Well, I think the two at the moment is McStay, and how difficult it would be if he is unable to make it based on his history too. But I thought Will Parker in his 9th game tonight was really serviceable. And then you look at the format and how they played and why they brought in Mason Cox.
Yeah.
Absolutely generated that option in that third quarter, where Collingwood kicked 5 goals, 6 in that third quarter just alone, and they just kept going straight down the middle. Clearance work. Mason Cox probably didn't take a mark in the forward 50, did he? He just kept slowing it down.
Looked threatening,
yeah. So I guess for me, it's probably, if I was a coach, I'm not bringing Bobby Hill in for all the reasons you just highlighted around what you say about culture, how you need to behave, and if you're going to do that without knowing, again, the full detail from a distance. But, I guess Howe comes into the side, and there's going to be one unfortunate player, isn't he?
Well, surprisingly, Sam McClure reported today that Bobby Hill's actually got a paid function in Tasmania tomorrow. Right. So didn't get through training this week. Hasn't obviously come with the team to support them, and is headed interstate to go make some extra money external from the football club, which again reflects poorly on your character. And I guess, as Corbin alluded to, the team chemistry and morale, if you're trying to force a guy back in who's not really rewarding you with his fate.
But I understand, again, not knowing the details, but I don't know how many other players came across that weren't playing tonight to actually attend. So you probably don't mind the fact that he's actually gone off and done that. But again, as long as he fronts up the training and does what he has to do. But
Pies into a home prelim. They win by 24 points, complete the raid at Adelaide Oval. Let's get back to the winners' rooms. Tom Wilson.
Yes, I've got veteran Jack Crisp with me, mate. Congratulations on the win. Tough run into the finals, but it was the true Collingwood performance tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely was. And we feel like our brand of football, the way we play football, is finals-like. And I think it was on display tonight. A lot of pressure, a lot of tackling, and then we were able to generate a lot of forward-half turnovers and kick some goals this week.
It's all business in the build-up, but there are a lot of smiles, and you got the whole club together for the club song. It meant a lot to everyone.
Yeah, I definitely think it did. I mean, as you said, the last 7-8 weeks haven't really gone our way in terms of scoreboard and stuff like that, and probably a lot of people have been shutting us out and not giving us much of a chance with our form going in. But we found a little bit towards the end of the year. A week off was probably good for us as well, being able to build a lot more chemistry and train what we needed to train and plan really well coming into this game, and you were able to execute really well.
What about your skipper across half-back, taking all those intercept marks? You got a lot of big game players and they all delivered tonight.
Yeah, 100%. Hit the nail on the head. I think Darcy had 10 intercepts at half-time. I don't know what he finished on, but he was outstanding tonight. He probably could have had a ton more, but he was getting a big fist in there as well, clearing the space. So he was very well down there. And then, we can't get that kind of performance without the rest of the guys playing their role and sticking to our system.
What is it about Adelaide? You've only lost to them once in 13 games now, and I spoke to Josh Fraser before the game and he was pretty confident about the venue as well. What is it about Adelaide that suits Collingwood?
Well, no, we all speak about how nice the deck is as well, so it's a really nice place to play football. And again, I think maybe the shorter field, I guess, probably helps build pressure a little bit, and that's what we base our game off, is pressure. So it's really, really great to play out here, and we had a good feeling coming in. We trained and prepared really well. We relished that opportunity. Now we get to go back, have another week off, and plan really well again.
Do you think you've got a mental edge? Did you sense that there was a lot of players from the Crows playing in their first final? Yeah,
we did speak about that throughout the week, to be honest. We've got lots of guys that have lucky enough to be playing finals over the last few years, so they haven't played since 2017, so we did think about that part of the game. But after 5 minutes of the game anyway, everyone's kind of involved in the game, and it's too fast to think about not playing your first final, and that intensity and pressure builds. So it was a great game.
We'll send you up to our experts, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Yeah, Jack, Rod Jamieson, huge win tonight. Congratulations, all the best for a couple of weeks. And that third quarter, we spoke to Josh Fraser before the game, and you touched on it. You hadn't played your good footy in the last 7 weeks, but he felt round 23 was the best game you'd played in 7 weeks too, and you were well prepared to come tonight. And bringing in Mason Cox in that third quarter set up a 5-goal 6 onslaught.
Yeah, it was great to see the big fella come in, play with a bit of confidence, I guess. Sorry, I've just lost you a little bit. Yeah, cool. But I think, to come in and have a pivotal role for us in the ruck and then be a strong aerial presence was first class. Because I think last time we had so many inside 50s, but we couldn't connect inside 50 with our keys or get a contest, and Adelaide was just working it out pretty easy. So he played his role tonight, took some really strong contested grabs, and we were able to flow off that.
Your contests work in the centre and around the ground, but your ability to be able to win it and get it out either backwards or forwards to open up the game, it's clearly an area that you'd worked on, but you did so well tonight.
Yeah, it all comes down to starting positions, I guess, and probably the last 2 or 3 weeks we've been going quite well at stoppages, but now it's just about how we can use our numbers and navigate going forward to find best shot going inside 50, because we have had games where we dominated inside 50 but couldn't finish off our work with our forwards.
Jack, congratulations on the win tonight in your game. A few weeks ago, round 22 against Hawthorn, coming out of the back of that, the narrative was Collingwood's too old, too slow. What do you do as a group, as a collective, to deflect that negative sort of energy or vibe in terms of the external noise?
To be honest, guys don't really let it bother them too much. Like, we might mention it here and there for a bit of a gag throughout the week. But again, you can use that as motivation. But we just see it as experience. We've got a lot of guys that have played a lot of football, a lot of finals. So that experience comes down to, I guess, how you can connect on field as well. So that's probably where we didn't have was a bit of chemistry and blokes playing out of role a little bit. But we've kind of nailed down to roles and making sure you're diligent in that, and then we'll connect in system, and things should start flowing.
And while we're on the theme of old people, Pendlebury and Sidebottom, how good were they tonight?
Yeah, again, first class. I think Pendles is always fantastic in the middle, still finds time and space somehow when you shouldn't. And then Steele just kicked 3 goals, could have had 4 or 5. He just keeps turning up the right spots, right time. Both very, very clever footballers.
The AFL's Iron Man, Jack Crisp, with us on ABC Sport. Collingwood, the first team through to the preliminary final. Jack, the theme that Collingwood have in this final series or across the course of 2025, can you give us a little insight? A couple of years ago, you famously had, of course, Take the Steps, and Craig McRae in the pre-season took you to the MCG, and you had to climb every step, obviously, to win the premiership. What have we got this year?
I don't know if I can do that because we're still kind of using it as our tool to get forward. So maybe if we win the flag, we'll give you a bit more insight. But nonetheless, it's been effective for us, and we'll keep coming back to that as our theme and keep moving forward.
More closely guarded this time around. The Isaac Quaynor tonight, who was obviously roundly jeered every single time he got the footy. Yeah. Why was that?
I presume it's from a couple of weeks ago, but it's clearly unfair on him. We're just trying to make our game a better place for everybody. And he's out here playing some really strong football, and he stood up tonight and did that really well, even though he was getting booed by so many people, which I thought was quite uncalled for.
Yeah, so calls out homophobia, and basically that's the response that he gets when he walks into an opposition venue.
Yeah, unfortunate. That's how it went tonight, but we'll move on. We got the win, which is fantastic, so we'll regroup, stick together as a team.
Did you notice it out there?
Yeah. It's hard not to notice when you got 40,000, maybe 30,000. I think we had a lot of Collingwood supporters here tonight, which is awesome. But he stood up, did really well, and we stayed connected as a team and played some really good football.
Has developed into a great modern rivalry, though, Jack, in terms of Adelaide and Collingwood, and it was pretty feisty out there at some times. Mark Keane, your former teammate, getting stuck into Isaac at one point, and then Ben Keys towards the end to Braden Maynard. Can you take us into the heat of the battle tonight?
Yeah, obviously everyone knows there's a lot of chirpy guys out there. They give it out and they get it back, but I know Checkers was telling me him and Keeney were just ripping into each other all night. That's the kind of bloke Keeney is, though. You wear your heart on your sleeve, and he's happy to wear it as well the other way, so it's good to see. But that's what happens in finals as well. It's real competitive. Blokes just trying to get that little mental edge, I guess, as well as the physical edge if you can. It's all part of the game, as long as it's all in the rule books and everyone still goes their ways at the end and then shakes hands.
Can you understand him?
Can I what?
Understand?
I can now. Well, to be honest, when he was first at the club in Collingwood, I had a really hard time understanding any words he was saying. He's so strong with his accent.
How do you spend the week off, Jack?
I think we've got a few days off now, which is fantastic. So I'll fly back tomorrow, which will be nice. I think my brother's playing a final in Bendigo, so potentially could head up there. But nonetheless, keen to get back, see the girls, spend the weekend with them, and we'll get back into training some stage next week.
And Jack, looking ahead to the team makeup for the preliminary final, can you tell us how Dan McStay is doing as one of the heartbreak stories of the final series?
Yeah, no, he's doing really well. He's here in the room. Oh, I think he's here. I haven't seen him yet, but he was here pre-game, up and about, getting around the team, making sure he still had a role to play, because our AFL team's not in the finals anymore, unfortunately, but we have a big club focus about the guys, how they can prepare best to help the AFL team and hopefully go all the way again. So it's a full team focus, and he's still got a role to play, and he's been up and about that.
And the optics of Bobby Hill's absence. So I think publicly hasn't been a great look that he's been missing a lot of training and is apparently due for a paid event tomorrow. But how is the actual group doing internally with him trying to force his way back into the team?
No, that's all right. He's been back the last week. He missed the other day, I think, because I think his son wouldn't let him go from childcare, so he found it a bit hard to get out. But then he was back in yesterday. He's got a big smile on his face. He seems pretty happy at the moment, to be fair. So I think he's everything's looking pretty positive. And he trained really well last week in the Whites, and he's going to keep doing what he can, I guess, to help the team get better. Even if he doesn't play, it's good to see him at the club with a big smile on his face, and we'll make sure we've still got our arms around him.
We'll see you at the G Saturday fortnight, Jack. Enjoy these moments.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jack Crisp in the Collingwood Rooms, game number 261 consecutively tonight. That is an outrageous record. Consecutive games of footy, 261 for Jack Crisp. Hasn't missed since joining Collingwood, and people probably can't even remember him as a Brisbane player.
Is it the best in the AFL by...
That's
no
the
one's
best.
never going to beat that.
Ben Keys is third, and he's played 130 consecutively.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's an incredible record. Final number 15 for him tonight. He's now got 9 wins and 6 losses. I've mentioned a couple of times during the call that this is what they do, the Magpies. They are the September club. They played in more grand finals than anyone else. Of course, for people with long memories, they'll remember the Collingwobbles days and making it through and not quite getting it done. But gee, they give you good bang for your buck if you're a member of the Magpie Army, and just keep fronting up, playing September after September, and now they've got a chance to try and win that mythical 17th premiership. They would become the first club in VFL, AFL history to get there.
The only real question I had coming in is that Adelaide's midfield had been exposed over the last few weeks. Collingwood's forward line hadn't been firing. So from their traditional forwards, they were kicking about 5 goals per game leading into this one. And tonight, Jamie Elliott has 4. And the rest of those kind of around stoppage. So Nick Dacos, Sidebottom, Cameron, Lipinski, Dugowie. Did it answer that question for you, Josh, that Collingwood's forward line can function like this?
Yeah, look, I think the inclusion of Cox was massive tonight, even though he ended up with 8 disposals, minus 4 metres gained, but he is a target. And again, we've mentioned it numerous times, but the interview with Josh Fraser pre-game, and he talked about 71 inside 50s a couple of weeks ago. They had to work on the way they wanted to move the ball inside their forward 50. If they get to a point where they've got to kick it long, at least Cox is there as a really strong target. So the inclusion of him, I thought, was outstanding. I reckon when you've got a Myercheck, a McStay and a Tim Membry, I reckon you look a little bit too one-dimensional. But in the end, once again, with their ball movement, which is really built off the back of pressure and getting the ball back off Adelaide or winning the ball in the sort of 50-50 contest, their ability to move the ball, change lanes and angles, they did look threatening ahead of the ball. So, yeah, I actually thought they looked like they're back.
Well, Josh said calm and measured pre-game. Josh,
Fraser,
that is. And I thought they were pretty much the entire night. And right from the outset, we spoke about how probably Adelaide looked a little bit rattled early with the way that they were playing, and again, probably I didn't feel that maybe for 10 minutes where they kicked those 3, wasn't in the second quarter, particularly where they sort of started, but outside of that, I thought they probably really struggled.
Let's kick it back down to Tom Wilson. He's jumped across into the Crows' rooms. Tom.
Yes, I've got Isaac coming. He's been good enough to join us. Isaac, a really tough way to enter the finals campaign for the club after 8 years. What was the message and what was the feeling after the game?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, naturally, everyone's going to be flat, very disappointed. And, just one of those nights that just wasn't ours. But, I mean, the beauty is we get to go again. So I suppose the advice was just, soak up this disappointment and let it fuel you. Learn from it as an individual and as a team, which we will. But then we get to go again, so I look forward to that.
I know you've had finals experience before, but a lot of players hadn't. Did you sense that there was some nerves? It can happen at such a big stage.
I didn't. Pre-game, everyone felt really good. I think, our first half was pretty good. It was an even battle, but that third quarter, maybe you could tell a bit of a difference in, experience and exposure to that heat and that pressure that third quarter brought. But no, I think the boys handled it really, really well.
Someone who's got the most experience was Taylor Walker in game 300. I know he's a Broken Hill boy as well. He got the players together. What did he say after the game?
Well, pretty much exactly what I alluded to before. Let this disappointment soak in, and naturally you're going to have that. But we get to go again next week. Our season's not over. But yeah, I wish we could have got the win for the big fella.
I'll send you up to our experts, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Yeah, Isaac, Rod Jamieson, commiserations. Is it fair to say tonight, I didn't feel you changed the way that you continually went forward, and I guess that typifies that they had 28 intercept marks to 11 and Darcy Moore had 9. You just felt like you went into the forward 50 the same way?
Yeah, I mean, that number hurts. I don't think you're going to win too many football games with that number, but we obviously one of our weapons as a team is getting it forward to our big boys, and we didn't want to lose that. But the way they play, they do have a +1 for a lot of the night, and they obviously took advantage of that and cleaned up a lot of marks. Obviously,
I think it was Luke Pedler tonight. 3 goals, stepped up.
Yeah, unbelievable. He was one of the shining lights. I think first game back, cracked in, stood up in some really big moments, and I think Alex Neil-Bullen's in that conversation as well. He was unbelievable. So I think you can sort of tell, there were boys that were trying to get us on their back, and unfortunately some of us couldn't.
Isaac, would it be fair to say as well that your the overall ball movement that we've become so familiar with throughout the home and away series, it just looked like the players were a little bit like rabbits in headlights. They played it safe. We didn't see any dare. We didn't see any risk-taking. They just seemed to play sort of straight lines and not take the game on like we've seen Adelaide this year. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be fair to say. I think 28 intercept marks, is going to come off the back of playing pretty straight-line footy. If we change angles and move the ball how we have in the past, I think that number is significantly lower. So, we addressed that. In the fourth quarter, we had no choice but to try and take it on, but I think we just sort of need to have the attitude to have that from the start of the game.
So I guess the next question, difficult to answer, I get, but so why does that happen in a big game like this? Why do you go away from what you're so used to and have been so effective with?
Well, I think just naturally, everyone's going to feel the pressure in a different way. Maybe some blokes felt it a little bit more than others tonight, but, I'm guilty of it as well. There was times where I was a bit, hesitant with the ball in hand. Not that I had it that much, but, I think naturally you want to say, let's play the way we play, but unfortunately sometimes the pressure gets the best of us, and, it happened in moments to us tonight.
Isaac coming with us on ABC Sport after Collingwood's 24-point victory in the qualifying final. Isaac, Sarah Bryant's here. I've got to ask you about the loss of Isaac Rankin, I guess mentally for the group, but also structurally how you set up around the ball. Have you been able to at least attempt to fill the void of what he provides?
Yeah, of course. I think, we were very confident going in that, Peds obviously came back in and played that role, and you can see what he did tonight. Ranks is obviously a very, very special player, but, Ranks isn't going to win a final, himself. It's going to take a team win and a team effort, and, we thought we were going to be able to do that tonight. Unfortunately, just couldn't.
How was the week with Isaac coming back and apologising to the group, and then tonight being in the rooms where, losing keeps his season alive, but it doesn't help your trajectory towards a grand final?
No, it was so good to have him back. We missed him very, very much. And, he fronted up, he apologised to the group, and, specifically said he wants us to win and keep on winning. He knows that he made a mistake and he's going to learn from it. But, the silver lining is maybe we get him back, maybe not. But, no, it was bloody good to have him back at the footy club.
Did everyone at the club get the lessons out of the Rankin episode, Isaac?
Yeah, I would have thought so. I don't think we'll be having an incident like that again anytime soon. So, we'll see.
Hawthorn and GWS, you'll play the winner of that next Friday back here at Adelaide Oval in a sudden death semi. Simple question, who would you rather, your old mob or the Hawks?
I tell you what, I've been asked that about 6 times, but I don't have an answer just yet. But no, it'd be good to see the boys again, but obviously it'd be a highly emotional game, so we'll just wait and see how we go.
Rest up well. Appreciate your time after a loss tonight, and we'll see you back here next week.
Thank you, gents. Cheers.
Isaac coming inside the Adelaide Crows rooms. It was a 24-point win for the Magpies. 4 lead changes in the first half, and yet Collingwood ended up winning every quarter. They led by 2 points at quarter time, 6 at the half, 19 at three-quarter time, 24 in the finish, and really it was the blitz either side of half-time that did it for Collingwood. They kicked 7 straight goals and then able to professionally drain time out of the game in that final term with the match on the line. Off the SMS, Andy from Wodonga, Tex and others who missed goals, kills. Incredibly important. There was missed opportunities, but I think Brody Mychek, what did he have? 4 missed? 5 behinds.
Yep, one in the first, 2 in the second, third and fourth. So 5 behinds, and it was Taylor Walker with 2 goal 3 tonight.
Yeah. Do the Pies play Friday or Saturday from Terry? My understanding is, Terry, that it'll be reseeded. So what that basically means in short is that the Pies can't be the higher ranked team in a preliminary final. So 2 or 3 is going to win tomorrow night. And as a result, Collingwood will play the Saturday prelim. So that's my understanding and the way that I've been told, and that's what the Crows have been planning for. So Adelaide were told Friday prelim or Friday semi. And so as a result, they'll now play the Friday semi. It means that keeps them on a 7-day loop from weeks 2 to 3. So as a result, Adelaide will play Friday next week. If they win, they will then go play the winner of tomorrow night's qualifying final, if that makes sense. So they'll play either Brisbane or Geelong at the winner's home venue the Friday of preliminary final week.
Or if it goes south? they go into a 6-month loop.
Yes, they do. Meanwhile, the Magpies will find themselves in the same bracket now, so follow along here. They'll get the loser of Geelong and Brisbane. So whoever loses is in Collingwood's quarter, and the winner of Gold Coast and Fremantle. So they all of a sudden become one pool. The loser of the Cats and the Lions, the winner of the Suns and the Dockers, and the Magpies are all on the same quadrant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Adelaide are over there. They're hanging out with the winner of Geelong and Brisbane. That's their path through to a prelim. They'll have to play the winner of Geelong or Brisbane on a preliminary final night, but first it'll be the winner of the Hawks or the Giants.
I'm a little bit worried for Adelaide next week in that side of the draw. And I reckon the only two sides in the bottom bottom 8, whatever you call it, that they're due to play is Giants and Hawthorn here. I'm a little bit worried on how can they bounce back from tonight, because their confidence would have taken a massive hit.
It's not the road that you want, is it? When you've got the advantages of finishing on top, and so it's the long way around the mountain now for the Adelaide Crows. The one thing that'll count in their favour is at least they get the long break. So they've played Thursday night. The Hawks and the Giants still have to play on Saturday, so that's day after tomorrow, and then come to Adelaide themselves next Friday night.
Two worst words in footy outside of wooden spoon are straight sets. And we've spoken a lot about how exciting this week has been and the build-up, that the lid was off in Adelaide because they went from 15th all the way to first. And maybe you could say they overachieved. I don't know. We're still too early. But we're a fickle industry, and it will flip so quickly this week where the pressure will be ramped up to an extraordinary level if Adelaide doesn't get the job done next Friday night. And I don't know what that means for them, Jamo, because it feels like they're at the start of a very fruitful window in terms of where the club is positioned list-wise. But if you go out in straight sets, what does that do to the mentality of the football club?
Well, it certainly doesn't guarantee you're going to play finals again next year either. That's they get a couple of key injuries and, the odd game. Again, we spoke about the amount of games that they had won, particularly in the closer games, and there was 5 of them.
Yeah.
8 wins, under 14 points as well too. So if it doesn't go your way, which it didn't a couple of years ago because they lost the close ones, and Collingwood again, they've managed to win their fair share, but they've also lost their fair share, probably more than they have in recent years too. So
I think on the other side of it for the Crows, we spoke about this pre-game, that was the heaviest defeat tonight, 24 points.
And
heaviest loss all year.
And that's the thing, and that's the hard thing. I think even after I heard Matty Nix after the Kangaroos game, albeit I think everyone was disappointed in terms of how they went, and they'd only just marginally got over the top. You had to sort of go, hey, Corb, you just finished top. So you've actually got to pinch yourself in terms of where you're at. Look, they would be bitterly disappointed. I'm disappointed, not because of my history or background with the footy club, but it just wasn't the way that they played. And to then go down like they did, and I felt they actually played pretty poorly. So they're under enormous pressure now next week to do it, and probably more so than they were tonight.
And the advantage of winning 18 games in the home and away season is that they get a second chance, and they get the chance to play at home in a semi-final. Absolute thrill to spend the night with all of you crew here on ABC Sports. So thanks, Jamo.
Corby, thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Corbin.
Thanks to Tom Wilson downstairs. Thanks to you, as well called. Thanks to Andrea Williamson and to Craig Davis back in the studio, who will have a big, broad smile on his face, as will the rest of the Magpie Army. A 24-point victory for Collingwood. They booked their place into a preliminary final. Good night from Adelaide.